New Gore-tex products are made for life. Made for getting out there. Made for life's adventures. Made for life's highs and its lows. With durable products that stand the test of time. Made for going further. Together.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We're kicking into stream 3. Thanks for hanging in. I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins.
I'm Chris Warden.
And here we are at the live stream of the Mount Fuji 100-miler. We are 15 and a half hours into the event. The leaders are past mile 80, probably 82, 83, and on their way into the finish. Guomindang in the lead with about a 19-minute lead over Guido Chen, who has another 10 minutes on Courtney Dauwalter. So the top 3 runners all within 29 minutes of one another.
Yeah, that's right. For those of you just tuning in, Courtney Dauwalter has entered the top 3 overall and, frankly, gaining ground on the top 2.
Yep.
As we mentioned right before we went to break, it is possible that she runs out of real estate, but she has been surging, absolutely surging, gaining 10 minutes and 19 minutes on the 2 men in front of her. And the way she's moving, it's going to be hard for them to deny her if she gives chase. One of the great things about this broadcast, though, is we've got our own dedicated team out in the field led by Marco Louie. And we got Marco out on the field with us right now. Marco, how you doing?
Hey, GW Chris. Good. How are you?
Wonderful. First of all, thank you very much for setting up this shot so perfectly.
Look at that.
Thanks for noticing that.
Wonderful shot of Mount Fuji in the background. Just absolutely stunning race backdrop for us to be sharing with you or sharing with our audience. What's on your mind?
Yeah, well, first of all, big kudo to the cameraman behind the camera. Liu Da-kun has been doing a really awesome job. So has the other person, Liu Da-kun as well. So yes, I have some intel from the second woman, Samia's father, who was her support, and very interesting background stories that I want to share with the English audience. So
Please.
Samia is 34 years old, and she's a full-time housewife right now. So her dad was saying she got all the time to train in the mountain in Yamanashi, which is where the race takes place. So she knows the mountain very well in the area. That said, she only started trail running about 2 years ago.
What?
I was like, wow.
What?
Yeah, what? Exactly. Her background was, so she started running in middle school on track, and then she started doing ekiden going into college, but her dad was saying she was struggling quite a bit with injury, also with time, and she was pushing herself very hard. And after graduating from college, didn't make it to the A team in college, graduated, doing a normal job, and then she was trying to crack the 3-hour sub 3 marathon, and she couldn't crack it. So she was under a lot of stress, and eventually she switched to trail, and all of a sudden the whole world just opened for her. You guys mentioned earlier, she came in first in Xingye 5 Mountain 110K race, all out of nowhere. So no one knew who she was. And that was also a Western State qualifying race, by the way. And then a couple months later, she went on to do a 70K race called the Izu Trail Journey, which is organized by the same organizer of Mount Fuji 100. She came in second. And when she came through the finish line, Kabulaki Tsuyoshi, the legendary runner who also started this race and started it all, and was like, oh, on the microphone, I don't know who you are. Can you explain yourself, who you are, please? So it was like really running out of the blue in the scene. But now her dad was saying, no, well, she's just keeping her cool, trying not to overdoing it, and then just trying to finish the race. And so humble, even though she was like keeping herself very consistent, as I saw her over the last couple of aid stations, just keeping it very consistently, taking enough rest, getting change, refuel. One more thing is her dad was also mentioning she struggled a little bit with solid food, probably because of the heat during the day. But then as she entered F6, which is where we are at, Yamanagako, she's visibly feeling much better. She can start eating hot food again. So she's feeling much better. And hopefully she will finish strong in the last marathon of the race.
Yeah, no, she looks absolutely fantastic. I mean, you know, she seems to be, and it makes sense now that this is literally her backyard, because she seems to know everybody that's there. She's high-fiving people, taking pictures. She's definitely the local favorite right now in this race. And again, I gotta say, Marco, I'm gobsmacked to find out that this woman just started trail running 2 years ago and is now
Me too, mind blown.
At the top of the field. This is a name that everybody should tuck away in their pocket and keep in mind for future races, because obviously, you know, even at the, you know, she's 34 years old, she's got plenty of time ahead of her to really learn how to run at this level. I'm really excited to be able to see one of her, you know, see her at this early stage of her career.
Yeah, it was also really cool to talk to her dad, who, as he said, it was very humbly, oh, I have no experience, what's going on? I think she's doing okay. And then everyone around him was asking, hey, are you a professional supporter for Samia? No, I'm just a regular folk. I don't know what I'm doing. So I really like that vibe that the father and daughter was setting out at each aid station.
Well, sometimes it's just important enough for the crew to keep your runner on the course and moving forward, and he's doing a great job of that. That's for sure.
Yeah. One more thing, I don't know if you noticed, I'm shivering viscerally, so it's actually getting quite cold right now. So as the run coming through, so as a supporter, they need to put on the down jacket, and is visually getting feeling much cooler as they head out to the mountain again. I think maybe hypothermia will be another problem that people have to deal with after going through the aid station with dehydration during the day. So something to look out for as well.
AJW,
yeah, so it's getting cool, and it looks like even a little bit windy. We're looking at the trees in the back and the ripples on the water. So not only is it getting chilly, but the wind's kicking up.
Exactly.
Well, something to pay attention to for sure as the final miles of the race roll down.
Where are you going to be positioned, Marco, for the remainder of the race? Do you have any other stops between now and the finish line?
Yes, so we will stay here for a little bit longer to see if we can catch maybe the third woman from Hong Kong, Angie Yang, coming through. The support crew is already here. I talked to her a little bit as well. So after that, I'll probably head to the finish line to make sure that I can catch the winners, both men and women, coming in and do the interviews with them. But the videographer will be heading out to F8, which is the Nijimagari, where the top runner just ran through, to get some more highlight, because I think the shots were beautiful. We will be seeing the sunset at Fujisan, and I think there will be some nice footage for the audience.
And Yan, somebody who I did a little bit of research on here in the last couple hours, I didn't realize that she's from Hong Kong and also a cancer survivor.
Yes, that's right. So because of her unique story, I also caught up with her support crew a little bit as well. So she was quite well known in Hong Kong as well, because of not only is she an attorney, and she also is a cancer survivor. She just found it out by accident. She was a cycling athlete before she turned into running. So it was just by accident that when she goes to medical checkup, that she realized that she has cancer. She survived it, and now she's thriving. And gradually she started picking up trail running and is showing more consistent performance, and just start going. And people are like really rooting for her in Hong Kong. Her supporter was just showing me on Facebook how many people were like commenting on how she and Wong Ho Chung, who came in earlier in top 10, were like performing. Like they have a lot of fans in Hong Kong.
Well, they're probably gathering a fan base across the world based on, if other people are learning and finding out about her story the same way I am, then they can't help but be inspired.
Exactly.
Well, and you're a proud Hong Kong resident, aren't you? So you're a little bit biased.
No, I'm not. I am objective journalist.
Right.
Right,
just
thank you
like
so much.
just like we're not rooting for Courtney.
Exactly. No. All right, guys. I will head it back to you, and I will just do some more research around and see if there are more runners coming through to do interviews with.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks, Marco. Again, talking about the stories that we're able to pick up on with runners, not only, their inspirational efforts in terms of just being, physically strong, but, you talking about somebody who just picked up this sport 2 years ago, a housewife that did so. And then, that's your second place runner in the women's race. And then third place is an attorney from Hong Kong who beat cancer.
Is that? No, that's a male. That I thought maybe that was the third place. 222. Okay.
Yeah, and I have to admit it is a little bit tricky. Trying to, it's not as simple as seeing the bib, because we have to see the bib, and then pull the. Yeah. If I search 222, I get something in kanji.
Right.
And then I have to filter it through a translator. So we'll do our best, but we're definitely. I think we're learning a lot today in terms of
absolutely
in terms of race coverage, and I know obviously, just speaking from an ignorant Westerner standpoint, I do love the fact I love watching people. Who can eat with chopsticks like they've been doing it all their lives. Like, that's awesome to me, and doing it during a race where like I can barely like hold a fork or an aluminum can. Like, I think it's the coolest thing,
Just looping around after chatting with Marco, we have at least 10 runners through aid station F6. That's mile 122. We have 3 runners through F7. Those 3 are leaders, Guomindang, followed by second place Jen Guido, about 19 minutes back, and then another 10 minutes back from him, American Courtney Dauwalter, first place woman and third place overall. Second place woman, we've just heard from Marco, from her crew, Yukari Samia from Japan. And we just learned that she's been trail running for a grand total of 2 years and is already building an incredible following in the sport. We'll continue to track those leaders. Marco's going to stay on the ground at F6 for a little while longer, and then circle back to the finish line to make sure he gets there in plenty of time to get his whole operation set up. But a video crew is heading to F8, which is just about 12 kilometers from F7 at the bottom of a screaming downhill, to hopefully catch some close-up footage of those early leaders coming through that aid station. So the leaders have about 15 miles, 25K to go to the finish of this 166.6 kilometer course. We are anticipating 19-hour finish unless something dramatic happens in either direction. So we suspect 3 hours, between 3 and 4 hours from now, we'll be seeing the finish of this race. Probably much quicker than some of us anticipated.
So here's where we stand in terms of the women's podium. We've got Courtney Dauwalter in first, currently an hour and 58 ahead of Yukari Samia.
Wow.
Or Samaya. Like, that's an hour 57 ahead of second. Ahead of Chi Yan, 3 hours 29 minutes. Ahead of third place.
Ahead of third place.
Yes. I mean, it's
And
really
that was
staggering.
that was at F6, right? Or
That was at F5.
That was at F5, right? Because third place is not at F6 yet.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
mean, and the thing is, Courtney is gaining strength on the field. It's not. I don't know if she's necessarily getting faster, but she's not.
She's slowing down less.
Yeah,
let's put it that way.
the attrition level is not showing up in
Yeah.
comparison to everybody else.
And we did have a good shot a little while ago. Again, a little further down the men's field of Wang Ho-chung, another Hong Kong runner who
Yep.
was looking real strong, made real quick work at the aid station, and a couple other males in that 4, 5, 6 spot, Chris, that I'm not sure made our early pre-race prognostication.
Oh, you're talking about Genki Onishi?
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
no, Genki I had no information on, and it was honestly kind of hard to come by, and so he's kind of got a little
And
bit
then
of
also
random
we're
baller
not
status.
sure about Kento Tamura. We know he spent a fair bit of time in the aid station, was passed by Courtney in the aid station, and left rather slowly to head up the now famous Blair Witch Children of the Corn climb. But there's still a bit of a chase pack, if you will, stretched out behind Courtney, moving their way potentially into that top 10 men's group.
Yeah, and Kento is lightning fast based on his results. An hour 2 half marathoner, 14-minute 5K runner. I mean, so the one thing about that though is that the second half of this race, or I guess more accurately, the final 35 or so miles, don't necessarily play to his strengths as it becomes a little bit more gnarly.
Right.
And that's where we expected to see the mountain grinders really kind of be able to take over the front of the race. And in some cases, such as Courtney, that's been the case. Another guy who I associate with being incredibly, rugged is Anthony Lee. But we saw Anthony, and he wasn't looking too great at the most recent shot we had of him. However, this last 30 or so miles is going to play to his strengths.
Right.
So
it may be that power hiking the ups and shuffling the downs will be enough to leapfrog over a couple people, and sometimes quads will rebound a little bit.
Sure.
But he said it himself in his 2,800 milers. He has not had trashed quads quite like this. So
yeah, it says something when you have as much experience as Anthony does for him to say that it's the worst.
Yeah.
worst that he's encountered in terms of his the way his legs feel.
For sure.
And I'll see if I can give us a heads up on our other Western runners here.
I wonder what's become of Nicole Bitter.
I'm going to check that.
I'm going to take a quick peek on that.
So Pete Mortimer is currently in 42nd place in the men's race. In the women's race, last I checked, Nicole Bitter was in 10th. I'm a little bit concerned because it looks like we've had as many as 18 women hit the F4 aid, and Nicole has not yet departed. So we'll have to see if and we do know, just based on splits, that Nicole did have a really rough stretch from F3 to F4. So we'll see what's going on there. I know that Zach is crewing her, and F4 also serves as the final finish line. Okay, if you can, I don't know if you've got.
This is the screen they see. I've got Nicole 302.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's showing way out over here.
Okay.
Is that off the course?
That is, looks like it. She's going off everything.
We're
Well-
not sure where Nicole is, but at least her tracker is.
Her tracker is on a journey of its own.
Yeah. Jordan's doing his best sleuthing to see if he can.
Well, we'll keep an eye out.
We'll get confirmation on that, but it looks like, by all accounts, that perhaps Nicole has called it a day. This is the Mount Fuji 100 Mountain Outpost live stream. If you're over there in Europe, this is our English language broadcast of the 4th World Trails Major. We're thrilled to be bringing it to you live from our studio in downtown Phoenix, Arizona, at the Aravaipa Mountain Outpost headquarters. Jordan is ably producing our overnight broadcast. Chris and I are here for the next several hours before Corinne and Jeff come back. We've had a great time so far. This is our first foray into full-blown international remote live streaming, and it's wonderful to be partnering with the good folks at the Mount Fuji 100 miler, and we hope you are out there enjoying it. Europeans just getting out of bed, enjoying your morning coffee. Americans, maybe East Coasters, thinking you might not want to set an early alarm to get up and see the exciting finish, or perhaps West Coasters like us, just not sleeping.
Yeah, I'm kind of wrestling with the fact that that I don't know how much sleep I'm going to get tonight. Because first of all, I want to see Courtney finish, but second of all, I have to be up for work.
You have to be up for work
in
tomorrow.
a few hours. But but we're here right now, and this is
this
the
is what
focus.
counts. That's right.
Like you said, it's our first foray into international coverage, and you never know what's going to happen in international coverage. Wait, no, that's international waters. That's right.
I have to admit, when I got the our assignments and the coverage sheet and the schedule, it took me a good half an hour just to do the math to understand the time differences and everything else, and realizing it was a midnight start and practicing the names, which I haven't done a very good job of doing, but all in good fun. Thank you, audiences. Been very understanding, except for Skylar Hall, who had to get some, jabs in for my poor pronunciation.
Well, the nice thing is that it's a flat round 8-hour difference, or it's 8 hours behind the next day, so it's a 16-hour difference.
Correct.
So
correct. Once the race started, I had it figured out, because it was like, okay, it started at midnight. Which was 8 a.m. our time.
Yeah, which makes the coverage actually very easy. Like, we don't have to do any calculations of time, because when we're watching the race coverage, it literally shows the time of day is the time of race.
Right.
Which is just
that I
wonderful.
love.
Eliminates one level of thinking that we have to do.
Yeah.
So
which gets harder and harder with each passing hour.
Jordan, do we have any coverage on the course at this moment? Do we have any static cams or anything? Okay, so we're just kind of flying around. Really? Okay. Well,
there we go.
Let's see if we can show the profile and show kind of where the lead pack is. Perfect. Read my mind.
So there's actually a feature on the live tracking that shows that as well.
Oh.
Yeah, I did see that. Let's check that out, because
Let's play with our toys here.
So
Nice.
So if we're here looking at Courtney over here, it's actually going to show her current elevation roughly, showing that she's getting close to the peak of that.
And
It's
is
a
the first
huge
place
climb.
person
So
that one?
So yeah, but
And
the second place man at this point, his tracker, they said, wasn't working. So we're kind of flying blind with regards to where Chen Guidu is, but we do know that Guomin Dang is still in first. But Courtney's making it very interesting and forcing us to do a lot of on-the-fly calculations and following of her tracker. So the distance between F7 and F8 is not huge. It's about 7 miles. So if the first runners,
And
left
if you look at
F7 at 14:47, we're talking so about an hour 6 ago. So we could probably be seeing runners hit F8 in the next 10, 15 minutes.
well, if you go if you go back to the elevation chart, Jordan, was that in real time where they were, or were you scrolling back and forth?
That's based on the GPS.
Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, if we're going right there, that line is going to be where the current elevation is.
So yeah, thanks for
Right, and take a look at that downhill.
that's that's
that's going to test your quads.
Basically, so if we go for he's back on. Yeah, if we're going from where lead male is to where Fuji,
The aid station must be that dot. Yeah.
heck of a drop.
Yeah.
Shout out to those that are watching on the World Trail Majors channel as well. I'm trying to keep an eye on that, so we appreciate whether you're watching us on World Trail Majors or Mountain Outpost. Thanks to World Trail Majors for pinning the runner tracking to the top of the chat. Do we have that in ours as well, Jordan? Or okay, just wanted to make sure. Yeah. So yeah, we'll just pin that to the top and. And that right there is the shot of the course. So most of the runners are most of the lead pack is past F4 at this point. And what it does there is it's a point to point from start to F4, and then it's a loop from F4 to the finish as it kind of does a loop in and around another section, as you can see. And our lead runners are.
And according to Marco, that section there, that F5, F6, F7, F8 is technical, mountainous, more like foothilly, but definitely some grindy,
Well, we saw that
crunchy climbs.
that climb.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, we saw the big climb coming out of F4 and how, I mean, you see Courtney hands on legs, working her way up. I mean, when a runner like that is trying to like replicate poles, so to speak, with her arms, that it's a pretty rugged climb. So yeah, thank you, Jordan. We've got the live tracking pinned to the top of the chat. For those of you that are just tuning in, welcome and thanks for being here. Let us know where you're from. Just shoot us out in the chat. We're trying to keep an eye on the lead pack as well as the prominent Western runners that we're familiar with here. Our coverage is going to go all the way through to at least the morning here. We're going to catch the lead men and the lead women as they all come in. On the men's side, it's been fairly close together even at this point in the race. I think that as far as I can tell, the lead men, like the top 10 are maybe about the top 8 are about an hour 40 apart.
Okay.
And on the women's side,
the top 3 are almost 4 hours apart.
Yeah. Courtney is just absolutely crushing it and doing such a fantastic job. She's got about an hour, or she's got a 2-hour lead on second place. And second place was about an hour 50 ahead of third.
Yeah.
And then it kind of bunches up a little bit, but the 1, 2, 3 on the women's side are pretty well locked in unless there's some sort of carnage.
Yeah, I really can't think of a string of ultra running results as long as Courtney's had from, if you you assume a pause during the year of the pandemic, I can't think of a span of 5 to 7 years of any runner. This includes Andreessen of absolute dominance with virtually no faltering than Courtney's had basically since 2018, and you kind of just keep waiting. Is the clock running out on Courtney, and then she just pulls something like this out, and you're like, I guess not.
We're seeing, on the women's side, Masters runners, putting together some amazing results.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't think that the window is closing. I think that it's still wide open for at least another few years.
Well, and she's doing it at a time when women's ultra running as a whole, globally, is exploding. Participation in the sport, the strength and depth of the fields, the versatility of so many of these runners, the intelligence with which they run, the lack of attrition in some of these really stout women's fields. So she's dominating it at a time when the sport is, really getting more and more dense with respect to the strength of the fields, and it's just remarkable. And of course, she does it with a smile on her face. She does it with her very organic training routines that she doesn't divulge a lot about, but
she's very secretive about that.
She's pretty open that, she walks out her door and one day goes left and the next day goes right, and if the run's going well, she goes a little longer, and if it's not going so well, she circles back, and so it's very informative, I think, for observers, but also it's just incredible to see, and I think we should all feel a little bit privileged to be part of it and to witness it.
Of course, her Strava is private.
Oh yeah,
but I anxiously await the day. I really do hope that there is a day where, when she basically decides that she's done at a competitive level, where she all of a sudden makes it public. And it just basically, the number of crowns, the number of
that'd be funny.
Because that's going to be one of the most amazing releases of running data in recent memory, if not ever. I mean, the training profile of one of the greatest runners the world has ever seen.
Well, and I mean, you don't just have to, if you look at, Western States, for example, is obsessive about keeping track of every athlete's splits in the history of the race. And, if you haven't checked it out, folks, go check out the Geeks Only page on the Western States website. But based on Courtney's finishing time this year at Western States, for all 18 splits that they keep track of in the race, 16 of those splits are all from Courtney Dauwalter's 2023 finish. The only ones that aren't is one from the start to the escarpment that somebody ran faster, and Claire Gallagher's final section back when she won in 2019.
That's absolutely
so
staggering.
just incredible.
And
this run of what she's done,
and also AJW, it's not she's gaining ground on the men's field as the men's fields are getting stronger. You're talking about, remember when all of a sudden, hey, wow, all of the top 10 men in Western States finished sub 16.
Yeah.
I think you mentioned that, when you heard that, you're like, oh my goodness. You were there, but then when Courtney, basically broke through that ceiling.
15:29.
Yeah. I mean, and she's finishing top 5, top 7 overall in races that are expected to be the best of the best of the best on the men's side, and she's right there, basically running alongside them, and running ahead of most of them.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing.
It's just remarkable. There really are not enough superlatives, and there's a real shot there is a real shot of Deng faltering a little bit here, or even not faltering that much.
Yeah, I was gonna say
of Courtney closing enough to win this race win this race outright.
basically what Courtney would need to do is probably gain about 75 seconds per mile.
Yeah.
From
Based on
F7
the data
to the
we have,
finish, yes.
the split data from the aid stations. I know we can extrapolate based on the pings and the trackers, but just in terms of the raw data, I mean, we'll know a little bit more at F8. You have to imagine she's closed on Jen Guido,
Yeah.
if not passed him already.
That's going to be the thing. I mean, Courtney was 9 or 10 minutes back of Chen at last glance, and Chen was 19 minutes back of Deng. So we'll see. Obviously, and we've got the tracker that we can leverage as well. But I'm trying to hold off on reporting it until I can get confirmation from the actual boots in the ground splits. So,
and we know a lot of you are following the tracker, and we appreciate that
for sure. Yeah. When we're happy to have it there. I mean, but just as a general practice, I usually try my best to just, rely on the concrete numbers that I can get.
And, and this is not by any means a soft international men's field. I mean, there's a lot of Asian runners here that target this race every year. There's some using it, I assume, Guomindang as an example, as a major tune-up race for Western states. I mean, this is an event that has a lot of bragging rights in the Asian ultra running scene, and these folks are no slouch, and just incredible.
Yeah, I mean, you've got runners, like Alexander Boucher, who's finished 10th at Grand Raid. You've got Hayato Nishikata, who's won the U-Ray 100. You've got several people who have run UTMB. Wataru Ino is another runner who finished 5th at Kodiak and 4th at Rocky Raccoon last year. And ran a 15:32:100 at Rocky Raccoon. So, there's
foot speed there.
There's some legit runners that have gone beyond the boundaries of the races in the Asian Pacific region. On the women's side, we've got multiple people who have run. We've got people who've run Black Canyons, people who've run the Canyons 100-mile, UTMB runners. So, while I will say, we do have an international flavor in terms of, where some of these runners have run before, I do, find it amazing that Mount Fuji 100-mile almost feels like it could be, I guess, a parallel to like Javelina or to Western States, and that it does seem like a lot of people run this race year after year after year. Runners such as Kaori Asahara on the women's side, who has multiple top 5 finishes and has run this race at least 4 or 5 times from what I could find. On the men's side, there are like 4 or 5 guys who all ran the race both in 2022 and 2023, and we're all within like 5 spots of one another.
Yeah.
Tomonori Onitsuka ran it in 2023, got 3rd, and 2022 was 4th. Takashi Doi, who we've talked about recently, 2023 was 7th, 2022 was 2nd. In Jun Arakawa, 2023 was 10th, 2022 was 13th. Shin Iwatare was 11th in 2023. Manabu Fushioka, 13th in 2023, 23rd in 2022. Like, these runners keep coming back and posting some extremely impressive results, and I'm here for it.
Well, and depending on where you live, it's a challenging time of year to target an A race. Late April, assuming you're from the northern hemisphere, like most of these athletes are, you've had a winter. You're probably targeting something big in the summer, whether it's a Western States, a Hard Rock, a UTMB, or one of the UTMB races into the calendar at the end of April.
Marco did confirm that Nicole Bitter withdrew at F4 after making it to about the 100K mark. So that's unfortunate. Nicole Bitter, no stranger to high-level racing. Unfortunately, it just wasn't her day today. Kudos to her for towing the line, and thanks to her and Zach for sharing of their experiences out there earlier on. I know that they did have Zach on camera and talking about how Nicole's day was going, and that's one of the things I actually really do appreciate about Nicole and Zach is that whether it be Desert Solstice or Run Rabbit Run or now Mount Fuji 100. The Bitters have always been really cool about sharing. Like they've seen how our coverage benefits from athletes being willing to share of their experiences. So Nicole, it really does. It hurts to see that she didn't have the day she hoped, but hopefully, she's going to be. Better off in the long term, having decided to call it a day here at
and Nicole
Fuji.
Always seems to bounce back. I mean,
Absolutely.
she really, as an athlete, and Zach's the same way. They kind of take the good with the bad. They have their good days, they have their bad days. We saw Zach, really go after it at Desert Solstice this year. It wasn't
the 100K,
in the 100K. It wasn't his day. I saw Nicole really go after it in Western States. She, jacked up her ankle, had to pull out. But then we also saw her at Bandera just, crush it and, run that second half, almost negative splitting the second loop of Bandera. So both of them, they take the good with the bad, and, Nicole will live to fight another day, no doubt.
Absolutely. She had a great Heaven 100 2022 as well, another race that we covered. So
remember that? She snuck into third place, I think it was.
Yep, absolutely. We'll check to see where the other American and Western runners are at here real quick. I know that Anthony Lee was around 10th or 11th place last I checked. Anthony looked really rough there for a little bit at the at F6, but when he left, he definitely looked a lot better. He was in 16th place last we checked at the F6 aid. We'll see if we can figure out where Pete Mortimer was. I think that Pete was in the 40s, kind of just lurking. His goals are not so much about trying to win this race or anything like that. I mean, he's in 42nd right now, and I think that he wants to probably pick off some people in the second half. I know that he was talking about wanting to finish in the top 10. As I mentioned, he's using this as a training run for Tour de Jean. He's the kind of guy that basically picks out a ridiculous series of races and just goes after it.
Yeah.
So,
he's definitely done that for this year. It's it's Ure, and it's one other I can't remember.
Somebody said it was Cruel Jewel.
I'll
have to double
Cruel
check.
Jewel.
So
yeah,
and in his case, Ure, he definitely he's had some days go sideways there in the past, and he wants to capture that. But I know that Cruel jewel is a race he hasn't run because that's typically how he rolls. He doesn't want to run something again. So those are your two American / UK runners. Alexander Boucher was in 8th place last I checked. It looks like he's held there through the F6 aid, anxiously awaiting and refreshing to see if anybody has hit F8.
Do you know if we have a third place male yet through
F7?
7?
I was actually just about to mention that.
Oh, okay.
We have our third male through.
That's bib number 224.
Is it Wang Hachung?
Let me use my translator. Ryo Murata.
Okay. Ryo Murata. Again, another one that escaped our grasp in our pre-game prognostication.
I'll have to see what we can find out about Ryo Murata. I think that I've been conserving battery on my laptop. I think that we're close enough to the end of my shift that I can crack it open.
You can let it go.
Yeah. I wanted to hold off as long as possible because I figured things would be getting kind of exciting here. Ryo Murata.
Looking ahead, too, it's a pretty long section from the final aid station to the finish. If you take a look at our map that Jordan has up here, I mean, it's just under 20K, 18.8K. So, north of, just 11 and a half, 12 miles. That's a long section at the end of a long day. I mean, it's got a fair bit of downhill, but one beast of a climb right there. You can see from that 740 mark, which is where the aid station is, it looks like it drops a bit, and then a real punch in the teeth before it peaks out and then drops back down, and then kind of has a little grindy climb to the finish too. So that's a robust little section. After these last several sections, have been 9K, 12K, 11K. Now you've got a 20 plus K section, or just under 20, I should say. That's something you need to be prepared for. You need to have your wits about you when you get to F8, and make sure you leave with enough fluid. Potentially leave with your nighttime setup. I think they have to have their headlamps with them all the time, but we heard Marco talking about the temperatures dropping, the wind picking up. So those are the kinds of things that you don't want to make little mistakes, like leaving without the equipment you need or leaving without enough fluids once you leave that 147.8 kilometer aid station.
So Ryo Murata has a handful of results. Most recently finishing 11th at the Doi Inthanon 100 miler in Thailand in December of 2022. Has also raced Flagstaff Sky Peaks.
Huh.
Finished 6th there in the 10K in 2022. Must have just been passing through and decided to jump in. So I did not race the 10K that year. Otherwise, I could say he beat me. I've been known to run it in the past. So, but has finished in the top 5 at Tarawera 100 miler. Has finished Hurt 100. So has raced, basically on both sides of the Pacific, and having himself a solid day here as he's moved into the top 3 on the men's side.
Jordan, we have a 4th male through, I think. You got eyes on him? 4th male through.
That's bib number
that's
5.
Just a few minutes, just 6 minutes back of 3rd. Okay.
Hayato Nishikata is the runner who ran 5th, or actually won Ouray 100 last year. Finished 5th here at the Mount Fuji 100 last year as well.
There we go. 21:35.
Yeah,
that's an impressive time at Ouray too. 31:52.
Yeah, anytime you're breaking 35 hours at Ouray, you're pretty stout.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, his time last year was the 4th best time ever at the Ouray 100, about 40 seconds ahead of Anthony Lee's best time at Ouray 100. So
40 seconds?
Yeah. Anthony Lee ran it in 31:53, and in 2021 and in 2023, Hayato ran it in 31:52:20. So it stands to reason that's why they were running pretty close together for the first 50 miles of this race. So, Hayato is a pretty stout resume. Has finished on the podium at Lake Biwa 100 miler in Japan. And now what's interesting about that is that it sounds like from Corinne Malcolm, what she was saying is that Lake Biwa is another very highly regarded race in Japan, and is potentially going to be under consideration for Hard Rock qualifier in the future.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. So
I know they're trying to find some more international races,
Well,
especially in Asia.
it sounds like it foots the bill. Had a 10th place finish at Mount Fuji 100 in 2022. Definitely has had a 21st place finish here in 2019. But Hayato Nishikata has entered the top 3 and looking pretty good. Or I'm sorry, entered at 4th place right now, rather, not 3rd. Have we been able to hijack any feeds yet at this point?
It's just the Fuji stream. It's just them talking.
Okay. Well, we'll keep an eye out. So we've got this. We're just kind of literally connecting the dots here and checking to see when our next runners hit F8. We're expecting our, let's see, men's. We're expecting our men's leader, our overall leader, Guomin Dang, to potentially be hitting there fairly soon. But we don't know who's going to be coming in second.
Right. Right. So our lapse time at this point is at
16 hours, 20 minutes.
16:20.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're about the leader is about an hour and 40, hour and 35 out from F7. Chengguidu. I would expect within the next 15, 20 minutes.
Well, that's a good point, Travis. I think that was the GTWS here at Flagstaff Sky Peaks, where the 26K was rocking and rolling, if I remember correctly.
Oh, that's right, when it was Golden Trail Series at
Yeah.
Flagstaff, right? Yeah.
So yeah, that brought in a lot of interest. So I'm trying to figure out exactly where Mount Fuji is on that map. Is it to the just under 202 right there? Or 203? Oh.
Mount Fuji right there in the bottom corner.
Oh, there it is. Thank you. Wasn't quite sure. Okay, so that's the
That's the loop.
That's the loop, right? Okay. I was thinking that was the entirety of the course. So yeah, that's a lot of dots. As we mentioned, there are about 3,000 or more than 3,000 runners in this race that started it. So, broken up into several waves. We'll see if we can get some other some footage once we get our camera teams in place. Figure that this is better than showing our faces on the
Oh,
on the feed.
100%.
Nobody needs to
100%.
see us. Although
I don't like the lighting. It's too warm.
the lighting in the studio.
We need one of the big ones, but we don't have them.
Oh, it must be because they're busy preparing for another big race.
They're still up in Oregon.
Oh my goodness,
Oh, really? They're still up there. Yeah.
I think. I've got no confidence.
a lot of race coverage.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of race coverage. Can we zoom out on that race profile that we had just a second ago? We can kind of explain to people. So basically, the front of the pack is between F7 and F8. Only a couple of runners, basically in that second to last stretch. And that's a kilometer reading at the bottom in terms of distance. So
Yeah, and a meter reading in terms of elevation. And you can see the significant descent. We're assuming all three of our top three runners are on that descent.
Top 3 overall.
Yeah, top 3 overall.
Because I think we're fairly confident that Guomin Dang is still leading the race overall, but with every passing moment, the longer that it takes, I think that the less confident we are that Chen Guidu is still holding second overall.
Yeah.
Because Courtney Dauwalter's in hot pursuit, whether she intends to be or not.
Yeah.
I think that we're both of the mind that she's just running her race and whatever happens.
Yeah. So that section from F7 to F8 is just under 12K. With a short, steep climb. You can kind of see it in the relief map there, just to the left of F7, and then that long, steep at first, and then more gradual descent down to the aid station site there at F8. Again, about 12K. Leader left at about 47, so he's been at it an hour and almost 40 minutes.
From what I was seeing earlier, it was about 20 to 30 minutes as what people were taking on the climb up the mountain.
That seems about right. All right.
We are definitely clicking and refreshing fast and furious, and we are, as we mentioned, in contact with our camera team out in the field, as well as monitoring the. We have a camera in on the. All right, that is F8 Fuji Yoshida. So that's the last aid station before the finish line. That's a very picturesque setting, too. It looks very peaceful now.
And it looks like they're just scurrying to set it up, frankly.
Yeah. In translation, oh, crap, everybody's getting here real soon.
回ってもこうね、そのレーススタートラインだったらもうしっかり楽しんでもらいたいなと思いますけどね。はい。
I'm hearing the.
あとその
Okay, thank you.
We also are gonna we have been in touch with our team on the ground, Marco and his cameraman, and we're at least going to try and get a video camera dropped off here at F8. Marco may not. He may just go straight down to the finish. Just make sure he can get everything set up down there. But this is live view of the F8 aid station. We've been talking about it, the bottom of a long descent, or almost the bottom.
So Guomin Dang just has left. He left F7 80 minutes ago exactly.
Okay.
So this stretch,
and it's a 12K stretch,
Yeah.
just under 12K. So
I would expect we're going to see him sooner rather than later. So,
gosh, they've got some nice sights for the aids. Look at that beautiful blossoming tree there to the left, and
nice peaceful.
But they
setting
are
by a lake. I mean.
And this does look like no crew. I think we would see some crew. But,
and like you said, about a 20K stretch to the finish from this aid station.
Again, this is the kind of place where you do not want to make a mental mistake and not top off your fluids, not take the gear you need, not refresh your batteries. You want to make sure when you're getting ready to leave this that's going to be a long 19K, even if it is the the end of the race. Again, this is the Fuji 100-mile stream. These are the commentator team for the hometown race. I suspect they're probably set up that studio right at the finish.
Yeah, that's one. I'd be really curious to find out where they're posted up as well, because it would make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm starting to get ready to do my home stretch math here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Trying to figure out like what information I have to have ready or at the ready.
So again, we are 16, just short of 16 and a half hours into the race. We expect sometime in the next 10 to 15 minutes to see our leader hit this final aid station, F8 at 147.8 kilometers, at which point he's going to have, or she's going to have, just under 20K to the finish, with a big climb and descent in between that aid station and glory. Mount Fuji 100-mile glory. This fourth World Trails Major. We were privileged enough to stage the second of the four that have happened thus far here in Arizona in our backyard at the Black Canyon 100K. The Hong Kong 100K kicked off the series in January, followed by the Black Canyon 100K, which was here in Arizona in February, and then Trans Gran Canaria in March. And this weekend, it's a double header.
Yep.
With Mount Fuji 100-miler and the Madeira Island Ultra Trail, which kicks off probably, I would guess, very shortly, if it hasn't kicked off already, out in the islands, the Portuguese islands out in the Atlantic Ocean. Madeira, the pictures and videos I've seen from that race, it certainly looks like another picturesque World Trails Major. Put it on your bucket list. So by the end of this weekend, 5 of the 10 World Trail Majors will have been completed in the inaugural year of the series. All independent races who've kind of banded together as a sort of confederacy, if you will, of like-minded community-centered races around the world to promote the community and the roots of trail running and to provide access to beautiful places and beautiful courses around the world. Later in the season, the series will go to Switzerland, Oceania, and a variety of other locations. So check it out, World Trail Majors on the web, and I suspect we might have a couple of more live streams of these World Trail Majors before too long. But we are here at the Fuji 100. We are the English language broadcast. For those of you wondering, we are 100% dependent upon the race organization over at the Mount Fuji 100 for camera footage. We do not have a mountain outpost camera team over there like we would in a race here in Arizona. We do have our one on-course commentator, Marco, and his videographers who have been moving around to several of the aid stations and are currently en route to aid station number 8. And hopefully we'll see them in a few minutes.
I have some news. So going through the top 5 on the men's side, and this is from F7. This is from the Nijiyumagari aid station, about 85 miles in. As we mentioned, Guomindang was in first. Chen Guidu was 19 minutes back. Ryo Murata, 80 minutes back. Hayato Nishikata, 86 minutes back. Having moved from 9th to 5th, Alexander Boucher. Alexander Boucher making moves is come through at 16:27:16, so about 100 minutes back of the lead, but has sliced into the lead pack there, or basically the chase pack rather, as there's 3 men separated by about 20 minutes in Ryo Murata, Hayato Nishikata, and Alexander Boucher. So that's interesting.
An interesting little fight there for what could likely be the 3rd spot on the men's podium.
Yeah, and also means that Kento Tamura is having a really rough time of it right now, as Kento was in 3rd place, and we wondered how his leg speed would translate to the second half of this race, and it looks like it has become somewhat of a battle for him. So, shout out to the people in the chat that have been following and watching patiently. We saw Alexander at F6, and he looked really good.
He looked really good. And his we had a great interview with his crew, and she was enthusiastic. And, I have a feeling he's in for a fight. Again, a good camera shot here. This is in the area of the 147.8 mile aid station. We might have Marco. Nope, not yet. This is the race camera. Okay. And again, this aid station is down a ways at 740 meters. Looks very green and spring-like down there.
Yeah, that's what somebody was saying.
Might be tricky down in there. Could be
so
valley-like.
I'm going to try and figure out where we're at on the top 5 on the women's side as well here.
Now that's going to take some work.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're good at math in the middle of the night. Again, we're closing in on almost an hour and 50 minutes since Guomindang left F8. Again, it's about a 12-kilometer stretch. So we would expect him shortly. This looks like a static cam looking down the course. Yeah, there was we saw somebody up that way. So we're getting, for those of you wondering what we're doing here, we've got a couple of camera shots
Just updated,
in the area around the F8 aid station.
and he is very close.
Oh, as in his signal just pinged?
Yep.
All right, I'll keep an eye out for that. And that would be at the F8 in. So there's been a little bit of jockeying in the women's side. Courtney is still in first, obviously, and has it's getting to the point where it's kind of difficult to calculate.
Yeah.
Because no, I'm serious because Courtney only won runners within 2 aid stations of her. So the last
it's hard to actually do the math.
Yeah. Well, no, it's because for instance, Courtney is currently about, if I had to guess, about an hour 45 or more ahead of second place Yukari Samia. But then third place is Chi Yan. Kanalo Itamoto, actually Yumi Hosokawa is in fourth, and Kanala Itamoto is in fifth. Now, the thing is that their trackers pinged, or their last numbers show that they're about 3.5 hours back of Courtney. But based on the way that things are moving, it's got to be more.
Yeah.
Like I think that the third place is probably 4 hours or more back of Courtney at this point. Just based on trying to do the guesstimation, because where Courtney was at aid station 4 has no bearing on where she is right now, or aid station 5 rather.
Looks like we have
that's the blue kid. That's Guomindang.
Guomindang, our men's leader,
heading down into the aid station, the final aid
F8
station
at 147.8 kilometers. Where you've been there before?
No, I'm watching a map basing on
Oh, okay.
like you said, you went to Japan recently. I was like,
16:40 on the clock. Guomindang has been our leader for a while now.
yeah, it's
Still holding on to the lead.
Guomindang has actually been leading since the F3 aid station. So you're talking, in that case, that was mile 44. So he's been leading over half the race at this point, or about half the race at this point. Yeah, been holding strong.
Yeah, and in that brief shot, he looked good, springing his step coming down those stairs. So quads looked no worse for wear after that
And
bone-crushing descent.
And Dang was, neck and neck with Chen Guidu there for a long time as well, but at least 10 plus miles, and apparently, at last glance, Guomindang had a 19-minute lead on Chen Guidu and a 29-minute lead on Courtney Dauwalter who is currently running third overall. Yeah, again, to add to, the amazingness of the numbers here right now, Courtney would be on the men's podium by about 50 minutes. So, he looks smooth.
So that's 16:42. So he covered that in 1:55. Again, this is the final aid station. It's got about 19K to the finish.
Of course, one of the cool things about Guomindang, who we're seeing here, the men's leader, current overall leader, is we're going to see him in person here in another few weeks.
In a couple months at Western States.
Yeah, he'll be at Western States in June. He looks composed. He looks, if he's hurting, he's hiding it, cooling down his soup, perhaps. Wonder if this is a no crew spot.
So at 16:42, just under 20K to go from here.
So took 16:41.
Just about 1 hour and 55.
Okay.
From 14:47 to 16:42.
There is no support allowed at this aid station.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
That's what I called it.
And so 155.
And let's see. He didn't. He didn't top off his fluids there. Maybe he knows he's got enough.
Also, notice that these aid stations are huge.
Yeah.
Like this is what it looks like when you're setting up aid stations for 3,000 runners.
So he's out. Looks like he's got a little run through town here.
I do love that aspect. Like we don't have
Yeah.
enough runs like that in the U.S. where you run through like multiple towns and stuff like that. You know,
I love those cool murals.
Yeah, you got a stretch up through that city, and then you got a stretch down to the finish from it.
Yeah, it looks fantastic out there.
Oh yeah, there. Okay, you can see it.
Yeah, he just left.
And so he has one more big climb, and then
a descent and a kind of a more gradual climb.
basically finishes right down at the bottom of the screen there, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Corey, I saw that too. No fluid top off. Kept his pack on. 19K. We don't know if he has a big bladder in there. The course from here, Al Grates, is, as mentioned, a little bit more of a gradual downhill for what looks like about 3 kilometers, I think, as he traverses this city. And then a grindy climb. Looks like it's almost 800 meters or so. It tops out at about 1,200 meters, and then an equal length descent before a kind of gradual about 5K tilt uphill to the finish.
Official split is 16:41:46.
For the end. So yeah, that's about a 155 split for that last segment. I want to see what his out split confirmed was as well. But we do know he's out. Yeah, we seen it with our own eyes. So that means that our men's leader, our overall race leader, Guomin Dang, has hit the last aid station and is in the home stretch. So
A little under 19K left.
his official out time was 16:43:52. So he didn't take a long time in aid.
About 2 minutes.
Yeah. So that's 156 that segment took. I'm really curious to see how much time, if any, he tacked on to Chen or to Courtney, who we don't know who's going to be next. I mean, Chen Guidu was 19 minutes back at the last aid station, but did not look great. Courtney was 29 minutes back, but looked fantastic. So I don't know what to expect here. And, you know, it could be Chen, it could be Courtney. I mean, the three of them have such a wide lead on the rest of the pack. I mean, Courtney being third overall has a 50-minute lead, a 51-minute lead on third-place man Ryo Murata. So I don't think that he's going to be able to run her down. As much as Ryo has been looking impressive in the second half of this race. Yeah, Corey, I got to be honest. Like, if he's running scared, I don't think he's. I mean, well, could Courtney catch him? Does he? I mean, does he know? Like, is he even asking those questions? Like, is he asking, am I, X amount ahead of the women's leader? That's he might need to start thinking about that potentially.
It looks like he's descending well, though, just based
Yeah.
on that sub 2 hour split through there with that with the bulk of it being a descent, probably with a little bit of technicality. So, if his quads are holding together, I guess I still am curious about no fluid top off, but I assume he knows what he's doing. But 19K is a long way to go with a big climb with whatever fluid he had, which he filled up at F7. So it'll be interesting. I mean, to think of going a final almost 19 miles, which would be from F7 to the finish.
And also interestingly, something we haven't really talked about is that the top three are not Japanese runners. Guomin Dang and Chen Guidu are both Chinese, and then Courtney, of course, from the U.S. The top-ranked men's runner right now is Ryo Murata, and on the women's side, it's Yukari Samia.
And so second place woman is from Japan, and third place male,
Yeah.
Ryo Murata, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Of course, Yukari Samia, the second place woman, as we mentioned, an interesting story for those of you who have been working at this as long as I have, or even longer, like AGW has. She's been doing this for 2 years.
Yeah.
She's been trail running for 2 years, not running ultras for 2 years, trail running for 2 years.
Yeah, it's amazing.
And
it's amazing.
Currently in second place behind Courtney Dauwalter, which is like first place in
Yeah,
99%
right.
races. Our third place woman, Chi Yi Chan, or Chi Yi Yan rather, another amazing story. An attorney out of Hong Kong who has beaten cancer and turned her attentions to ultra running. And based on what our man on the ground, Marco, has said, very well known and very well appreciated for it in the Hong Kong trail scene, which is a pretty stout trail scene from what I understand.
It sure is. Oh, yeah. Hong Kong, they love their running over there. Lots of stairs at Hong Kong.
Yeah, that was one of the things, because I remember Jamil ran it a few years ago and did a video about it, and I think that was one of the things that really kind of amazed me was how many stairs there were on that.
Lots of stairs. So we're still waiting on some footage, but we had a good footage there.
Absolutely, I
of
was
Zhang
grateful to have it.
Coming through that aid station again, no crew at that aid station. And seeing how it's right in the city, I suspect they probably don't want to clog the works up with parking and everything else, or if they were going to transport people, shuttle buses and so forth. So just aid station. And judging by the footage, these aid stations, they seem to leave no stone unturned. They look like they've got some yummy food and supportive volunteers, and I'm sure they can get what they need. Looked like Deng took some soup and was on his way. A couple minutes, collect himself. Didn't take his pack off, didn't sit down, didn't fiddle with his shoes. Just took in some calories and hit the road. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Courtney do something similar. Top off her bottles.
I'm also glad that Kevin gets a break.
Mm-hmm.
His work is done for the day.
Yeah. Poor guy.
He's got to just collect
Poor
her
guy
at the finish.
toils in obscurity. Kevin's great. I love that guy. I've told the story before, but it's worth telling again. He was in Courtney's first Western States. Kevin had the brilliant idea to pace her from Forest Hill to the river crossing, and I was down there doing I Run Far coverage at the river crossing, and Courtney came flying in, and Kevin was nowhere to be found. She was flying in solo, and she filled her bottles and jumped in the boat and crossed the river, and she was like, AJ, just keep an eye out for Kevin, make sure he's okay. And so maybe 15 minutes later, he comes kind of slinking in, all pale and sweaty, and he got unceremoniously dropped about halfway down that wonderful descent from Forest Hill to the river crossing, and just caught a ride back to the finish line, got there in time to see Courtney finish. And I think that was the end of his pacing gigs. He's a good runner in his own right, though. Has several 100-mile finishes, and great guy, great member of the ultra community.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, he's
shares a lot with all of us.
Travis pointing out, yeah, we just discovered that there's a bit of a GPS dead zone as the runners approach F8, which makes sense when you see the profile as they're coming in. As you could see when Guomin Dang came in, it just kind of just dropped in on us, like, all of a sudden. It wasn't like we weren't quite sure where he was at, but he just sounds about right. Yeah, I mean, if Guomin Dang ran that last section in 1:56, so ran it in 1:54, 1:55, and then only spent like 2 minutes at aid. Figure if Courtney is keeping pace at the very least, 15:55, so you're talking a 17:10. So yeah, you're talking about 15 minutes would be when we expect Courtney into that aid station. Based on that's a pretty conservative estimate at this point, because she is making ground. She has been making ground consistently since about the 100K mark. So she's lopped off. At one point, she was back about 45 minutes and is now under 30. So that's on the overall. And we also don't know whether it will be her next, because she was 19 minutes back of Chen Guidu, or she was 10 minutes back of Chen Guidu. So it could be Courtney, it could be Chen. We'll see. And we also, like I said, we don't know when, because if Chen was even holding at this point, we would see him in 5 minutes.
Right? Yeah.
We'll see. We don't know. Like we said, we're kind of in the lead runners are currently in a dead zone in terms of the GPS tracking. So. From what I understand, we don't, because the course has changed directions. It's changed. Like, for instance, Jeff Browning, who ran the race in 2012, mentioned that the course was literally running the other direction and started from the 100K mark. So I saw that Thomas asking in the chat, and Travis had brought up earlier, like the quote all-time course records for this race, both for the men and the women, but it's kind of hard to compare and quantify because the race course has changed so much over the years.
Yeah.
But I believe that Travis also said that it was like 22 and a half hours for the women's CR in any of the runnings. So it's fairly safe to say that Courtney's going to finish well under that.
Yeah. Oh, we got a ping on Courtney.
Oh. Okay. There it is.
23 seconds ago. She's pretty close. Probably.
And we'll keep an eye out to verify, because, as we mentioned, our number 2 runner on the men's side, Chen Guidu, does not have a GPS tracker.
Oh, he
It's
doesn't.
Not one that's working.
Oh, okay.
It actually it tracks at the aid stations, but we can't check his GPS location.
Yeah, and there's still no official split for him, at least yet.
Well, I figure we've got we've got eyes on the feed on the main Japanese feed. So, like if you see them, I'm sure you're gonna pop them up here. So we're just anxiously watching dots on a screen move around.
I'm waiting for them to go to their shots because they're still on the commentators.
Just don't jump scare us like the old the bit where it was like you had to follow a mouse or whatever on the screen. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, here it is. Should be
Uh-oh.
coming up here shortly.
You can tell. Well, I guess that when they perk up and they're looking at something, is that kind of what we use?
I just have their feed coming up for some reason. It has a delay.
Oh, so it looks like Chen Guidu is currently still holding second overall.
It's very close.
Yeah,
Just about at the 17-hour mark.
so it looks like maybe 1641. Maybe about. It looks like he might have basically held.
Oh, here's Courtney.
Oh my. Oh my.
Yeah, she's right there.
So Courtney has closed to within meters
Yeah.
of Chen Guidu. And that means she's about 18, 19 minutes back of the lead.
Behind Dang, yeah.
Pretty
They're gonna
amazing.
Go into a flat city.
Well, I don't know if that necessarily favors Courtney. That's the thing. So, but, the overall 2 and 3 coming into the final aid.
They'll probably be in the aid station together, I would suspect. Again, there's a
No, Courtney's not second overall yet, Jen.
little bit less than 20K to go from here.
So Courtney is, like, we literally just saw she's currently chasing down our second overall right now. So.
Yeah, so I just looked at it. That city's actually a slight downhill.
But it's entirely possible that she does move into second overall between now and the departure of the aid station. I mean,
Great follow cam work here.
absolutely. Yeah, she's less than a minute back of second overall.
It's probably 20 or 30 seconds behind at this point.
Yeah. You could just see off to the left side of the screen.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there he is.
That would be Chen Guidu.
So the
Basically,
gap
he's a switchback ahead of Courtney at this point.
The gap was 28 minutes at F7.
Mm-hmm.
And 17, 18. It's currently 18 minutes. So she will have gained, 6 or 7 minutes on this section on Dang. She looks good, composed, getting her stuff out.
All smiles.
There
they are.
Yeah.
Our M2 and F1, I guess.
Yeah.
Got to be careful when you say that when
Right.
all of the aid stations are all Fs. But yeah, what you've got right there is you've got Courtney Dauwalter on your left, of course, and Chen Guidu on your right. Now they just switch sides on our screen. But yeah, they're right there, and Chen holding or keeping up with her at this point. Looks not quite as smiley as Courtney, but then again, who is?
Nobody ever is.
Yeah. You got to wonder what's going through his head at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, does he say, okay, I got to get out of here now so I can hold out Courtney, or is he just kind of resigned to the fact that she's going to run him down?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can't. That's not fair to Chen. We can't discount what he's done so far.
Sure, and he's still 20 minutes behind Dang.
Yeah,
so
he's held.
He's held that.
He's
pace
held that.
consistently.
It's just that in the last 7 miles, Courtney gained 10 minutes on both of them.
Yeah. Which is she going to hold that through?
Well, if she does that again with about 13, 14 miles to go, it gets very interesting.
Yeah.
And again, she's not rushing. She's
topping off with a Coke.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Yeah, she's not rushing. She knows the drill. She's there she goes.
So an official split on Guido in 17:01:59. And Courtney 17:02:23.
Okay.
So
20 seconds separated them out or in, and probably about the same, a little bit less than that out.
It'll be over that mat right there.
And as much as we were saying Guomin Dang looked good and Chen didn't, he only lost a minute in that last stretch.
And there she goes.
Yeah. Somebody's going.
I'm still. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but Dang not topping off his water, seeing the way these two hit the fluids pretty hard. I don't know. I mean, maybe he has a huge bladder in there or something.
You know what? That's actually an excellent point, AJW.
It's not something we should ignore because. All right, so 17:05. So it's 22 minutes. Did Dang leave at 43? I think he did,
16:43:52.
Yeah. So 22 minutes. So when all's said and done, Courtney gained about 6 minutes in that 13-kilometer stretch. She's got a little more than 19 kilometers to go.
And Courtney is about 50 meters back.
Yeah. Yeah. What a beautiful little spot there.
Absolutely. We'll get the official out splits here momentarily, and so we'll know exactly where they were at. That stretch, or that last 17:02, yeah, Courtney ran that stretch, or that segment.
Keep in mind, folks, this is late night math for old Chris here. So
I'm an accountant that just had month end today, too.
Yeah.
So the official split out 20:59 is their difference between the two men.
20 minutes and 59 seconds.
59 seconds. And we'll get.
So 17:05, so 150.
So about
I'm sorry, 149. So Courtney gained 7 minutes on Dang
Okay.
and 10 on Chen, as they're in a virtual dead heat at this point.
This is a good runner cam.
Yeah, like I said, it's not easy to. As somebody who's follow cammed Courtney before, it's not easy whether you're on hills or whether it's flat. You just kind of just hang on as long as you can. And the amazing thing is that she's 80 some odd miles into it.
I don't think you were there at that point. I think you had left. But at Jackpot 100, Raj Paul, he was running a 4:30 mile. I kept up with him about halfway around that loop until I basically couldn't run anymore.
I remember when Camille ran her 12:40 there, and Jamil had to sell out to keep up with her on that final loop. Like, he was, like, at first he was like gonna follow her, and then he realized that she was so fast. He paused, and then he turned around and went backwards on the loop to catch her coming the other direction. And even then, it took him everything he had because, oh my god.
Did you ever see the video Jamil made of chasing down Jim on the Memorial Day training weekend?
No.
Oh, you should check it out. It was the second day. It was the Cal Street day. And Jim got there late, so he was just getting out of his car when everybody started. So he was in the back. And he just took off, and Jamil just grabbed his camera and followed him. Got him basically a mile. And but he got his camera. He got his, camera on his watch, and was dropping 440s and 450s. I mean, it's a screaming downhill, but it was great. Wow, this is a pretty good follow cam because Courtney's coming right up on our second place man, Chen.
So Courtney gained just under 8 minutes in that last segment. Chen lost about
Look at this.
2.
They got to run through traffic.
There's the pass. Or kind of. And now Courtney has moved into second.
All right, so with just about 17:10 elapsed, with about 19 kilometers left to race, Courtney Dauwalter of the United States has moved into second place.
And at this point, it would take a whole lot going right for one person and a whole lot going wrong for another to dislodge Guomindang from the lead of this race. But as you said,
a minute a kilometer, pretty much, right? It was about a 20-minute gap, so it's 20K to go.
That's a tall ask right there.
Yeah.
If we were a minute a mile, we might have something to possibly look at here. But you never know. As we mentioned, I mean, and you noticed it. I didn't quite catch it, but you mentioned that Dang did not top off any fluids
He
at this last aid station, whereas Courtney took her time to do so.
And Chen, they both did.
Yes.
2 bottles, and Courtney chugged a Coke.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see.
So, I mean, you got to assume that Deng knew what he was doing. He, felt his pack, realized he had what he needed. He took a, big bowl of soup. It's obviously not hot, but like I mentioned, an aid station with 19K to go, you don't want to make a mental mistake there. There's nothing else out there. It's just you to the finish line.
Although there are vending machines along
Well,
the way.
there are vending machines, as we learned.
Maybe that's what his thought was. He's like, maybe I don't know this area. Maybe he does. Maybe he knows that if he does need something, that there's a vending machine every X amount
there's
of
vending
miles.
machines everywhere.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Every corner.
That came up when we first came on.
As silly as that sounds, that's
It's
something to
actually
keep.
very useful.
Well, and there's like good food in the vending machines.
So, from at least my experience there weren't as many food vending machines as there were drink vending machines.
Even better for him.
They were stocked with sports drinks, water, soda. They had tea, coffee. There was like 5 different kinds of coffee.
Wow.
And it actually came out hot. For some of them, there was a hot and cold option.
Could it be that Dang has some inside info and he's going to take a stop at a couple of vending machines, and that is how he saved a little time in that aid station stop?
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't really and this is. Dang didn't interact with anybody at that last stop either. So I don't know if he knows how far ahead he is on the chasers. Maybe he doesn't want to know. Maybe he doesn't want it to mess with his head. I mean, he's got under most circumstances, I would say, a comfortable lead at this point. It would, like I said, it would take a lot for the for the very top of this race to shake out differently than it looks right now. I mean, right now it could be Guido or it could be Courtney finishing second overall, based on what we're looking at now.
This is great follow cam. If I wonder if it's a bike or just a runner on the other side of the road, but hope it
It looks like a runner.
I think it was a runner,
just
yeah.
now switching back to the aid station.
That was some great stuff. So, summarizing, they're together.
Basically about 20, 21 minutes back of overall race leader Guomin Dang, but Courtney is given something for people to stay up and hang out and watch with us here. That's for sure.
And just looking quickly at the actual official rules, that racers can use vending machines and stores located along the race course.
Yeah.
However, they must
Well-
not go off the race course deliberately.
Okay. Anthony
okay.
Lee, actually, they said that between aid stations 3 and 4, like leading up to the 100K mark, was looking for a vending machine to buy something to drink. Like he said that he had an electrolyte imbalance. So that was kind of something he had in mind. So that's why I brought it up. Like, maybe, as wild as it sounds, maybe Dang like knows this area or is felt that he didn't need to top off because, he knows that he might pass a place to pick something up along the way because it is legal.
I wish this.
Oh, Kevin has jumped into the chat. Uh-oh.
Kevin, you're doing an ace's job out there keeping us entertained. That's for sure. Saw your interview at F6 and loved hearing you chat with the media over there. So,
And Kevin, you got to know, it's probably been a good couple of months since I last told the Kevin getting dropped by Courtney story, so I had to tell it again. But, couldn't happen to a better guy.
he's hanging out having just stress eating snacks from 7-Eleven. Well, your work is pretty much done at this point, right? I mean, you basically just need to make sure you're there to a collector at the end. You can kind of just sit in a chair and for however long it takes you to run, about 18K at this point. I am intrigued by the fact that Chen seems intent to basically draft behind Courtney right here.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah,
It's not
smart
like
strategy as well.
Yeah. I mean, does he think that he's going to, challenge her up a hill? Bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see. But no, I mean, he's running a great race. I mean, he's been, one of the top 2 men for, since the 50K mark. So, they're both doing an extremely great job.
So again, as far as we can interpret, this is just a gentle kind of downhill through this town. And it looks like it's probably, 3 or 4 kilometers. Looks like it's kind of along a river grade right there. Yeah. I suspect they probably cross that river or turn away from that river and then kick up what is the final significant climb of the course as far as, kind of my back of the envelope, about an 800-meter climb and steep.
So, yeah, it is currently this is the time for the race. The race started at midnight, so this is actually the current time of day as well. So it's about 5:17 as you're watching this local time in the Mount Fuji 100. This is Chris Warden and Andy Jones-Wilkins handling the, quote, alternate language broadcast, the English broadcast, as our Japanese friends are basically the main feed, and we're pirating off, not pirating, but we're piggybacking off of them.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. And shout out to those that are watching on the World Trail Majors channel as well. We're glad to have you here, no matter where you're watching from. I would assume that the World Trail Majors channel is probably only going to get a short breather, as they've got a race to cover here this weekend as well.
That's right. Yeah,
in the Madeira.
Some great footage here running through this town.
Now, somebody's asking. No, this is not for P1, not for first overall. This is the second overall, basically second and third right now. The overall leader, Guomin Dang, is about 20 minutes ahead of them, and that's with about 18K to go at that point. Probably not a lead that they can overtake at this point. I mean, they would have to basically run 2 minutes faster per mile at this point in order to run him down.
Yeah, it would have to. I mean, it would probably have to falter a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe make a little mistake.
As long as he hits a vending machine when he needs to hit a vending machine, he'll be fine.
So Deng is actually currently following the Kazumi River.
Okay.
Doesn't look like there's much out there for vending machines, unfortunately. But he's got about 15K until the finish.
Okay, so he's about 9 miles out, give or take, maybe about 9.25 miles. Whereas
there's a vending machine.
See?
Yep, there's one.
Yeah. Chen staying, stride for stride with Courtney. I mean, that's, I don't care who you are. Almost 90 miles into a race, that's extremely impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if Courtney, is able to hold off Chen, I think that second overall is an absolutely amazing feat at this point. So it looks like Bib 203 is Dang, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so he's made his way through town, and you mentioned is along a river trail?
The Kazumi River.
Okay.
Good. I'll just check in real quick. We've got everybody's waking up around the globe.
Yeah.
Checking in from Greta from South Africa. Good to see you, Greta. We've got a visitor from Australia, Stuart Webster from Romsey, the UK, Micah B. From Australia, stress making dinner and watching an awesome finish. This was, of course, in response to Kevin's stress eating snacks from 7-Eleven. And various people making fun of your commentator for once again telling the Kevin getting dropped story. We've got North Dakota. Very good to hear from you.
Kevin giving us some intel on the ground here. She was super focused, ready for beer gravity to take over, but biding her time with the beast of a climb coming up. Her nutrition game today was A++++. Wood crew again.
Excellent.
Of course, that is Kevin Schmidt. That is Courtney Dauwalter's crew person / other half.
Very good. A couple visitors from the Netherlands, Johan and Bram van Diemen. France Food Packaging from, of all places, France. Jilsey, 1:20 a.m. from NorCal. Well, that's our time here.
Yep.
Graham from Bedford, UK. B. Johnson from New Zealand. A visitor, CC Nandi from Romania. Alexandra Smaga from Poland. Good to hear from you. Boston, Massachusetts, 4:20 a.m. Adam Ribeiro. Awesome. Another Dakota, South Dakota. And another Californian at 1:20. So who needs sleep?
I've got some other people as well in the World Trail Majors chat as well. Alafansia, I believe. I apologize if I butchered that name. Cheers from Indonesia. Tutichi from Brisbane. Ash from Southampton, UK. Web Passions from Belgium. Jimmy from Australia. Histology from the Netherlands.
Singapore, Denmark, Hong Kong, Paris, France.
Austria, Salzburg, Czech Republic, Berlin, France.
I tell you what, Chris, this is
Alberta.
an international sport. Don't
This
let
warms
anybody
my
tell you
heart.
it's not.
Pennsylvania,
This is so great.
Romania, Sweden, Switzerland, Belgium. I mean, this it's so great to see. Washington State. Yeah, thanks to everybody for hanging out with us here. Whether you're watching on the World Trail Majors channel or on the Mountain Outpost channel, we are glad to have you here with us because, frankly, it's 1:20 in the morning and I'm drinking coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually, what's really kind of wild is that I was feeling like, completely 100% wide awake, and I would say until about a good 60 seconds ago, and all of a sudden I got this wave of exhaustion as I see our producer drinking a Celsius.
Alaska in the house. Malaysia checking in. Hamburg, Germany. The Netherlands again. By the way, this is a great shot of the final aid station, the 147.8K aid station at really one of the lowest points on the course, right around 740 meters. This is a good overhead shot of when they come out of town, make that left, and begin that beast of a climb.
Can you confirm how far apart those pings are, or those two dots? No.
According to this.
They can't be that close.
Let me check the times, but yeah, 2 minutes, minute 16, so.
And okay, so Dang is at what point, like at what?
152.2.
And Courtney was at?
149.8.
That seems really close.
This is getting close.
Yeah, I think it is getting
I guess
close.
it is, 2 miles. Oh, no, I guess 2 miles, that would make sense. That would be about 20 minutes, give or take. Okay, so I got to keep in mind that there are basically about 10, 11 miles to go.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that is a huge deficit at this point.
And we don't have any cam on them anymore. We don't know if Male 2 and Courtney are still together.
Yeah.
We can only assume. But
Yeah. I mean, initially it did look like Chen was intent to draft behind Courtney there for a while. So, he kept up with her,
Yeah.
Don't know how long he's going to do it, but he seemed fine to run with her for there.
Bit of GPS lag, it looks like, but.
Boise, Idaho. Good to hear from you.
And now we're back into watching dots mode.
Mm-hmm.
I will do what I can to try and catch us up with the rest of the pack. As we mentioned on the women's side of the race, such a gap has opened up that it's kind of difficult to see exactly how far back the rest of the field is. So at aid station 6, this is your top 4 at this point. First is Courtney Dauwalter. Second is Yukari Samia, about 2 hours back. In third place, Yumi Hosokawa, 4 hours back. And in fourth place, Chi Yan. Yan is a Hong Kong native and currently running 4 hours and 13 minutes back of first place and sitting in fourth. That Yumi Hosokawa actually passing Yan fairly recently as they departed aid station 6. But yeah, I mean, you compare where they were at F6. Meanwhile, Courtney's past F8. It's really hard to try and get an exact number. Like I said, we're talking about the fact that Courtney's not slowing down at all. She's been gaining on the field for the last 30 miles.
Oh yeah, and from what we can see on this map, if this is from all the trackers that are currently working, the difference between Courtney at 150.5 kilometers, according to this, it's about 10 kilometers ahead of the next person.
And on the men's side, we've got a bit of a gap that's opened up as well. Ryo Murata is in third place. At last check was about 80 minutes back of the lead. Hayato Nishikata in fourth place, 86 minutes back. And Alexander Boucher from France about 100 minutes back of the lead. So a little bit of tightness together from 3 through 5 on the men's side as they left F7. We'll see what happens as they approach 8. Now, that was about an hour ago that those runners, hour and 15 minutes ago that those runners hit F7. What we've seen so far is that Dang and Guidu ran the F7 to F8 stretch in about 156, 158, whereas Courtney ran it in 149. So Courtney did gain 7 minutes on the leader and 9 minutes on the second place man in the Mount Fuji 100 mile. So I don't know when we're going to have eyes on the front of the pack again. We'll just keep our eye out. We've got no cameras, so we'll try and update. You know, this is as good of a time as any to update people on where our Western runners are. As we mentioned, Courtney Dauwalter, obviously the most prominent name among Western runners in this race. Courtney, as we've seen, is trying to chase down the very front of the race. Currently either in second or third overall, depending on where she and Chen Guidu are currently at. We don't know because Chen's GPS tracker is not working, but last we saw he was drafting literally steps behind Courtney. So we'll see how that pans out. Another woman running this race, Nicole Bitter, did withdraw at the 100K mark. Hopefully Nicole is okay. I know that Zach Bitter was crewing her, and they know how to handle these races when things go good as well as when things go bad. So hopefully Nicole is going to be okay, and we'll see her again on the trails soon. On the men's side, Anthony Lee from Colorado is currently in 16th place after the F6 aid station. We'll see if there is movement when he gets to F7. Anthony had been on the boundary, around the borders of the top 10 most of the day, but at the F6 aid station, he took his time there, which 14:23. How long did he take? So he took about 41 minutes at the F6 aid station. So that explains why he is where he's at. Pete Mortimer, UK runner, but currently residing in Flagstaff, has moved from 48th to 42nd to 37th to, where is he at now? To 51st. So he took some time at F6, not unlike Anthony Lee. It sounds like some people thought it was getting warm there. Pete is no stranger to the heat, but if it's humid, that's something he might not have been prepared for. But he is currently on the outside of the top 50. Let's see how long he took at F6. I want to verify that. So he left at 17:14. Okay, so he took about 42 minutes at the aid station, almost exactly what Anthony Lee did. So Pete might have been doing
Maybe
some
doing a little
troubleshooting.
reboot.
Yeah.
Looks like might also have another GPS dead zone.
So thanks for that update, Chris. We're getting everybody up to speed on
Yeah.
on where we are. What a race. Courtney Dauwalter in second place, approximately 20 minutes behind Guomindang, and last we saw running along with Chen Guidu. They're on the climb, on the final somewhat beastly climb that tops out at about 1,250 meters. There you can see it. So the red dot.
I believe that peak is actually 1,500.
1,500?
That's a sharp climb. That last climb is no joke. You know, like you can see that area bottoms out at just under maybe about 700 meters and climbs up to about 1,400 meters. That's the last climb in the race. Of course, right now we're kind of going through our graphics package, kind of showing where you're at. F8 is where the lead runners just recently left, the top two men and the top woman. Just about 19K from there to the finish. So we're to give some depth to what we're working with in terms of coverage. We don't have our normal coverage teams. We have a dedicated on the ground team, courtesy of Marco Louis.
Yeah.
Who is doing an amazing job out there for us. But other than that, we are at the we are provided with the feed from the Japanese coverage team. We're kind of basically the alternative language broadcast.
Yeah.
As I've
Now
said
we do.
repeatedly.
Marco has let us know he dropped a video team off at aid station F8. He's going to have that crew send in some footage, some action footage from the aid station. Even though the leaders are through, could certainly get some footage through there. And Marco himself has circled back to get to the finish line to make sure he's there on the ground for the finishes.
Some more interesting news, possibly.
Oh,
Granted, these times are a little out, be about 2-3 minutes. Their distance is about 1.5 kilometers.
Really? Wow.
must be a brutal climb. That's all I'm going to say.
If we're looking at 152.8 there. There's nothing there, but looking at that climb, steep out here, it's gonna be a.
Yeah, so they're right in the
They're hitting
in the
that.
throes of that last big climb. So yeah, the runner the GPS tracking, I mean, is limited to the top 40, I believe they said, or at least their anticipated top 40, give or take runners. It wasn't like every runner was given a GPS tracking module.
Oh, really?
So, yeah.
So it could be that there's some runners in the pack that they may not have predicted would be in their top 40 that actually are in the top 40 and don't have trackers.
Yeah, that's entirely
Yeah,
possible.
yeah.
I mean, and I don't know what their decision making or how they figured out who would get one and who wouldn't, but
When you're just looking at all this, this is everyone with a tracker.
like all of those dots.
All of those dots are.
I thought that those were like guesstimates of like okay, so
Those are all official trackers. Maybe you like signed up to do it or something.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, I know that I was told that not every runner had tracking, so because it is very costly to have, you know, constant GPS trackers on all runners. That's why not every American race does it. And to be honest, what I've discovered, at least, you know, from my experience, is that it's usually as a safety precaution, not any sort of like tracking runners to see who's winning. Like for instance, for Cocodona, you know, every runner gets a GPS tracker simply because they want to make sure. And we have Race Command, like literally, you know this, you know, we have Race Command basically keeping track of runners and watching runners to see if they go off course, because it has happened. I mean, you know, runners finding them. Yeah.
The only reason we knew that she dropped, or that she possibly dropped, is because she was.
Because her tracker was headed off like in a wild direction at a fairly rapid pace. Yeah, it's the GPS tracking is a nice tool for our benefit, but first and foremost, it's usually used as a safety tool. So, you know, we're grateful to have it. Don't get me wrong, but.
A quick scan of Courtney Dauwalter's overall results. Let's just ballpark say from the pandemic. There were a couple of small races, but pretty much starting with San Juan Solstice in June of 2021, Courtney finished third overall. And by the way, in all of these, she finished in first place woman. At UTMB in 2021, seventh overall. Ultra Trail Cape Town, eighth overall. Madeira Island Ultra Trail, 11th overall. Hard Rock in 2022, sixth overall. Diagonal des Fous, fourth overall. Bandera, we talked about that, sixth overall. Gran Canaria, seventh overall. Western States, sixth overall. Hard Rock, fourth overall. UTMB 2023, 25th overall. So if this track's the way it is, it'd be her highest overall finish, at least since the pandemic. We do know she won the outright Moab 240 back in, I want to say, 2017. But in terms of, you know, highly competitive international ultras, she's had plenty of top 10 overall finishes, a handful of top 5 overall finishes. This would be her first second place overall, were she to stay ahead of or pull ahead of Chen, who she left town with a short while ago.
Yeah, as we mentioned, Chen doesn't have a tracker that we have access to, so we're just kind of going by the fact that for a while we saw him running with M1, and now we've seen him running with F1, and just kind of assuming he is somewhere in that area. Whose mic keeps dropping out? Was it yours? Or? Oh, okay. Yep, we're just watching dots at this point until we've got our ground team in place. Yeah, thank you very much to everybody who is sticking with us through the wee hours. For those of you that are watching here in the western part of the United States, where it's approaching bar close.
Yeah.
It's kind of my frame of reference. I'm Chris Warden.
Andy Jones Wilkins, getting close to 2 a.m.
Yeah. I know that Zach Marion will be joining us here in a little bit. He was going to get some well-deserved rest and then is going to, I believe, relieve me as I need to get some rest because I've got to be back in the office because this is my fun side gig.
Yeah.
So I've got to be in the office tomorrow doing number crunching at about 5 hours. And then
that's going to be a highly productive day.
Well, like I said earlier, it was today was month end. So, Thursday was month end. So I have a little bit of breathing room because I busted my butt earlier this week to make sure that I could do this and focus on this. Like I spent, some hours today. I got out of work about 2 hours early, and then that's when I started cribbing together the last of our sheets. So
since we're getting toward the end of your shift, I think I'm gonna stick around until a little bit after that because I don't have to be at work in the morning. What's your favorite Japanese food? Top three or so. That you've eaten.
I do love shabu shabu. I enjoy that style of cooking. Japanese teppan grilling is a favorite of mine. So there's a restaurant in my hometown named JMK Nippon where the owner was the original, basically day one trainer for Benihana's.
Really?
He went and opened his own teppan grilling restaurant, and that's, I actually took my son there when I went back to visit this winter, and we had a great time. And what was kind of cool was that some of the chefs that I saw and the chef that took care of us was the same guy that, used to this is going to be crazy, but took care of myself and my son's mom when we used to be dating as teenagers. Yeah, it was kind of wild. So, teppan grilling holds a special place in my heart. I am any sort of sushi with tuna, totally love it. Octopus, big fan. Not big on salmon, but from what I understand, that's more of an Americanized thing. Mm-hmm. So, but yeah, no, I pretty much everything that I've tried that in regards to Japanese cuisine, I've enjoyed, with the exception of anything that's very heavily egg based. Mm. I have a serious aversion to eating eggs, and so even though I am Asian, my Asian friends actually make fun of me and joke about pulling my card because of the fact that I cannot stomach eating eggs.
Yeah.
So,
and yet you're one of the great annual events you host every year after the the iconic local 50K in the springtime, which happened last month, the Crown King Scramble. You produce the Crown King Scrambled Eggs breakfast.
Yeah, and
you just don't eat the eggs.
Yeah,
you just feed them to everybody else.
Yeah, I'll cook eggs for 50 people, but don't ask me to eat one.
Now, I also know that you're a big steak guy. You like your way around a steakhouse and so forth. What do you make of? I mean, some of the beef that comes from Japan is legendary.
Yeah.
Have you had your fair share of Japanese beef? And I mean, I know the Kobe beef is a big one, and I can't remember the other one, but
I've only had
Wagyu. Yeah.
I've only had
Wagyu. Hideki Matsuyama had Wagyu beef at his Masters Championship dinner.
Yeah. No, so I've had A3 once, and that's it. And it was fantastic. Was it the best thing I've ever eaten? I don't know, but it was really good. So I mean, I want to try it again, and I want to have more. And if I do ever visit Japan, I do intend to go over there and have one meal where I just don't care how much I spend. But yeah, no.
I imagine it's pretty expensive if you go to a sort of a high-end place in Tokyo or.
Oh, you're talking $30 an ounce.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, $30 to $40 an ounce for A5.
Yeah, depending on where you go, it will change a little bit. While I was there, we had yakiniku, which is basically grill your own meat. You order just a platter.
Mm-hmm. That's what Pete did earlier this week.
Is that right?
Really
Yeah.
good. But yeah, it can be very expensive depending on what meats you get. Like the more exotic types, like say beef tongue and like cheek, it's gonna be more expensive than your like more steak flank.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Again, here we are talking to Chris about Japanese food because he is a full-blown foodie. And as those of you who've been around now for a little while, we're in this area where the runners are traversing the final climb. They're within 16, 17 kilometers of the finish. We are, as we've been saying repeatedly, at the mercy of the Mount Fuji 100-mile race coverage, their camera team on the ground. It being Japan, and we're coming to you from our studio here at Mountain Outpost in Phoenix, Arizona, in contrast to our domestic race coverage of things like Cocodona, which is coming up in a couple of weeks, and Hard Rock and Javelina, and this year Western States, where we have a team of folks who will fly drones and have cameras on the ground that'll be part of our team. In this case, we have one team. With Marco that we've heard from several times. He's getting around to the finish line and has dropped a couple videographers off at aid station 8. But other than that, our producer is here picking up whatever kind of video feed we can find from the race organizers. And in the meantime, we'll just chat and look at this map.
Yeah, I mean, Jordan, why don't you show them what they would be seeing on the main feed right now? I mean, they're basically in the same situation we are. They're just more recognizable, better looking than us. So we figured that rather than having to look at AGW and I scramble for things to talk about at 2 a.m. local time, we would just keep an eye on the map, because at least the map has some dynamic things going on with it, even if it is basically blinking here, blinking there. Like, that's kind of where we're at right now. We're waiting for our teams to get in place, and trust me, we want to bring you Marco as soon as we've got him.
Yeah, we do.
And we want to bring you a different camera shot because the two feeds that we have are Marco and his team, as well as the Japanese live stream full feed. We don't have any other cameras there. As AJW said, we're grateful to have what we do at 6,000 miles away. So, and
a little bit on Marco and his team too. Keep in mind there are over 3,000 participants in this race, and granted he's following the front of the pack, but he mentioned to us just on our back channels that they were stuck in traffic for about 45 minutes and trying to get from one aid station to the other. And these are real things that happen at real ultras. And if you have one camera crew on the ground and they're trying to get from point A to point B, and the traffic's backed up because there's crews flying all over the place, that's just something that's going to happen. I'm sure Marco right now is trying to find a place to park in the area where he's going to be filming and interviewing at the finish. And so as soon as we get contact with him, we'll certainly get him set up, hear a little bit of the sights and sounds from the finish line as we get closer and closer to what could very well be a pretty exciting finish.
Absolutely. And what we're also trying to do is, I do believe that they have some camera crews on the Japanese side, but again, we don't have any communication with those teams. But I would hope that they're still going to have some feeds at F8 here. The thing that happened, though, is that the top 3 runners, Dang, Guido, and Courtney, all are so far ahead of the rest of the field. In Courtney's case, 2 hours easily ahead of the rest of the women's field, 4 hours ahead of the back end of the podium. And Dang and Guido are also over an hour ahead of the rest of the men's field as well. Ryo Murata, Hayato Nishikata, and Alexander Boucher rounding out the top 5, and they're all about an hour 20 back of the lead. At least that was at last glance. And if we get eyes on them as they approach F8, trust me, we will pivot to that immediately. Jordan will just pop it up for us. So, he's watching, and he would much rather look at the screen of the other feed than look at us.
Right.
That's for darn sure. So, ultra running coverage is a whole lot of hurrying up and waiting. So, that's really what it is. Is that sometimes with these trail ultras, they're a lot of fun to cover, and they're exciting when things are happening, but it's a whole lot of waiting for a glance or a minute of a runner. It's pretty wild, to be honest. But we love doing it. We love bringing it to you as best we can. If each of you tell about 200 people, and those people each tell another 500 people, maybe they'll fly us next year, and we'll have a little bit more domain over.
That's right.
Over our coverage. I have no problems pitching that one. I'm sure Jamil might feel differently about it, but
just the flights alone is very expensive.
well, I know that. Hey, if they said, "Hey, Jamil, we could use you to fly a drone over here," he'd be over on the next flight.
A couple more questions in the chat about the course. Again, the leaders, the first 3 runners are through the final aid station, which is at 147.8 kilometers. The finish is 166.6 kilometers, so a little bit under 19 kilometers, with one significant climb, which we are assuming all 3 of those leaders are on at some point in the climb. Deng approximately 20 minutes ahead of Courtney and Guido. At least they were together leaving the town. Once they crest that climb, which looks like it's about 12K from the finish, they've got a nice, looks like about 6K descent, and then a gradual uphill, probably through that town there and into the finish. Not a climb per se, but a gradual uphill. So they're on this large climb. They'll have an equally significant descent and then a gradual uphill to the finish. We're guesstimating. Again, this is a guesstimate as we're getting to just about the 18-hour mark of the race, that we could see, the winner somewhere between 19 hours, let's call it 19 and 19:30. We'll certainly have a winner under 20 hours. And Courtney and Guido were really running pretty much stride for stride. We had a really great runner cam, if you didn't get a chance to see it, following them out of town. Guido left the aid station, probably 20 seconds, 30 seconds ahead of Courtney. And within a minute or two, Courtney caught up to him and passed him. And he settled in behind her. They made their way through the rest of the town and made that sharp left that you can see toward the top of your screen, and began that climb up that ridge.
Just a heads up that our second place woman, Yukari Samia, has left F7 2 hours and 37 minutes back of Courtney.
Wow.
And having a great race for a debut 100-miler.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing can be taken away from her efforts here at this race. So, but it just so happens that, for her debut 100 miler, she happened to be going up against, arguably the greatest runner of all time.
Yeah.
The greatest ultra runner of all time. So, it's just pretty amazing that, that we're able to witness this here. So, as we anxiously await what is most likely going to be Guomin Dang finishing this race first, then again, I don't know. Like, we're kind of trying to handicap. Oh, here we go. What do you got for us, Jordan?
So doing some bad math here.
Bad math is all we got at 2 in the morning.
A minute ago, Dang was at 154.8.
Okay.
And about 3-ish minutes ago, Courtney was at 153.1.
So you're talking about
a 1.7, possibly less.
1.7K.
1.7K.
So about a mile with 166 with 12K to go. It's getting real. It's getting real. It's getting real
I'm
late.
I'm gonna call it. It's gonna be close. We're gonna.
Yeah. It is absolutely going to be close. I'll be honest. I think, like we said, I think that it would take, a whole lot of things going one direction and a whole lot of things going in another direction for Courtney or Chen to run down Dang. But I mean, I've watched things flip in the last 10K of a race before. It can absolutely happen.
At the risk of sounding like a broken record here, I will mention again that I found it curious, as did several people in the chat, that Dang, he spent 2 minutes in that aid station, but did not top off his fluids.
Yeah.
I don't know if he has a 4-liter bladder or if he has vending machines along the way, which we have learned is legal. That doesn't look like there's any vending machines where they are right now, though. Let's hope he knows what he's doing. But of course, we saw both Guido and Courtney, and they topped off on fluids. Courtney threw down a Coke. We hope for the best, but as I mentioned, you don't want to make a mistake in that final aid station with 19K to go and a big climb that ends up costing you the race. I hope it doesn't happen. I think Deng's run an incredible race and probably at this point deserves the win, but I mean, the slightest misstep, the slightest error in execution at this point, and Courtney's going to be right on him.
So now that you mentioned vending machines, depending on how developed that trail is, I don't know what it's like, obviously. There are some trails
remote
that
vending machines.
That would be wild.
At least I've been on one that had one or two, and if they were slightly more developed, they were at a temple. But depending on how developed it could be, there may be one. No guarantees, but it's very possible, I would say.
Or they could pop out like on, say, a trailhead, and there might be a vending machine, a little store, and something like that. I mean, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, mentioning Box Hill, dude. You got this today. You got Madeira tomorrow. You got Madeira today into tomorrow. Canyons this weekend as well.
Yeah, it's a big weekend.
It is
last weekend
huge...
by April's a big weekend in the sport. And then let's not forget Cocodona a week from Monday.
Yeah.
Tune in. Don't miss it.
Well, I mean, in a week, we're going to be heading up to Flagstaff to get ready.
That's right.
Or in 8 days. So,
yep, we're moving our studio north. And setting up shop for a good week in Flagstaff. Incredible field, by the way, assembling for Cocodona this year. And the race is full. We'll talk a lot more about it, but I had the opportunity to jump into the training run that Steve coordinated earlier this month on the first 37 miles of the course. And it is as advertised. That first 37 miles is no joke.
Yep. Yeah, no, thank you to all of you that are tuning in here. As excited about this, what is shaping up to be a little bit of a hectic finish. I can see that we've got, over 400 on the Mountain Outpost channel now, and well in excess of 600 on the World Trail Majors channel. So thanks to all of you for tuning in. And yes, right now we are all like looking at and watching dots, and between that. Like, those are our feeds right now. We basically have the dots and we have the Japanese commentary team.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yep.
We kind of, we're just kind of following things until our video team is in place at the finish line, as well as, here we go.
So this is our videographer at aid station 8.
Yeah, that's the Fuji stream.
Oh, it is the Fuji
that's
stream.
Bib number 224. That's Ryo Murata.
Okay.
That is currently, or was in third place last I saw on the men's side. So hitting the Fuji Yoshida aid station with about 19K to go.
Hey, guys, did I miss anything?
Yeah, you missed a couple of runners running through aid stations, and
A little bit of a shakeup, eh?
yeah.
I hear Courtney's out there doing Courtney things.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it. Absolutely. No, Courtney is looking amazing. Been taking chunks out of the men's leaderboard, with every passing aid station. It's been amazing.
I step outside for 90 minutes to take a nap, and Courtney has just absolutely shredded it.
Yeah, Courtney's looked great. There has been some shakeup on the men's side. As we mentioned, Ryo Murata, as you can see on your screen, is currently in third place. Hayato Nishikata is in fourth, and Frenchman Alexander Boucher has moved into fifth.
Someone's having a great day.
Oh, yeah, he is. And he looked great back there at F6.
What a phenomenal move up throughout the field.
Just
consistently doing his thing all day. It's a huge... it's not something that is uncommon to see here in the sport, but someone who takes their time to execute their game plan.
Yep.
And,
Can we take a moment to talk about how cool that guy's pack is?
So many cool packs.
Several
I feel
that
like
is a very cool
Japan
pack.
is the hotbed for ultra running fashion, and I think we all just need to start accepting what we see here.
Look at that.
Will be the fashion trends. This is fashion week for trail running.
The personalized style packs. Like I said, we know we have a guy on our stream who, has his own pack design as it is. Maybe he needs to incorporate some of these.
I'm gonna have to hit up Bryce Thatcher over at Ultraspire.
We've also gotten to know the women's field a little bit more as well. As we mentioned, of course, Courtney has been amazing. Yukari Samia, did you hear what we found out a little bit earlier, that she's only been doing this for 2 years?
Yeah, she's relatively new to the sport, and the beginning of the day, our first opportunity to speak with her at an aid station was 50K in. That's when we first got eyes on aid stations, and Marco was talking to her, and she was just very straightforward about, hey, this is my first 100-miler. I'm afraid these people are going out a little too hot. I'm going to take my time. I'm going to do my race. And she just literally has been at every aid station, just smiles, happiness, kind of that, almost deer in the headlights look, on top of just being excited to be out here and to do what she does. And it's been paying off for her. She's just been having a phenomenal day.
Well, what's amazing to me, and I heard that conversation yesterday, but if you think about it, she said that everybody was going out hot.
But she was in second
really
place.
Well.
Right.
Yeah. That's what really kind of blew me away.
Her crew did make note. Her crew was like, well, because Marco talked to her crew afterwards, and she's like, well, she's an hour ahead of where she wants to be by mile 50, so I told her to slow down a little bit.
Which is just amazing, to be in that situation. In third place on the women's side, if I can read my notes. Okay, Yumi Hosokawa has moved into third place on the women's side. In fourth place, Qi Yan, a Hong Kong runner who has who beat cancer, an attorney out of Hong Kong, and apparently a pretty inspiring story. And in 5th place, Kanako Itamoto, who has raced Black Canyon, actually ran it in 2023. So and we've had some interesting stories to follow on the women's side as well.
Courtney seems to have possibly stopped.
Her tracker, her GPS is.
It went from like 6
Courtney
minutes.
doesn't stop. She just keeps going.
No, 4 minutes to go from here to here. Where we've got.
Yeah, well, that's where the
Dang, all the
downhill
way
starts.
downhill.
At least that was my understanding. So
Kind of drops into that valley there.
yeah, like we said, I think that it was a whole, maybe was doing a whole lot of work there. If when we were talking about Courtney potentially running down the overall lead in this race, I mean, it was just a question of how much real estate there was, but. We'll see.
Undoubtedly, she knows where the rest of the field is, and she knows what she's doing. And
For sure.
her goal to shoot for the overall win, I'm certain is there. I'm sure it's crossed her mind that, hey, like, I know I've got the women's race have a fairly significant gap between me and second place. So
2.5 hours.
What's in front of me? The next person.
Yeah.
And then what's in front of them? The finish line. Let's just see if we can mow that down.
So yeah, on the men's side, as we mentioned, the 3rd place in the men's race, Ryo Murata hit the F8 aid, the final aid station, and departed at 18:05:40, about an hour 21 off of the lead. So that's where we're at as far as the men's podium goes.
What a day has transpired out here in the beautiful landscape out there around Mount Fuji in Japan. It's just been so incredibly fun to watch these athletes, that many of whom we haven't had experience with, that we're getting to see for the first time.
Absolutely.
In their element and do their thing. Others, whom we love and our amazing queen Courtney Dauwalter representing the U.S. so incredibly well. I know it sounds like Nicole Bitter had to pull out, but we're always inspired and proud and incredibly just in awe of watching what she does, her and her partner Zach out there. Then we have, Anthony Lee, Pete Mortimer, a number of other U.S. athletes, but, really being able to see a new contingency of athletes out there and learn their stories. It's so much fun.
Well, our overall leader, Guomen Dang, is running Western States. So this is our preview as to what he can do. Who's to say that, I would assume that he's kind of looking at this somewhat as a tune-up for Western States.
I mean, at least one heck of a long run.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it was funny because AJW mentioned that he thought maybe it was a little bit too close to Western States, and then he, did a compare and contrast with the fact that Courtney is running this ahead of Hard Rock, and I was like, they're only like 2 weeks apart this year.
Not a ton of difference in that.
Yeah, about 13 days. So, it's definitely, I think, a final tune-up for some of these runners who are running, Western States or Hard Rock. So, and it doesn't sound like there's many. So, I mean, I don't know what Anthony Lee has gotten into. I don't know what Nicole Bitter's gotten into, if they've got anything. I don't think that either one of them is in Western States.
Not that I know of, no.
Yeah. So they usually have pretty stout race seasons anyways. Like, I would be shocked if Anthony wasn't running URay 100 again this year, because it seems like the race doesn't actually start.
I know he's pretty stoked on his his racing this year. Recent changes to some of his fueling strategies, going fat adapted and being more of along the lines of a Bronco Billy OFM athlete who's strategic carbs, and he was hoping that would help him continue to stay strong throughout the entirety of a race. And just to be able to see him have such a great day at Hurt 100, and then he's had a pretty decent day out here. Obviously, he's had some lows, but he's a high volume racer. He's not someone who comes out and cherry picks 1 or 2 races a year or goes all in on just a couple races. He wants to race everything and race top competition.
Absolutely.
And go to some cool places.
No, Gene, you can't miss Courtney's finish. I mean, you got to stick around at this point. You're pot committed.
Yeah, no, you're in it. You're in it, man.
Yeah, you can't fold now.
I dozed off for an hour, 90 minutes, and popped up first thing. Phone was out, listening to the live stream, and it was just like, well, looks like I got to go back to work, guys.
Well, I think I'm gonna slide over. I'll hang out for another few minutes. I'm gonna try my best to stay up and watch the finish of this race, but I think that I'm going to cede my seat at the table here to Zach Marion and AGW. As always, it's been a pleasure.
All right. Yes, indeed,
but
Chris.
I am tired, and I don't want to stumble over my words any more than I already have. So thanks, everybody, for tuning in. I'm going to relinquish my seat to better talent here. More wide awake talent.
Don't take those notes away.
Okay.
You're taking AJW's lifeline away.
I'll leave my notes behind, but I am going to switch seats and head over to the couch. And you and Zach, I know, will capably call Courtney, and
we can at least handle the next couple hours until Jeff and Corinne get back in here and save us.
You are so nice to have given them an extra chance to sleep in, I gotta say.
Hey, he's got Cocodona coming up. It's anything far more important. I've got Cocodona coming up as well, apparently.
Right? I was gonna say, like I said, you were being very
He gets
nice.
the easy job of running it.
That's right.
I've got to worry about everything else around it. But yeah, no, thank you, Chris, for being out here again as usual. And Chris, the Mountain Outpost After Dark it's becoming a thing that the community loves. So thank you so much for leading it.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
You are the anchor man.
And I'll tell you what, I'm excited about what I've seen that we've got coming out for Cocodona After Dark. So
we've got some fun things planned.
Super excited. Thanks, folks.
All right, Chris. I may have broken the coffee maker.
I gotta go fix that. I'll be back, guys. Get settled for 2 minutes.
I needed to get that one in because I'm in need of a cup of coffee, and I'm just not sure. It's one of these. We're here at the high-tech world of the Mountain Outpost headquarters, and I just couldn't get the thing to work. And I knew Zach was going to come back, and maybe I give him a little time to wake up. I'm sure he can fix whatever it is that I broke, but we've got 3 more hours, 2.5 more hours here, and I think I'm going to need some coffee. And so hopefully I didn't completely break it. We are the Mountain Outpost live stream of the Mount Fuji 100-miler. It is our first foray into international race live streaming. As I think most of you know, if you're following along, it's been an incredible couple of years, going from being sort of the local live streamers of our local favorites like Black Canyon and Javelina and Cocodona, to last year adding some big ticket events like Bandera and Hard Rock and Run Rabbit Run, to this year going all in. Jamil and the team made the wise decision to to hire Zach, who's coming on in a few minutes to chat with me as the director of Livestream Media, to continue to expand Matt Feldick's role as the director of marketing, and to really double down on the live stream coverage that is provided by Mountain Outpost, essentially the media arm, if you will, of Aeroviper Running. And this year already, of course, we've had Black Canyon. Also, a team went up to both Big Alta and Gorge Waterfalls, two of Daybreak Racing's races. And as we've chatted already a little bit, in addition to this Mount Fuji 100-mile live stream, we're getting ready for what is almost always the highlight of our live streaming year, even as we go more mainstream, the Cocodona 250. A dream that was launched by Jamil Curry back in, I want to say 2016 or 17. I think, Chris, was when you first heard the word Cocodona?
It was 2018.
2018.
Yeah.
Just tell that story real quick.
Yeah, so again, we all have that one story that we like to lean on, and this is mine. So I was talking with Jamil Curry and Tom Rogozinski after Steep Camp Silverton a few years ago. That was an old race that Aerovipa used to put on. And Jamil was peppering Tom, who is a veteran of many 200-mile races, has run the Triple Crown with destination races multiple times. And finally, after a few drinks, I asked Jamil, I said, "You're really asking some specific questions. Are something on your mind?" And Jamil said, "Well, I'm running Tahoe this year." I'm like, "Oh, cool. Anything else?" Jamil's like, "No." Well, flash forward about 2 drinks, 3 drinks maybe, and all of a sudden Jamil looks at me and he goes, "So it's called Cocodona."
I love it.
So that's my story, is that, number one, I heard about the race in 2018, and as not that I was ever sworn to secrecy, but Jamil is very close to the vest about a lot of the things he's developing, because not everything that he thinks of becomes a thing. And this was a very big deal. So I felt like I had to keep my mouth shut until he told me I had to keep my mouth shut.
Yeah.
And it was literally 3 years or 2 years. It was over 2 years that I kept that under wraps and didn't tell anybody.
Well, and over those 2 years, I mean, Jamil loves a lot of things, but at the top of the list of his loves is his beloved state of Arizona and maps.
Yes.
I don't know. Jamil is a map guy, paper maps spreading out, and the stories I've heard about planning that route are legendary.
So we've got F8 here. This is the final aid station, Fuji Yoshida, about 19K short of the finish line here. And it looks like the sun is starting to, I don't know what sunset time is in at the race location, but it's about 6:21 p.m. there. It looks like it is starting to get a little bit darker. You can see they've got the lights on there, the little tower lights, and
according to Google, it's going to be 6:24 p.m. in about 40 minutes.
Okay, so basically we are approaching sunset, and hey, look, they're just like us. They're tired.
Yeah.
The Japanese team there, we caught a bit of their feed, but as soon as we have extensive coverage on course, we will pivot to it. But as soon as, and this is an ace's job by Jordan, our producer, basically just trying to make sure that as soon as he sees them give even a shred of course coverage, we pivot from the map, which we know is not the most exciting picture in the world, but this is what we're doing to try and keep track of things until we've got some coverage that we can bring from the course. So,
and Jillsy asking about the mileage left in the race. It's probably about 10K. for Deng. 9:10K. They left the F8 aid station. Let's see, going on about an hour. Deng left about an hour ago. A little bit more than an hour ago. It's about a 19K stretch. They are finished with the climb and they're on the descent now. Back into the finish line area or the finishing town where there's then a sort of a grindy tilt to the finish. So, as we were saying, we were thinking of a finish between somewhere in the 1915 to 1930 range. I think we're kind of tracking in that direction.
So Deng left at 16:43:52, which is about an hour 40.
An hour and 40. Okay.
Yeah, and so Courtney left about an hour 20.
Okay, and we were thinking of 2 hours plus. I know we've got some footage here.
Some runner
Marco dropped his team off there, so this could be Marco's cam. It could be the Fuji cam itself.
And this is that's our Frenchman.
Oh, it is.
Alexander.
It is. That's Alexander Boucher.
Has moved into fourth now on the men's side.
Have we seen Nishikawa yet?
I don't think so.
No.
We saw Ryo.
We saw Ryo, so he's in fourth overall, third male. Alexander may be fourth.
Yeah, I think that
male.
Alexander is fourth male, fifth overall at this point. Great job by him to be moving up
so put it
steadily
in
through the
perspective.
field.
He left F7 at 16:27. We're now at 18:24, so he did that section in under 2 hours.
So that puts him
Which was right about what Guomindang did that section in.
pretty impressive.
Yep.
I know Alex has had himself an amazing race today. Basically biting his time in the first half and eventually moving himself into the edges of the top 10 when we saw him at the 100K mark, and then at F6 about 70 miles in, I believe that we saw, or actually about 76 miles in, we saw him actually move up to about 8th or 7th, and then and now has moved into fourth.
We're thinking fourth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, that's freshman Alexander Boucher.
Let me clarify this. I want to make sure, because now somebody is saying that fourth was
Is it Hayo Nishikawa? What's that for? Sorry,
Okay.
folks. Hayato Nishikata. Has anybody had eyes on him through F8?
Let me double check here. I thought, because I know that we saw Ryo, but I don't remember seeing Nishikata. So
He was fourth.
Okay, so Alexander is still fourth
oh,
male.
okay. So we might be having a pass here. Is that what we're seeing?
No. There's about a 14-minute difference between
Okay.
Ryo and Hayato.
Ryo and
Well,
Hayo-
but behind Hayato, if Alex is getting ready to head out, looks like maybe.
Hayato's already out.
Okay, how long ago did Hayato depart? I guess we didn't.
About 8 minutes.
Okay, so we just didn't have eyes on it. That's what happened there. So. Okay, so they just didn't have a camera in spot. But Alex, then, I apologize, but I was excited because he's had a fantastic race and been moving very smart. So.
and still running.
No, you need to come sit in this chair.
Looks like he needs to get some more work done.
That chair is going to have to go unsat for a moment, because I'm going to try to work out some of today's highlights so that we can kind of recap the day a little bit here on the screen.
I love that. I love that idea.
Bear with me while I bring you something more than just dots.
And in the meantime, yes, we did get some intel too from Marco that Nishikata Hayato was out at 18:18. So just about 10 minutes ago. So that's the gap. Interestingly enough, the gap was 14 minutes between Hayato and Alexander back at F7. So a small but significant closing of the gap there, potentially for Alexander to reel in Hayato.
I think I am going to call it for the evening as Zach is working on an additional bit of content here. But I do want to say one more thing. Shout out to Jean in the chat, who has been a great source of material and information regarding Japan as he lives there now. Also, shout out to your buddy that's running bib number 1164, Jeremy White from New Zealand. I think that what Jean has provided us today is an example of how interactive these live streams can be and how great it can be when people want to contribute positively, because there's been so much information he's provided. He knows these areas, and we're kind of flying blind here. I always find it more difficult to cover a race when I've never been on the course and I've never stepped foot in that country. So this has definitely been an opportunity to learn something new, and I've learned a ton. And I know that I'll probably never go to Japan to run this race, but I'll definitely consider going there while it's going on and just eating my way through the course as the runners go by. I think that would be a lot of fun. So thanks, Jean, for everything that you've done to help us provide the best live stream we possibly can.
And one of the beauties of this, what we're doing here and trying to build a Mountain Outpost, is the community aspect. So that is something that is actually awesome about the live stream and the broadcast, is that we get to do it on a platform that encourages community involvement, and it's invaluable to what we do. We depend on a lot of the community at times. We love to interact with the community at times, and I mean, this is just one of those things where it's just trail running, man. That's what the sport is all about. It's the community. It's what makes it special. So to everyone in the chat who has made it special, we are so incredibly grateful, and we don't plan on leaving this platform anytime soon, because we are allowed to have a live chat to go along with the broadcast, and that is invaluable to us, and you guys are what makes it. So thank you all.
Oh, and yeah, Jean, like I said, if you can reach out to me on any social media platform, I'm on most of the big ones. I'm going to see it that we get you some swag as a thank you for all your help here. So I'll be in touch, but thank you very much.
And thanks a lot, Chris, for all of your hard work. Again, summarizing, it's official. We have 5 men through F8: Guomindang, Chengridu, Ryo Murata, Hayako Nishikawa, and Alexander Boucher, in that order. In the midst of them, first place female Courtney Dauwalter, 9 minutes behind Chen. I'm sorry, it was not 9 minutes. They were 1 minute apart when they entered the aid station, and they left it together now about an hour and 25 minutes ago, with in arrears of Guomindang by 20 minutes.
So we're going to try to recap a little bit of Courtney's day out there and just exactly what she's been able to do, and bring you some of her highlights throughout the day, which, she's had an incredible race today. And, I feel like a broken record whenever she's on and I say she's had an incredible race, because it's just Courtney doing Courtney things. But there's something that we can see and we can glean from the style of racing that she has and what she does and how successful she is by and large due to the fact that every race looks the same. And I don't mean that she's a one-hit wonder, but she's so incredibly dialed as she goes throughout the day. And this is something that, you know, we see here as we kind of recap the day with what we've gone through with her coming into the very first aid station this morning. You know, a little bit of mud on the backside there. It was a pretty muddy morning. You know, they ran throughout the night. So this is 5.5 hours into the day. Here she comes into this first aid station. And again, this is a recap of the day. She's hitting aid station 2, the very first, you know, crewed aid station, the aid station that we got to see her at today. This was 52 kn, and you know, she was sitting in 11th overall here coming into the aid station. And in typical Courtney fashion, just looking smooth, nothing, you know, overly aggressive in her racing style. Just, you know, she runs smooth like peanut butter, man. That's what I love to see, is that she just spreads her effort evenly throughout the day. Paces might change based on how, you know, your effort might dictate a different kind of pace, but she's absolutely kind of just giving that effort in. So we see her coming off the trails, those roads, connecting a trail back into the city here. We're just going to give ourselves a Courtney Dauwalter highlight. This is her dropping into the aid station. Nope, we're going to have a little commercial real quick.
Smooth like peanut butter.
Because
I
why
like
not?
That. I've always been kind of a chunky guy.
I see that
That's
always
probably the
confused
difference
me.
between us and Courtney. Right?
That's always confused me when
smooth.
people say smooth like peanut butter, because I've grown up with crunchy peanut butter.
Yes,
So I'm
I
like,
know.
that's peanut butter's not smooth.
Yeah.
But here she is in the aid station, you know, doing what she does with Kevin, which is just a quick get the hydration. She worries about taking care of her nutrition needs in the aid station, while Kevin takes care of refilling bottles, handing her what she wants, which is always a nice, clean face there. She cleans herself up. She leaves the aid station feeling reinvigorated every time.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something to me that I've made that mistake running out of aid stations before. And I'm so caught up in I want to race that I'm forgetting that I need to take care of myself so that I can race.
Yeah.
You know, you got to get out of the mindset of wanting to race and actually racing, which means taking care of yourself. So we've seen her pound from 2 different bottles there, while Kevin is making sure that she's taking care of for the next aid station. So this was aid station 2. The trek to aid station 3 was another long trek. I mean, think of having one aid station between you and a 50K. That's a long ways to go.
Yeah.
So she's getting refilled, refueled, and was just calm as a cucumber going in there. She knew her nutrition plan. She knew her nutrition strategy. She grabbed the bag, took off with it. You can see her hair is just sopping wet. That tells you how humid it was in the morning. Her little red flashy light on the back there.
I want to point something out for those of you who might be planning to run big races and have a spouse or significant other support you. And there's very little conversation between Kevin and Courtney in these moments. And the conversation that is taking place is not necessarily Kevin asking questions or Courtney making demands. It's very much just a back and forth and an observation. It's clear Kevin has a plan in mind, something he needs to do for Courtney that's been pre-established and discussed. They just do it and execute, and off she goes. And you could almost look at each aid station stop in that same way. They conduct themselves very similarly. As Zach was saying, it's almost boring in how consistent it is. But some of the best parts of this sport are when we're consistently boring. There's our man, Marco.
You just know she has her game plan, right? And again, we come up into the next aid station that we got to see her at. She's moved up a couple spots into the field. You see her there running with your Mr. Fashionable purple shorts with
that sweet pack,
the awesome pack and the bucket hat. They come in together. And she just absolutely rips through the aid station. Again, exact same thing we're seeing. She's cleaning her face while Kevin's handling everything. Her crew is handling all the details of take out my bottles, refill my bottles, give me fresh bottles, hand me my toothbrush if I want to brush my teeth. She always does the lip gloss.
Eye drops.
She's got that, always has that green bottle full of good juice.
Yeah, it's got to have something in it. She never carries it with her, but there's always stuff in it that
she's always got,
takes a couple slugs off.
She swaps between pure water and the calories that she's drinking, and electrolytes that I imagine there's going to be like an electrolyte calorie in there, probably Tailwind, that she's taking on board there. But this looks like the exact same aid station we saw last time.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin just has taken his sweatshirt off, but basically,
that's the big difference. Is Kevin's like, it's got a little warmth. There she goes.
There's the eye drops.
It really is just the most, and Kevin knows to say, hey, where's your electrolytes at? Hey, where's your nutrition at? Where's the hydration at? Can you drink a little bit more for me?
Mm-hmm.
Like, he knows what to do there, but it literally is just this same routine. She's a little hot, she gets wet. She needs more calories, she drinks more of those bottles. Like, she knows what she needs, and Kevin takes care of it.
And look how calm Kevin is. He's not grabbing at stuff and reaching for things and making a mess and like we see so many crew members doing. He's just calmly there, asking a few questions, making a few comments.
He knows to, hey, like, let me make sure I'm taking care of you in these ways. You know what you need. But then we go to a little bit later in the day here, and here comes Courtney Dauwalter into this aid station. And again, there's Kevin. Everything's laid out exactly how she wants it. She does the pit stop, and we're going to see the same thing. The face wipe right there. Boom.
Yeah. Yep.
First thing she does is come in, she wipes herself off. And that's a mental thing where you just kind of reinvigorate yourself. You get your energy about you.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like we have a little bit of movement going on there at the finish line. So before we continue on here, I'm going to keep an eye on that finish line.
We're just doing a little, for those of you wondering what's going on, Zach is just doing a little summary of Courtney Dauwalter's day. This is some footage from earlier in the day at around just before the 100K mark, which is also the finish line area.
So she leaves that aid station, comes into aid station 5, and Kevin took off to the next aid station because she was moving too fast for him to get to all of them. So what happens, she takes care of herself here, and it's the same game plan. It's, I'm going to fill up my bottles myself, but I already have enough nutrition and everything I need. I'm going to get that taken care of. And she does it with smiles on her face, and boom, she is like on her way out. It's quick, it's efficient, it's smooth. And then we got to see her again here with Kevin.
At F6, yeah.
Yep, coming into 6. And she looks smooth, calm, controlled. It is the same thing over and over. And that's what I think we can learn from Courtney Dauwalter out here, is just that, she has her game plan and how important it is to find your rhythm and find your role and just execute.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I'm not saying we can all be Courtney Dauwalter status, but it is, learn from the greats.
Yep.
And I just showed you 3 different aid station stops, and we got the exact same thing every single time. We're going to cut to the live feed here.
Yeah, we do have Marco at the finish line, and we do have of course, the Fuji coverage at the finish line.
I believe this is our men's leader here coming into close to. Yeah, that is number 2.
Is number 2 Guomindang?
Shingi-do.
Or is that coming into...
Or no, that's not.
Is that coming into Aid Station 8?
That might be going into Aid Station 8, because that number 2 was up there earlier in the day.
And we have... Is that a Fuji camera, or is that our guy?
That's one of our guys.
Okay, yeah.
That's one of our guys.
Because Marco dropped off a video guy at 8 for some action shots. It looks an awful lot like the run into F8.
Yeah, that's our. This is the 1-8 station I've missed all day. It was aid station 8, so I haven't gotten to see that one. Yeah, this is
No
our
crew at this one.
This is our North Face athlete who started up in the top 3 for a large part of the day. A smile on his face coming in there. It seems like he's dialed it back into just trying to salvage the day and enjoy it. And we are keeping an eye on the finish line. Oh, it looks like the live stream is also out there with their guy. Getting some of the same footage.
Yeah. We go from no footage to double footage.
Everybody's on the same. Everyone's on the same guy, same place.
Jean-Kim Messine, it's Do. This runner's name is Do or Doe. Thanks so much for that. This is the final aid station. For runners have about 19.5K to go from here, one climb, and then a significant descent, and then a little tilt up to the finish. Beautiful location. Keep in mind, 3,000 runners in this race. I suspect around midnight, those benches in the back are going to be well occupied as the mid-pack comes through. Well, in case you were wondering, Zach fixed the coffee maker. Thankfully, I didn't completely break it. And I'm enjoying a nice cup of coffee. So thank you, Zach, our fearless leader. Busy time of year for you.
It's nonstop, man. If I'm not fixing coffee, I'm grabbing pizza. I'm shuttling people to and from the house, or I'm sitting behind the computer here.
There we go.
Thank
there
heavens.
No rest for the weary. How's your training going?
Absolutely not. It's not. It's not going anywhere. I feel like I'm being trained for like fatherhood or something.
Did y'all get out for a run though in the little break?
We did.
Oh, that's good.
I felt good being able to go out and run with Corinne and
Bronco.
Jeff. And not dying completely off the back end. So I feel like, hey, something is happening.
Very good. Very good.
A lot of great sleep deprivation training is what it feels like.
Oh, yeah. So this is the leaving aid station 8. It goes around this beautiful little lake, some blossoming trees that we saw earlier in the daylight.
There's still about a 1.5 kilometers, it's 2 kilometers really, that separate our men's leader and Courtney Dauwalter, and we are coming into really the final couple kilometers of the race. So he might be safe if he runs hard enough.
Yeah, I think he might be. It's a gentle uphill. Obviously hard to tell on the course profile, but it looks like it's kind of a gentle uphill.
He's about 3K out with Courtney 2K behind. Mm-hmm. So Courtney would theoretically have to run almost twice as fast as he's running to catch him. Yeah. I don't know that that's going to happen. I've seen crazier things happen. But
what's curious is what I'm curious about is how the battle with Chen has gone. As they were leaving town, they were just neck and neck, and
it's going to be a real battle for a few spots here in the race that I think is going to make for a fun.
And Jordan Chen, he does not have a tracker, or at least we're not seeing it. Yeah, okay, so
he does not.
Yeah.
And he's been the elusive runner all day long that hasn't showed up and then pops up out of nowhere. Yeah. Who's this guy?
Oh, that's a good. Well, we've kind of been hovering around thinking it would be 19:30.
I'm going to say Courtney is going to be about 10 minutes after.
So you say you have them both under 19:30. Maybe Deng right around 19 and
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm going to say a little after 19.
I mean, it is that road climb up, but it is all. I mean, if you do have the legs to run it, it's runnable. And at this point, you're thinking, I've got 5K left.
Yeah.
Like just get home. The only thing that's going to make it stop hurting is the finish line. So
Yeah.
that's their only focus right now. And I can imagine if you're Courtney Dauwalter, you're just kind of giving it everything you've got, just in that hopes of, can I really make a note of history with being
Oh, there's a good shot
a
of the
female
finish
athlete
line.
of being the overall winner of a race as large as Mount Fuji 100.
Yeah, before you came by, Zach, I just did a little quick review of Courtney's overall finishes, and a second place overall in terms of her sort of global career would be her highest overall finish. She's got a couple of thirds, a couple of fourths. This would be her highest overall finish, were she to hold on for second.
I have to correct that. She was second at URA 100.
I
in
said major.
2014.
I said major global. No, and I actually didn't start until after the pandemic.
I know because I was being chased by her the entire night.
Okay, I bet that was scary.
Dude, she's as for as nice as she is, she's scary as hell
Oh,
to be
yeah.
in front of. I can tell you that much.
Well, look at this. It's a finish on a track.
Yep, they finish on the track here. Yeah, I think that we're gonna have an eye on this finish line for a little while. They're still a couple K out, so we don't want to waste too much of your time when there's action to be had out there. Look at these beautiful aid stations. This is one of the courses that has tempted me to come out of retirement and race.
This is again. This is our runner cam coming back to aid station F8. This beautiful spot next to a small lake with blossoming trees. It's a lower point on the course, 700-ish or 800-ish meters. As we've seen all day and all night, beautiful food spread, homemade food. Thank you all for sticking it out with us. We're happy to have some video again. Yes, Aaron, I do recall the Moab 240 outright win. I probably should have been a little bit more clear that I was kind of commenting on the large global races that Courtney has run.
I think we can all agree that there's different levels of races.
Correct.
Right? Like,
correct.
Very
No disrespect to Moab or her performance there, but
Absolutely not.
You know, in 2018 it was a
was
good
racing Mike
competitive race,
McKnight.
but it was
You know, I mean, there weren't very many athletes that were challenging her in that race.
Right.
Not to say that the race isn't a good quality race, a great race, or other great athletes there, but it's the sheer number of athletes that challenge her, that can compete with her.
Right.
I mean, I think we would all agree that Western States is a very different race than Wasatch 100 even, which
Absolutely.
is a prestigious, amazing race in and of itself, always draws some great athletes. But when you're talking about 2 or 3 athletes that are going to press you all day versus 20 athletes that are going to press you all day, it's a different caliber of racing scenario. And that's not to say there's a different caliber of athletes that show up to these races. It's just there's a depth to that competition.
Right.
You know,
Absolutely.
the Super Bowl is a much more important game and a much more aggressive, competitive game than a lot of other games that are played throughout the year.
And people react differently. You know, you see people who are incredible athletes choke in the Super Bowl. You see other people who are maybe a little bit lower on the depth chart. They have the game of their life in the Super Bowl. Courtney has the game of her life in every game.
Every single
game.
Every single game.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, I do often reflect fondly on her and I running URA together, but that was a really fun one because she literally was the girl in basketball shorts that didn't have a sponsor at the
That's
time.
right. Oh, yeah.
And, you know, her
When
and
was
I,
it again? 2014?
It was 2014.
Oh, man. Yeah.
So her and I were both, you know, relative newcomers into the sport. And so for her and I to have, we shared, I don't know, probably a dozen miles together that day in the late stages of the race. She pulled me out of the biggest low. I mean, I was sitting in an aid station at mile 62 ready to drop. I was like, I'm done. This is stupid. And I went from first place to 8th place when she came in, and she was like, oh, come on, buddy, you got this. And she was just being her like usual cheerful, like super upbeat self and super supportive self. And she was like, oh, well, like just get down to the next aid station and see what happens. And I, after having sat in that chair for 40 minutes, I got up, started meandering down the hill, eventually worked my way from 8th back up to 2nd place, and I didn't see this girl in silver basketball shorts. I'm like, where did I imagine that happening? I didn't see her. And then, you know, we're making our way into the mile 75 aid station, and there she is, her and Kevin out running in this field. And I'll never forget this. She saw me and was like, holy shit, dude, you turned it around. And I was like, yeah, you know, I guess puke and rally. And she was like, hell yeah, dude. And she was like so incredibly like excited to see us be able to compete with each other for the rest of the night. And then she gave it to me at the last 25. Like she made me work, and I ran so scared. But her and I had an incredible bonding experience out there, and now every time she sees me, she, you know, throws up the horns and is like, Zach, puke and rally. But it was fun to see that, and then see her ascension into the sport.
Yeah.
And
that's great.
You know, that was 11 years ago now, 10 years ago now.
Amazing.
Just to see where she's at now. I mean, I wish I could have taken that same trajectory. She harnessed that win a little better than I did, I guess. But that's one of the things I love about this sport is we all know each other, you know, 10, 15 years later. Bronco's got so many stories of athletes that he's run against, and, you know, Pete Mortimer out here that he's a good friend with, and me and Anthony Lee are both on the Topo athlete team together. And we're both live out in Denver and Boulder respectively. So it's just such a fun, small community.
Oh, 100%, 100%. And I agree, Verde. I can't wait to see what happens at Hard Rock this year also, especially to see Courtney run Hard Rock without Western States on her legs. I mean, yes, she ran an incredible Hard Rock last year, but 20 days after running a 15:29 Western States had to have had a toll. Whereas right now she's running this, we're a good 10 and a half weeks away from Hard Rock. I mean, it's going to be incredible.
Racing season is here, man.
It is.
We talk about like my job getting incredibly busy, which just means we have so many races coming up.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, we were incredibly saddened to hear that there will not be a live broadcast of Broken Arrow this year, but still an amazing competitive race. And, you know, the next week is going to be Western States. And then 2 weeks later, we've got Hard Rock 100.
Yep.
And the season, you know, a few weeks after that, there's a bunch of small races in between. But, you know, a month after that, we've got Leadville 100, which I think this year is going to be a pretty competitive
I think
race.
so, too.
I want nothing more than to see, you know, Courtney Dauwalter go out there and try to take a stab at that. But it sounds like there's a few athletes who, if they don't get their ticket at Canyons this weekend, are going to turn their attention to Leadville.
Yeah, I love that. Leadville could use that.
Absolutely. One of them being Matt Daniels, who is an incredibly fast athlete who knows how to really turn it on the runnable sections. And that's most of Leadville 100 is extremely runnable.
I mean, it's 2 39-mile running races with 2 big climbs in the middle.
Yeah, you just got to get up and over Hope Pass twice. And then you can get back to running.
Yep.
And, I mean, make no mistake about it, that double Hope Pass.
Don't mean to make it sound easy.
It's wrecked my life twice, but absolutely. So to catch everyone up who is joining us, we have kind of had a little bit of a shakeup. Courtney Dauwalter is in 2nd place overall behind Guamin Deng.
Yep, Guomindang. And we are not exactly sure where Chen Guidu is. His doesn't have a tracker, but we're thinking Courtney is ahead of him.
it does look like Courtney is ahead of him, but his tracker is no longer working. So,
and folks in the chat, no finishers yet. We expect them literally any minute.
Yeah, I think within the next, I would say 5-ish minutes, we're probably going to have our winner come in. They're putting a lot of attention on that finish line right now.
Marco's on the ground there. We may hear from him in a bit.
Yeah, 4.5 minutes ago, Dang was 4.5 minutes ago. He was about 1.5 K out. So we should see him within the next 3 minutes.
Yeah,
4
I would
minutes,
say.
I would assume.
I would say, Jordan, we're going to be pretty close to your prediction.
19:02
of 19, very low 19.
16 seconds ago, we got a ping from him, and he hadn't moved. Okay, that's interesting. His tracker had not moved for that 4 minutes. So either something's up with his tracker, or he's taking a bit of a rest break on the side of the trail with with 1.5 K to go.
Maybe he's doing like a cyclist and pulling off to put his kit on, his finish line kit on.
Yeah, he's getting the face wipe down. He looks like he bailed off, and if you look at the tracker, it looks like he dropped into the city a little bit. Looks like the back of a house. He might be, taking a quick shower and.
Or he might be hitting a vending machine.
I say he's looking for that vending machine. He wants some dessert. He wants one of those alcoholic vending machines with 1.5 K to go. He's gonna pull Emma Bates and crack a cold one at the finish line.
I don't remember any alcoholic vending machines, but I never really looked for those.
And on that update status, we have Courtney Dauwalter is sitting at 61.5 K in a 64.5 K race. So she's got 3 K to go. That's just under 2 miles. Oh, man. What an incredible day today.
Oh, yeah.
For American racing, it's just been absolutely insane.
Just rolled over the 19-hour mark. Again, this was a midnight start in Japan, 8 a.m. Arizona time. We're coming to you live from Mountain Outpost headquarters in Aravaipa Running on 24th Street in my hometown of Phoenix, Arizona. Zach Marion is here. Jordan is here. And we are awaiting.
We're the only ones here.
We're the only ones
making it
here.
happen.
And we are awaiting the finish of the first male. We're thinking it'll be Guomin Deng, followed by Courtney Dauwalter and Chen Guidu.
We're watching a little bit of the aid station coverage over there at aid station 8, F8. So we got some athletes in there. I will have to say, I don't know if that late into a race or at any point in a race, I'd be able to use chopsticks with that proficiency.
Oh my gosh.
To see them take down that amount of food with chopsticks is incredible. I would be shaking all over the place. It would not be
My
great.
hands would be swollen.
Right.
I'd be dropping stuff.
I've tried tying my shoes at that point in a race. There's no way I'm eating noodles at that point in a race.
Exactly.
I've seen
But
someone
he's
to pour
doing a
it
good
down
job of getting those
gullet.
calories down.
Would Velcro be a good option for a race? That's what BOA systems are for.
We're going to switch over to the finish line here as we await our men's overall champion of the Mount Fuji 100-mile race here. presented by Grand Canaria, the part of the World Trail Majors. We are Mountain Outpost, bringing you today's entire coverage. Is it today? Is it yesterday?
The
Are we
fourth,
on tomorrow yet? I don't know where we're at.
The fourth in the series. Another race this weekend, too, the Madeira Island Ultra Trail out in the Atlantic Ocean. The beautiful island of Madeira. Probably has kicked off by now. Brandy asks the women's record for this race. The fastest recorded time, the course has changed multiple times, so really not a apples-to-apples comparison, but women's winning time somewhere north of 22 hours.
Yeah,
So-
I think Corey Baumgartner out there being pretty accurate with his statement of there's no really relevant. There's some great course records, but no really relevant.
They really
course
aren't really
records, just
relevant,
because
yeah.
it is such a different race than it has been. You know, Jeff Browning talked earlier about how he ran the circumnavigation of the mountain, which was very different than this year's halfway out and then do a loop and come back.
Yeah.
Through different terrains. So, I mean, we can safely say that yes, it will absolutely be a course record, and it will likely stand for a very long time. Let's just add one more to Courtney.
Yeah, just add
Dauwalter's.
another one.
She's just absolutely shredding it, taking down an unfathomable Western States performance into a hard rock course record performance, and a performance worthy of a course record over at UTMB.
Yep.
Which, correct me if I'm wrong, but is she not the course record holder at UTMB?
I think
for
she
women?
is.
She is.
she
So she owns all three of those
Yep,
records.
she does.
She just wasn't able to beat herself on that day, which is understandable.
And
after
she'll
doing
get
what she's
she'll
done.
very likely get the other direction hard rock course record this year.
If today is any indication
Yeah.
of it, absolutely. We've got eyes on our men's leader coming in here.
All right, Kuomintang. He's been in the lead since aid station 3. 3 or 4. So a good
Kind of handling the day pretty well, like staying up there and then rolling into that lead and maintaining it. Just he's got an incredible speed about him. He's a great athlete. We've seen him leave many aid stations with just a lot of spring in his step, and even now as we're coming into this finish line, he's taking some walking breaks in there. I think we figured out what happened when that dot did not move. He's got looks like he's holding a drink of sorts in one hand, walking over into. Very well maybe.
Wow, I wonder if he doesn't have a light.
Or he's trying to find directions on the course.
Right.
That's why they make you carry a map.
Where's that darn app?
If there is any opportunity for Courtney to just throttle from this point to the finish, I would love to see a pass in the last 400 meters of this race. Just Courtney come out of nowhere. And it is an uphill finish. It's a very demoralizing
it does.
kick in the pants. At 100 miles in, I do not want a 3-mile uphill finish.
No, speaking of Leadville, it kind of reminds me of that heinous run up the boulevard.
Oh, my.
Oh.
I've done that enough times. Uray 100 has a 5K up. It's like the worst 2 or 3% uphill climb that just looks flat but feels like a mountain at that point.
Oh, my goodness.
Have that little slight dazed and confused look.
He
in his
does have a
face.
little. I wonder if he has no light.
It looks
or
like
if
his lights have burnt out. He's running lampless.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if that's he's got no, those are sunglasses on his head. You say, does he have a light tucked away that just hasn't pulled out?
It might just be going off what ambient light there is at this point.
Yeah, it seems like there's plenty of ambient light. Now that he's in the city, making his way through. Looks like you can see the stadium lights off in the distance there. He keeps looking towards it, so I imagine that's where he's pointing at where he's running towards.
All right. Kuomintang.
Dang, he's fast.
He is. Looking
Making
like
dang good work. of the
looking like
course.
he's making dang good work. Lights off or lights out, but he's headed into the track.
Aaron, absolutely correct. He's probably just he's run 100 miles. He's just tired. He's
Yep.
not dazed. He's not confused. He's just like, man, I just need to get there.
It's a tiring thing running 100 miles. There's no two ways about it.
So 1908, we undershot his time a little bit, but what an incredible time. And I would venture to guess here that we're going to see Courtney's not going to be too far behind. Courtney's got a K.5 to go.
Well executed race here.
So we should see her in 10 minutes on that slide uphill at this point. She likely can see pretty far ahead of her. It's a pretty straight shot, so I imagine she doesn't see any lamps to chase. She doesn't see that red blinking light. Maybe that's another reason why they make you carry the red light.
Yeah.
So there's always something to chase out there. Unless
Look at him.
He's looking over the
giving
shoulder.
a little look over the shoulder.
He knows Courtney Dauwalter is behind him. Making his way through the crowd there. Did not stop at the
Do you think
vending
they have a
machines.
flashlight one? Yeah, vending machine with
Pick up some new headphones, a flashlight. If you're just tuning in with us, that is men's leader of the Fuji 100-mile race out in Japan there, part of the World Trail Majors presented by Gran Canaria. AJW and myself, Zach Marion, calling it for Mr. Guimanding.
Guimanding, and he's into the track.
This is so reminiscent of that Western States track.
It is. It is.
Here he comes to celebrate his finish, walking it in here. He has earned the opportunity to just really soak in this finish line. It is such a rare opportunity to be able to walk through the finish line like this and have a crowd there at an ultra race, and B, to be able to celebrate such an amazing achievement here at Mount Fuji 100.
Look at that. 19:10:37.
And he's done. Stop the watch.
Guimanding. He has maybe batteries or those glasses.
Those are
glasses.
the sunglasses up there.
Yeah. Oof. To the ground.
Yeah, no, it's time for him to.
No rest for the weary for those folks holding the finisher's tape.
Yeah, that finish line needs to stay up for a couple more minutes because little Miss Courtney Dauwalter is on her way and will be there relatively shortly. Take that pack up. You have earned the opportunity to have a seat. Looks like they're going to go through some testing protocol there. Oh, are they going through
His mandatory
pack to make
gear,
sure he's got
probably.
the mandatory gear to check the phone? Yep. They are checking all of his gear.
That's great. Good to
You know,
see.
I love that they would do that at the finish line.
Yeah.
Require to make sure that you carried it all with you. That's something I did. I see he's got his little pack that he's put everything in and compressed it.
Mm-hmm.
I did that at. He's got his. Light.
Oh, there's his
light
red
does
blinking
work.
light.
I did that at Tarawera 100 to fit everything in my pack. I put it all in a small.
Packed it
Ziploc
all
and then
down.
sucked the air out of it. because I knew there was a lot of stuff I was never going to get into throughout the day, so just left it back there. Congrats, he did it. Looks over and has an entire crew just staring at him, watching him unload his pack.
I've not seen that before. I've not seen that immediate gear check.
I'm not upset about it.
No, I'm not either.
I enjoy it.
I'm not either. I think that's you have this mandatory gear.
I kind of wish we could get the audio of it.
Thank you.
Finish line
6
interview.
年前、
with
デンゴーミン選手、この大会で
Deng.
10位でフィニッシュされ
There
ま
we
した
go.。
今回、見事に優勝を勝ち取りました。今日の成績は100点、完璧と言っていいんじゃないでしょうか。
6年前你获得了第10名，这次呢你参加比赛获得了优胜，今天对你打分，如果打100分的话，你觉得怎么样？
我觉得如果表现分的话，肯定是100分，但是其实过程中也还有很多东西需要总结的，我觉得。但是能够完成比赛，我觉得挺开心的。其实跑的过程中，我也没有想去拿这个冠军，就是按照自己的节奏在跑，按照自己制定的计划在跑，然后也跑的相对除了后面3座山可能稍微难受一点，一路都挺顺风顺水的。
So while I think I did 100 points today, of course there are a lot of things that happened during the race. I didn't think too much about winning the race per se, but I'm just trying to run my own race. In general, I feel pretty well, except the last climb, but otherwise I feel pretty well.
日本語は
今日はですね、建前上はですね、100点、付与されてもおかしくないかなと思うんですけれども、だけれども試合ですね、終わってみたら、まとめてみなければならないものはたくさんあって、特にですね、最後の3つの山乗り越えるとき、とても大変でした。でもですね、最後まで試合ですね、無事に終わって、しかも優勝できて、とても良かったと思います。
Yeah.
ではもう1問、デンゴーミン選手に聞かせていただきたいと思います。前半はですね、同じ中国からいらっしゃったチン・グイル選手と一緒にほぼ並んで走るような時間長かったと思います。どんなことを並んで走りながら考えましたか。2人で何か途中レース中に話すことはありましたか。
再想问你一个问题，有很长一段时间你跟那个秦贵都在一起来奔跑，当然那个时间挺长的，当时你怎么考虑的？
其实一开始我们是一起跑的，因为我觉得晚上的比赛一个人跑容易出问题，容易跑错路。如果是速度差不多的话，相互结伴，然后节奏也可以控制得很好，然后2个头灯，2个人找路总比1个人找路就是会更便捷一点吧，我觉得。然后过程中我们也会交流跑步的一些经验，因为我可能比他更早参与到这项运动里面来，算是前辈吧。然后他的第一个100英里，我觉得还是挺好的。他也问了我很多的问题，然后我不知道后来他怎么样了，因为到了那个F6的时候，我就没见到他了。
So the question was like you were spending a lot of time with Chen Guidu in the first half of the race. What were you thinking? Did you guys share some talks together? So the answer was because it was a night race to begin, so it was great to be having a partner to run together. So we spent a lot of time together. And as a more veteran runner in a 100-mile race, I also share some experience of how to tackle this distance. I don't know what happened to him after F7. I hope he's doing okay.
試合前ですね、2人ちょっと会って、夜のスタートなので、やはり、たまにはですね、もしかしてうまくいかなければ、レースから外れるということもあると思いますので、2人話し合って、じゃあ一緒にしばらく一緒に走ろうと決めたわけです。ただ、ですね、6番の8をですね、過ぎた後、ちょっと、いつの間にか自分一人になっちゃって、ちょっと少し不安な気持ちもあったんですけれども、あとですね、彼は今第何位かちょっとよくわからない状況です。
ありがとうございました。今ね、もなく2位でね、チングイル選手も続くと思います。その後でね、後で握手がね、
While they're conducting the interview, there's Courtney Dauwalter going up that
男子第1位、
grinding climb we were
デン・
talking
ゴーミン
about.
選手のインタビューをお届けしました。
Closing in on
皆さん
the
拍手をお願いいたします。
One more time, congratulations.
네.
そう言ってるうちに後ろからコ
コートニー選手が
来ました。
はい。
もうあと数分でここに到着しますね。
いやもう本当しっかり走ってますね。すごい。
力強い走りですね。ここの
Looks
160
like
キロ。
she's digging pretty deep here.
最後までしっかりと
Yep.
素晴らしいですね。本当女性
Dauwalter,
選手で
second place overall, first place woman.
時間台20時間切るって
タイム差も先ほど伝えたように、富士吉田では21分差あったんですが、だいぶ縮めてそうですね。
そんな感じですね。She really is. Yep. And her light works.
本当にすごいですね。
すごいことが起きて。
はい。本当にこう。
Oh yeah.
I mean, could she possibly make the U.S. trail and ultra running any more proud?
Oh, I don't think so. I mean, I really don't. She's just the
she like represents us, but really she represents none of us.
Right.
Do what she does in anywhere in the world.
I mean, she's an embodiment of what we all idealize, you know. Happy, fun, hardworking.
I would say I did hear this. You know, I had a friend who's a musician, and I always told him, "Hey, I wish I knew how to play the guitar. I wish I would learn how to play the guitar." And he said, "No. You want to know how to play the guitar.
Yeah.
It takes years of getting it wrong and messing up before you can do what looks like playing the guitar, right?"
Yeah.
So, you know, all of us wish we could be who Courtney Dauwalter is, but also, I don't know, a lot of us have the chops to do the work that Courtney does to make it happen. And she does seem very, you know, unassuming in her training, and because she's so jovial and very lighthearted about the sport, and she takes it seriously in her training, but she doesn't take it seriously as in who she is overall.
Yeah.
It's just what she does.
Oh, and there is Chen Guidu.
Chen Guidu, our men's second place, out there representing Altopia.
And Courtney Dauwalter right behind him.
Wow. Third place overall.
19:21.
An unofficial time of 19:21:23. And again, all smiles at that finish line.
What a race. What a race.
That is just such a classic Courtney Dauwalter move right there.
10回となるマウント富士100女子の優勝がコートニー選手、見事に
Quick hello to Kevin.
走り切りました。
いやす
ごい
本当に
ですね。
でもこれ最後ね
陳選手と結構
そうですね、競り合ったんですね。本当に
Showing her gratitude as she always does.
捉えきれてなかったんですが、かなり競った形でここまで戻ってきたとですね。
はい、そうですね。じゃあもうきっともう陳選手もコートニー選手も出し切ったんでしょうね、最後。
この前の富士吉田でコートニーが後ろから陳選手を抜いていくという。
Leadville, Colorado's Courtney Dauwalter exchanging greetings with the men's winner.
ボミンデン。
What an incredible day for Courtney Dauwalter out there.
陳選手もじゃあ意地を見せたっていう感じですね。本当に。ち
ょっとこの意地を見せたところがあるんでしょうね。
There's our man Marco.
後ろから女性に刺されるという。
Folks in the chat were asking about that.
Shingly though, his tracker was not working throughout the day, so people are surprised. Like, wait, what happened? His tracker
we just didn't know where he was.
And he was bouncing around between second and third. We did have confirmation out on the course that Courtney at one point was out there. We were told at one point she was in second place.
I mean, and really, of course, the last time we had eyes on them was when they were running on the road out of F8. And they were running pretty much stride for stride with one another.
And it looks like Shen was able to, hold it off there through the end.
Checking the gear. We saw this already.
Yep, I do love this finish line gear check of make sure you have everything. No cheaters, no dishonor.
Yes.
And they're checking. They're not just like taking a quick peek and
pull that.
They're like, unzip that thing. Show us your blinking red light.
Turn your light on. Does it work?
There's Courtney in the background there going through her gear.
Courtney's, I don't know if that pack ever gets unpacked. She just, she knows what she's carrying. Just so full of thank yous and just not only is she an amazing athlete, but just such a great ambassador of the sport and so kind, really so amazing.
この後選手インタビューがまた入ってきますので。
Let's see if we'll be able to get an interview. I know Marco wanted to go and interview, and also huge shout out to Marco and his crew out there for giving us consistent feeds when we haven't had them throughout the day. I mean, honestly, most of the time, the feed that they were giving us was the only feed available for the whole live stream. We'll cut into the main feed here and see if we can't get some audio coming in.
And our man Marco, those of you who are asking about the English translation, that is our man on the ground, Marco, doing that as well.
So we're going to interview Jen who came in second overall.
今日は途中、苦しそうな表情、ちょっと足取りが重くなるような場面がありましたけれども、最後に見事復活して、いい走りできたんじゃないかと思います。ご自身では自分のパフォーマンスどのように振り返りますか？
今天比赛中途看着你的表情，有的时候显得有点痛苦，而且呢，脚步的步伐也显得有点沉重。当然了，最后你还是取得挺好的成绩。你对你今天的这个比赛是怎么评价的
？It looks like you were struggling a little bit during the race, but then you finished really strong. How would you rate your performance today?
首先呢，对于这个成绩我是很满意的，但是这是我第一次参加100英里的比赛，也是第一次参加我们久负盛名的环富士山超100英里，所以呢，第一次参赛就能获得第2名，而且还跑进了20小时以内。我的目标也是20小時以内，所以获得这个成绩我非常満意。
まずこの今日の成績取れたことに対してとても満足しています。と言いますのはですね、まずマウント富士100この大会出るのは初めてだし、 あと100マイルというレース走る自体も初めてだったので、初めてなのにこんないい成績取れてとても満足しております。
So I'm very, very satisfied with my performance today. This is not only my first 100-mile race, this is also my first Fuji 100. So I have no complaint for coming in at second place.
最後のエイドステーション、富士吉田で F8 ですね、コートニー・ドウォルター選手に追いつかれてからも、諦めることなくついていって、最後はあなたが先にフィニッシュしました。その最後の20どんなことを考えてましたか？
到最后比赛剩20公里的时候，也就是过了这个第8个补给站以后，你被这个考特尼这位选手给超过去了。那么当然最后你经过不懈的努力又反超，最后呢以第2名，然后呢冲刺撞线。最后这20公里你是怎么考虑的？
So in the last 20 kilometers, you were passed by Courtney, but then you passed her back again. That was a phenomenal performance. What were you thinking during that time?
考拉呢是我们全球的顶级运动员，所以他有很多值得我学习的地方。其实还没到那个 F8的时候，我已经很累了。但是呢，我想就是我可能就是不会跑得那么快，所以我想跟着他的步伐，从比赛的时候将跟他学点东西，然后呢就让他来先带我。这是一个很好的一个学习的机会。然后最后呢，他也是可能是考虑到我一个男性吧，就是让了一下我，然后呢，先让我冲线。其实这样我非常感谢他，然后一路的鼓励，一路的其实对于我这样的第一次100英里的这样的一个比赛呢，我从他的身上学到很多东西，所以我很幸运，很幸运。
コートニーさんは私にとってはこのスポーツから見ればですね、私の先輩です。そして彼女はとても有名な選手です。で今回私はですねこの大会出てもしコートニーさんにいろいろ教えてもらいたいことですたくさんあって、もし教えてもらえたらいいかなと思って、実はですね F8 到着する前にはもうほとんど力なくなってどうしようかなとずっと悩んでたんですけれども、その時にですねコートニーさん私を追い越して、そしてその時ふと思い出したのが、やはり私はですね教えてもらうために来たじゃないですか。だからですね絶対コートニーさんについていくと決心しました。一歩一歩とても難しかったんですけれども、あとはですねコートニーさんにどうしても感謝しなければならないと思うことあります。多分ですね彼女は私より先にゴールできたはずだと思います。ただ私はですね一人の男性として一応プライドのこととかいろいろ考慮してくれて譲ってくれた気がします。本当に感謝したいと思います。ありがとうございます。
I need to do the translation of Courtney as well. So, Grace, Courtney is a superstar, world-class superstar, and also I am a fan of her performance. So, coming to this race, I want to learn a lot from her. So, to be honest, heading into F8, I was really tired, running out of energy. So, when Courtney passed me, I just thought, oh, actually, maybe the purpose of this race for me is to come and learn from her. So, I tried to just stay up with her and then run with her together. She gave me a lot of advice along the way. And in fact, I think she can pass me and came in second, but maybe she cared about my pride. That's why she let me come in second. Thank you, Courtney.
ありがとうございました。
That is
ありがとうございました。
gold right there.
再次表示衷心的感謝。
男子第2位、陳桂龍選手、中国から参加している第2位になってくれました。
本次大赛的第2名秦贵都选手，请大家
Which is a Courtney
热烈的
Dauwalter
掌
fan.
盛大な拍手をください。
Congratulations, Shinguido. We do. What a phenomenal
今
performance.
第2位のチン・グイル選手のインタビューでした。ね、意外な
We're going to go ahead and get Courtney Dauwalter lined up. We'll come back to the feed when they have her. Until then, we will be sitting out here enjoying the beauty of Aid Station 8. Runners coming in still. I'm making quick work of that. I think it's a some smooth gait going in there.
Marco's letting us know that Courtney just needs a little minute before she's ready for her interview.
Yeah, and that makes total sense. She just emptied the tank out there.
Yeah.
Give her a moment to recover. We talked about this. There's that deep squat again. Just go for the squat at mile
absolutely
90 of this 100-mile race. All right, that's it. Goal for the year number 18 that I may have set for myself is to deep squat more often.
Yeah.
Get
deep
that
squat
mobility
daily.
back. The daily deep squat.
Daily deep squat.
We're going to make it happen. Jeff Browning would be so proud right now.
Oh, my goodness. He loves doing that stuff.
I mean, our run today was 90%, 10% his game plan for Cocodona, 90% me, him, and Corinne Malcolm just deep dive science talk. A little bit of life involved in there, but like all three of us are just so science minded and have degrees and science degrees in education. So it's just the most nerdy talk you could ever have out on a trail run.
When I
swear people were listening to us like, what are they talking
when
about?
When I had Jeff on the podcast, I am not sciencey, but he and I are both like, nauseating storytellers, right? And so I tried to tell him at the beginning, hey, look, I try to keep these to 45 minutes, because I want
good luck.
And we finish up in an hour and 15 minutes. And he's like, dude, there was no way we were going to keep that to 45 minutes.
No,
what were you thinking? We were lucky to stop at an hour and 15.
Oh, we just got some word from Marco out there that we will not be having a interview with Courtney. She's feeling a little unwell and is going to go get those get flat. We talked about this earlier. Again, speaking of nerdy, Corinne, myself, and Jeff talked about this earlier about the extreme fatigue that happens literally just minutes after the race, right? Your blood pressure dramatically decreases, and that gives you that feeling of passing out. And your body's just still in that mode of dumping heat. So it's in off-put mode. So you start to chill out really bad. You start to get the shakes. That's why most of the times you finish a race and you're like, I felt warm 30 seconds ago, and now I'm just shaking uncontrollably. That's because your body hasn't caught up to the idea that we're not running anymore. And so it's going to continue to offload heat at a tremendous rate, which then your core temperature decreases too much. Then you create that jittery, shaky feeling subconsciously, anatomically, so that you can generate more heat to warm up. But your body's in this back and forth battle of am I dumping heat? Am I creating heat? What's going on? It gets really confused, which can lead to a really extremely nauseous feeling.
I learned that now 20 years ago after Western States in 2004. I was ecstatic at my finish. I immediately felt that drop in blood pressure. I just sort of wilted in my wife's arms. She sort of started freaking out, and legendary Western States Dr. Bob Lind came over to me, and he was like, oh, this is what's happening. His heart's been going all this time, and now you're just telling it to stop, and it's a shock to the system.
We are going to
interview is back up.
We're going to cut to the interview here.
It got
over there in just a second.
unpostponed.
でも、最後の、映像の方からも
Give him just a
映像が
second
入ってき次第
to
ま
catch
た
up. There we are. And audio will come in here. We have about a 10-second delay, so audio will pop in here shortly.
Thank you. ありがとう。
では最初の質問です。夜が明けて、F252 キロ到着してからは、一人また一人と前の選手を追い抜いていく素晴らしいレースでした。ご自身では今日のレースどのように振り返りますか？
So especially after the sunrise, you start passing more runners over the race. What were you thinking? How do you feel about your performance today?
I felt so lucky to be out there seeing the sunrise with Mount Fuji. It was absolutely stunning. I hope you all saw it as well. Generally, I just felt like it was the best day to be out moving with my feet on an amazing course in a beautiful place with a wonderful community, and that was what kept me pushing towards the finish line.
いやもうとにかくすごく自分がラッキーと思っていて、もう日の出から富士山から日の出見えていて、もうそれがもうまず感動していて、そしてもうコミュニティというかそのおもてなしというところがもう素晴らしくて、もう特に感謝の気持ちで走りました。
それではもう一つ聞かせていただきます。今回、ご主人のケビンさんと一緒に日本に来ていらっしゃって、ケビンさんがサポーターをされました。ケビンさんからレースでコートニーさんが苦しんでいるときはジョークを言ってリラックスさせてあげるんだというふうに聞きました。今回はケビンさんから何かジョーク言って聞きましたか？
All right, so Kevin obviously come over here to support you this time. It's amazing support crew, and I know usually when you're suffering, he would tell you a really bad joke. Did he tell you any joke this time?
He did tell me some jokes this time, but I will not repeat them because there's no way I'll remember the punchline.
実はあったんですけど、でもそのパンチラインのところ、そのオチのところが覚えてないからちょっと遠慮します。
夫婦の間の秘密もあるということでご理解いただければと思います。
So there's some secrets between the husband and wife, I suppose.
はい、まだね、気持ちと体調を落ち着けていらっしゃる途中のコートニーさんにインタビューを応じていただきました。ありがとうございました。皆さんもう一度盛大な拍手をお願いいたします。
We want to be conscious of your time and also want you to recover from your very hard efforts. So please take some time to rest and we'll let you go.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
ありがとうございます。
What a champion. So incredibly excited to watch her again do some amazing work on another beautiful course around the world. That makes 2 ultra trail or world trail majors wins.
Yeah. Travis was mentioning in the chat, it pretty much wraps up the title for her.
I mean, I'm going to throw this out there. We have UTCT, Cape Town at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard that there might be some interest in another World Trail Majors champion to head out there.
Mm.
So we could have 2 wins apiece.
Who's that?
Rachel Drake.
Oh.
Who would stand a fantastic chance of winning it.
She won Black Canyon.
The Hong Kong race.
And she won the Hong Kong race.
Yep.
And, that would be cool.
And just casually ran, like a 2:30-something marathon in that same time frame.
She's putting a lot of eggs in that Western States basket, though, and she should.
I would love nothing more than to see a Tyler Rachel Drake.
Wouldn't that be awesome?
Just kind of like we had other previous partners who have done really well there. It would just be awesome to see that.
Yeah, Tyler's got that course figured out. I mean, he, I don't know if he has the straight up foot speed of Jim and Peterman, but man, he's got that.
Peterman's got to earn
out.
the ticket.
Yeah, he does.
Hayden's got the speed as well. He's got to figure out the 100-mile distance a little bit better. He's got a few more pieces of that puzzle to put in there that I would say to consider himself a successful 100-mile champion.
Yeah. I mean, the second place he got there was pretty textbook.
It was pretty phenomenal. It was on point. He did that at an injured status.
Yeah.
So, as we found out later, let's see how he's doing post-surgery. It would just be amazing to see him. Peterman still got to get his ticket. And then Mr. Jim Walmsley, who has clearly figured out the puzzle to that race.
Yeah. And Tyler's going to race well, and I'm glad that Anthony Costalis is coming back.
Anthony's coming back. Yeah. We've got a lot of people. Ryan Montgomery's coming back, who had a phenomenal year as well.
So there's what we're seeing this year more than maybe the past 5 is lots of on the men's side and the women's side, a depth is 10 to 12 deep of talented and experienced at Western States runners.
Exactly.
And you don't always see that, And this is not to say that someone might not come from out of experience at Western States, but I think that experience at Western States plus the talent is going to really be on display this year. And gosh, it's 2 months away. Can you believe it?
I mean, so much training can still be had.
Oh, lots of training can be had. It's a late race this year. 29th is about as late as it gets. Probably going to be hot.
Yeah, I was going to say the later it gets, the warmer it is.
Yep,
so I don't know if that's a good or bad
even
thing.
if it's 5 days later. And probably, I mean, the snow is average to slightly below average. So I don't think we're going to see what we saw last year up in the high country.
No. And speaking of, I've been laying out the drone plans for that race recently. Yeah, I'm excited. I think we're going to have very minimal laps in coverage during the race.
Be great. That's going to be great.
We've got some great content currently being worked on by yourself that we're excited for.
I am working on that. Jamil, I was honored and privileged to be asked by Jamil to write up some embellished course descriptions, section by section, that the commentators can read, some scripts. So I'm excited about that. I do have a little bit of a soft spot in my heart for the Western States course.
As we've heard. No, I think it's a special thing when you go there and you can race yourself into the top 10, be on the podium. It should hold a spot in your heart for forever.
It does forever. And I love going back and being involved in the ways that I am on the in behind the scenes with parking cars and doing the aid station at Michigan Bluff and cheering runners across Highway 49 and announcing for a few hours on the track. It just kind of all comes together that weekend for me. I love it.
If you're not staying up for 19 straight hours running the race, then you are staying up for 19 straight hours doing something at the race.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, we're putting together the broadcast now, and it's going to be a special year. We're really excited to up the ante here at Mountain Outpost over at Western States 100. But what's next on our list is going to be the Cocodona 250.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So,
Zach, how's the planning going for that?
We just about got it buttoned up. We have a few more days to go. We have Fuji to take care of first. The team here, we just keep getting more and more dialed with each race that we do. And Cocodona being next on the list, we are really excited to share that amazing adventure through Arizona. That's just the highlight tour of Arizona, realistically. It's going to be a lot of fun to bring that and share that with the world.
And
again,
I talked to both Jeff and Eliza LaPierre about this. It may be kind of the first time in this sort of growth of the 200-plus mile distance that there's a case could be made that it's a legitimately competitive 250-mile race.
We've got three champions returning.
Which is really, I think it's slowly tipped from this niche of a niche wing of the sport to something more. And Cocodona, with all respect to the other 200-mile races, Cocodona seems to be the race that's made that tip happen. And I think
the power of the broadcast, man.
It is the power of the broadcast. And by the way,
and Jamil puts it together a great race. Let's not.
And it's true that Steve is an incredible race director. Jamil's vision for the race gets better and better every year. And covering the final finishers, running through Flagstaff, Arizona, giving everybody their 15 minutes of fame and a week-long live stream with plenty of characters in the chat. I mean, it's just, there's something really special and unique that just keeps getting better.
We are going to live in the broadcast booth for those.
We are.
Luckily, I get to take, this was pre-scripted before I got the job. I'm going to DC on Thursday to go spend some time with my partner, Katie. She's from that area, so we're going to go surprise her mom for Mother's Day that weekend.
Oh, nice.
So
you're front-loading your work, and then you'll have somebody else take care of the sort of Thursday, Friday, Saturday cleanup.
I'm literally looking at the run of show right now. We can go over it if you'd like. I can tell you exactly what we're doing at Cocodona here. But yeah, so I am loading up. There's some AJWs in there. I'm loading up my end of the week when we go live on our pre-show at 4:30 in the morning, Monday, May 6th. Me and Corinne Shalvoy, not Corinne Malcolm, Corinne Shalvoy,
who, by the way, was with us in the Hard Rock coverage and did a fantastic job. It was her first ever time doing it.
She was over at Black Canyon.
She just
did
crushed
great there.
it. Yep, she did a great job at Black Canyon.
So we're going to have her come back and
Javelina.
And she was at Javelina
in
as well,
costume. Multiple costumes.
There were multiple versions of Corinne Shalvoy that showed up that evening.
She is a Halloween buff.
Loves it. And, she's going to bring some great energy to the broadcast, but we're going to start it off. I am going to start off as commentator, dip into my role as producer, come back on as commentator after a 2-hour break.
Commentator is Zach M, and producer is Zach Marion.
It's a little more official when you're a producer. And so I'll be bouncing back and forth and then take the entire next morning. So essentially, I will have from 11 p.m. until 4 a.m. to take a nap the first 2 nights. And then the next day, it's straight on through the entire day. And I don't have myself slated overnight because I have like a 9 a.m. flight out of Phoenix
on
Thursday morning.
Yeah, you probably should.
So I'm going to try to get a few hours of sleep before I make that drive from Flagstaff to Phoenix to get out of here.
And then we will be in the able hands of Jordan, it looks like, for at least a little while.
Jordan and Trevor are going to come in, and they're going to handle things. We're also going to have Matt bopping in and out. Jamil's going to be out in the field all day just flying drones, checking in on us, giving us a field correspondent. We have some special guests that are coming in here. We have we have a few new names that you guys are not going to have not heard from before that are going to give us some just great opportunities to hear some new voices, give us some of their experiences. And we're actually still working on it, so we might have a few other voices pop in here and there.
I love it.
So
I love it.
Can't give too much away yet, but we've got some fun things planned. So come join us Monday, May 6th at 4:30 in the morning. We will be broadcasting pretty much straight all the way through the final finishers Saturday, May 11th at 10 a.m. So that entire week, Cocodona week, we're going to bring you the action live here at Mountain Outpost. Definitely not the same great time, but definitely the same great channel.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I love it. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, we've got a great coverage throughout the day as well. We're going to be at so many places. Yeah. We're going to have drones up in the air. We're going to have that large section in the morning where you take off and there's like literally nothing for so many miles as you make your way up to Crown King. Jamil's going to hike halfway up about an hour or two before the start line and then have his drone up there and give us some great drone coverage for the first few hours and, a few in-person interviews. We've got an amazing thing happening.
I did that. Steve organized a training run a couple weeks ago, and I was privileged enough to have a chance to do it. And, man, that first 37 miles, it is no joke. So when you say Jamil's going to hike up an hour or two, it might get him 8 miles.
Yeah, and luckily that drone's got a 2 to 3 mile range on it.
But that Bradshaw Mountain range is so remote and so beautiful. I mean, when you get back in there, you're like, and Steve was great in his little pre-race, and he'll probably say it at the race too. You do not want to mess up when you're back there because the only way you're getting out is on a helicopter.
SAR is being called, and we're going to come find you. That's half of Jamil's job with the drone is making sure no one's wandered too far away.
All right, let me just take a quick peek at this. I just need to.
You are just so excited. That is not finalized
I know.
yet,
I just want to have a rough idea. I know you guys know I've got my Monday commitment. Okay, so just need to, I'm running again, and I'm doing Javelina, so it looks like this allows for some running.
Yeah, I try to be courteous with everyone, and again, I'll be around, so you can always dodge off for an hour or two for a run. We'll take care of things.
This is great. I love it.
Yeah, we've got things broken up quite well in there, and you and Chris are kind of our anchors here in the live stream, so we want to make sure one of you
We gotta
two is
be,
on
we gotta be
practically at all
rested.
times.
Oh, that's good. I get almost a day off.
Yeah,
Before the golden hours.
Yeah, you gotta. You're getting that day off because you got an entire day's worth of work. So.
I love it. Well, again, we're here on the Fuji 100, Mount Fuji 100 live stream, but we're giving a little bit of a preview of what we're all excited about the week of May 6th through the 11th. We're relocating. I mean, we're setting up, as we've done in the past, studio all the way up in Flagstaff.
We will have the studio near the finish line in Flagstaff. We will be up there all week in Flagstaff. That the studio will stay there.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. And I have already, my oldest son's in-laws live in Flagstaff, and
Perfect.
they've already agreed to take our dogs and give me a place to sleep. So
that will be amazing.
That'll be lovely.
Yeah, it'll be nice for you to get out of because our Airbnb is where we're broadcasting out of. So
Yeah.
I feel like I'm never going to get away from work. Even in my sleep, I'm going to hear it from the next room.
Yeah.
It's going to be. I'm going to be excited come Thursday morning to be on a flight towards DC.
Yeah. Yeah, you are. You are. Yeah.
Yeah. AGW, I'm going to let you recap the top men's and women's race today. Let's see where those results are, and let's find out where our next couple ladies are.
All righty. I will do that.
I actually just wanted to chime in really quick on
Oh,
that.
thanks. Please do.
So our next woman coming in, get the name up. Get the name back up.
Is it Yukari Samia? Samia?
Yes, her. Based on previous splits, she should be coming in pretty soon.
To Aid Station 8?
Yes, to Aid Station 8. She's been doing roughly, her last split was 2 hours 37 minutes between her and Courtney. That puts her, she should probably be coming in probably within the next 10 minutes.
And you may recall, we talked about Yukari a little bit earlier in the broadcast. Marco had a chance to visit with her father, who's crewing her. She's been trail running for 2 years.
Yeah.
Is currently her father called her a housewife. We might call her a stay-at-home mom or a domestic worker, but she is incredible, and that when we saw her at that Aid Station 6, she was looking amazing. Was calm. She was eating that delicious rice and seaweed thing,
Onigiri. It looked like a salmon.
What's it called?
Onigiri.
Oh my gosh, it was
Onigiri.
Onigiri. Oh man, it was just incredible. So yeah, she'll be coming in. On the men's side, we are also awaiting. These three gentlemen were an hour behind Courtney, but were within 20 minutes of one another. Rio Marathi and Hayatu Nishikata and Alexandra Boucher. So they should be on their way toward the finish. And third place woman, I'm not recalling her name.
Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Third place woman will be, according to last tracked, will be Yumi Hosokawa.
There we go. Yumi Hosokawa.
She was about a little under 4 hours past Courtney. So.
All right. So Yukari Samia, second place, and we're thinking 2-ish hours behind Courtney. At last,
closer to 3.
Bit closer to 3.
After.
And then Yumi Hosokawa in third place, at last check, 4 hours, give or take, behind Courtney.
So yeah, I definitely say we should be seeing Yukari probably within the next about 10 minutes. Yeah. and then it'll be a definitely long break between second and third place women.
Yeah.
あと20分後ぐらいですか。15分予想あと10分ちょい。15分とか。予想はい、大丈夫です。男子の3位。そこまでいいです。ああ、そうです。なるほど。基本24時が20年ぐらい前。
さあ、そろそろ、男子3位、日本人1位、もうそろそろフィニッシュです。はい。さあ、皆さんお集まりください。お集まりください。お待たせしました。男子3位。帰ってきてくれましたよ。日本人。
A little bit of an update here. It looks like we've got our third place male, fourth place overall on their way into the stadium here at the Mount Fuji 100. For those who are just joining us, I'm Zach Marion, joined by AJW.
This is going to be Ryo Murata. Ryo Murata was not necessarily in our pre-race prognostications, but he's had a good, solid race. Moved up into this position relatively early, I think aid station 6, and has held on to it. 20 hours will be under 20 hours and 30 minutes, it looks like.
Yeah, absolutely making a name for himself today here at the Mount Fuji 100. It's always fun to see. I mean, even in, another country where we're not familiar with a lot of the athletes here, this seems to be an athlete's breakout day.
Oh, yeah.
So we're going to see this third place Ryo here making, I don't want to say short work of the day, but comparatively short work of the day compared to the other 3,000 athletes that will be out on the course. You can see his head right there. Bounding. Here he comes. There he is. Fourth place athlete. And there we are. That is our third place.
He's excited.
I believe he's our first Japanese.
That's true.
So, hometown hero. Wrapping up the podium spot here at Fuji 100. True champion style. He's taking it in, embracing the crowd. Another one of those athletes with a custom pack. Just amazing.
Yeah. We were chatting about him a little bit earlier. You may recall he's got a finish way back in 2019 at the Hurt 100, and then he made the trip over to the 100-miler at Tarawera in 2020.
I raced him there
with fourth place finish in 1905, and then came out this way and ran the Flagstaff Sky Peaks 10K.
Yeah, him and I ran Tarawera together. We shared a handful of miles, and I don't speak Japanese, he doesn't speak English, so there was no words exchanged. Oh, you gotta love that moment with the baby there and his wife. There were no words exchanged, but him and I exchanged a lot of emotion.
Yeah.
Running is absolutely a universal language, and I got to spend a significant amount of time out there. Congratulations, Ryo. That was absolutely a great day.
Fourth place finisher, but first place in the pack game, and first Japanese finisher, which comes with a fair bit of bragging rights and pride.
There's Anthony Lee. He looks like he's been having some. He said his quads were a little busted.
He's made it in, but he's made it into F8.
Yeah, he's out at Yoshida, Fuji Yoshida.
We had a nice interview with him. Marco did back in F6. He did say his quads were completely trash. That's tough sledding when your quads are trash and you've still got 45K to go.
Yeah, it's a daunting task for sure.
We have his official split at 20 hours, 27 minutes, and 14 seconds. 1 hour and 16 behind
Gotcha. And at least back at F8, the next two men were relatively close together. Hayato Nishikata was in fourth place. And Alexander Boucher was in 50. They were 8 minutes apart at the time, and Raya was 14 minutes ahead of them. So those two could conceivably be 4th and 5th place men.
じゃあスリーショットで並んでいただいて写真撮りましょう。はい。はい。カメラお持ちの方。
That's a happy family right there.
ちょっとあと装備チェックがありますので、こちらの方に改めまして、はい、お願いします。
All right, here's our man, Anthony. And those are very likely, they're very likely Hayatu and Alexander.
で、あとサバイバルブランケット。はい、OK です。はい、はい、OK です。
インタビューしていいですか？
はい、はい、これ、
ライブ配信でインタビューさせていただきます。
はい、なんかお水かなんかってもらう。
お水ありますか？
家族からもらえます。2本。2本。
あるよ、あるよ。
あります。大丈夫です、大丈夫です。すいません。もうチップも返しちゃった方がいいです。後で。
はい。それでは、大会会場にいらっしゃる皆様とライブ配信をご覧の皆様のためにインタビューさせていただきます。2024年マウント富士100富士100マイル男子第3位村田亮選手です。お迎えください。
With our third man coming through the finish line, Bill Dauwalter. Congratulations again.
それでは、まず最初の質問です。村田亮さんは、これまで、タラウェラ100マイルでの4位であるとか、ドインタノンでの11位であるとか、100マイルのレース、走った経験をお持ちですけれども、マウント富士の100マイル初挑戦かと思います。はい。はい。そこで日本人としては第1位、見事な大金星だと思います。今の率直な感想を聞かせてください。
そう。ごめんなさい。すぐに今回エントリーリストを見ても海外でも日本も強い選手非常にたくさん出ていたので、僕の目標としては最低でもトップ10であわよくば1個でも、上の順位をというところを狙って、走っていました。ただ日本人トップで総合3位というところは正直そこまではっきりと思い描けてなかったんですけど、レースが進んでいくにつれてちょっと現実味を帯びてきて、もともと後半頑張ろうってプランだったんで、その自分のプランを遂行できた結果かなと思います。
Right. So the question was, obviously you are a very experienced 100 miler. You have done Tarawera, which you came for. You also did the Thailand Dauwalter, and you came in the 11th place as well. So coming into Fuji, what did you think about your race performance? And the answer Murata gave was, yeah, just running his own race. He wasn't expecting himself to be in the top 3. Not to mention being the first Japanese fan coming in. But then as the race unfolded, it just happened that way. So he's really happy about the result.
それではあともう1問質問させていただきます。村田さんは最近、この春だと思いますけど、ベトナムのダラットウルトラで優勝されたりとか、その他にもフィリピンのキャメロンウルトラであるとか、あとアフリカで最近トレーニングキャンプで経験されたというランニングのキャンプを経験されたと聞いています。こういうちょっとユニークなトレーニングレースの経験は今回のこの見事な成績に役立ったと感じますか？
そうですね、1月から2月ケニア合宿を6週間していて、そこはあんまり山はないんですけど、標高2400でサーフェスも全部ダート道だったので、そこでベースの走力を上げて ただ富士までにレースを一度出たいなと思ってまだ足ができてない状態でベトナムのダラットを走って山慣れしてない中でもいい結果ができたので、そこから順調に富士に向けてトレイルを積むことができたんで年明けからいい流れで富士まで来れたかなと思います。
So the question was like the training leading up to Fuji. So he was saying that he did some high altitude training in Kenya in January and February. And after that, he was thinking about doing Mount Fuji, but he wasn't prepared with the mountain training. So he went to Vietnam and did a race, and gradually he feels like he's prepared, and this is what it is today.
クリエイティブな工夫を重ねた結果が今日の見事な成果につながったということですね。村田亮選手、富士100マイル男子第3位、日本人選手としては第1位、おめでとうございました。拍手をお願いします。
ありがとうございました。ありがとうございました。おめでとうございました。ありがとうございました。
And we're back live here in studio at Mountain Outpost, here at the Mountain Outpost headquarters in downtown Phoenix. I'm Zach Marion, joined by
Andy Jones-Wilkins. Good to be here, Zach. Glad to have you behind the mic.
Yeah, I'm either behind the screen or behind the mic, one or the other. Always doing something.
Wonderful to see that interview with Ryo, and you just commented on it before we went back live. Just so wonderful throughout the day here at the race to see Japanese culture on display. You saw Ryo just giving his gratitude to the assembled fans that were there after his interview. Just so warms my heart to see this race and the way in which all of the volunteers and the participants have sort of really paid honor to this incredible country and this incredible culture. And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, I do see, maybe Jordan can help us out here, they were getting the finishers tape up again, or at least starting to put it up again, or they were folding it up. Okay, yeah, because that would have been pretty quick for those fourth. Yeah, they're folding it up. I thought maybe the fourth and fifth place were coming in, but that's just cool to see.
Yeah, absolutely awesome. And, the aid stations have been so incredibly professional.
Oh,
they take
my
it
gosh,
so seriously out there. They raise the bar. And in true Japanese culture, it is, everything. The floors of the gymnasium had plastic taped to the ground in very organized rows just to keep everything clean.
I did say the drop bag, the matching drop bags has got to be a bit of a chore, though. I'm assuming they're nicely.
They've got to be like
numbered,
laminated,
numbered, and they're in numerical order. And a far cry from just rooting through the drop bags.
I feel like
we do here in the States.
I feel like after this, it's going to look like the Wild Wild West when you go to Cocodona. Going from Japan to Cocodona,
absolutely,
is just going to be a whole different ball game.
One of my jobs last year, volunteering up at Crown King, was drop bags, and it was just, oh my gosh, the stuff people loaded into those things.
It is absolutely insane. But yeah, no, I mean, speaking to the culture, I think there's a culture of, the art of war type of, Shaolin warrior, type attitude with the athletes out there, at the runners, where they're so incredibly humble, but they are there to go to war. And we just saw Ryo over here, our first Japanese finisher, come in as third, top spot on the podium, or rounding off the podium, I should say.
First Japanese finisher.
First Japanese finisher
comes with a great deal of
pride.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, they are all about pride in a good way out there, and it resonates with the athletes, the culture, the aid stations. It's so awesome to see, and the gratitude that Ryo was giving there at the finish line to everybody, and it's awesome to see. Had a great performance. I wouldn't say it was a breakout performance, because he's no stranger to the 100-mile distance, no stranger to ultramarathons, and performing very well, but I'd have to say this probably counts as one of his most proud and best finishes.
I would guess for sure. And
spent some time with him over at Tarawera when he finished fourth, and ran many miles with him out there, and he's just was a very good dude to run with.
Yeah. And you couldn't chat. He didn't know English, you didn't know Japanese, but you communicated.
We
through the
communicated.
universal language of ultra suffering.
Of suffering. We communicated through the sufferfest that is ultra running, and as one of our other great friends out there, Dylan Bowman likes to say, trail running will save the world.
Yeah.
It's the greatest sport ever. I think we communicate. We all share the same feelings at every race.
We do.
Maybe different times throughout the race, but we all go through the same experience at one point or another, and we share that. So that was a fun thing to do. It was the first time running with someone who didn't speak the same language as me, and we shared so many miles, just him and I together, and that was a great experience. So I'm really
I remember
happy to see
speaking
him.
with my friend Don Freeman a few years ago after he got back from Tour de France. He unfortunately wasn't able to finish, but there's something like 80 nations represented in Tour de France.
Right.
And in those 200-mile races, people group up and bond together, talk about universal suffering. And he talked about he had a group of 4. All spoke different languages. They were, doing sign language with one another, or pointing to things. And, and by the end of the first night, they were in lockstep. They were going to leave aid stations together and do their thing. There is something about that brotherhood, sisterhood, familyhood, whatever you want to call it, that just binds us together.
You find a way to communicate, and it doesn't have to be through a shared language.
Absolutely. And some of the times in the most adverse conditions, whether it's absolute fatigue, terrible weather, mishaps on the course, it tends to bring people together even more.
Yeah, it's we tend to bind together through the suffering, and we tend to lean on one another when it's not going well.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's survival, man. We survive better as a tribe and a pack than we do alone. So it makes
something
sense.
Our sport can teach us through the rest of society. We're better with our finding common ground than finding those things that divide us.
The total of the sum is better than the individual parts. That's
Absolutely.
for sure.
Absolutely.
Man, what a day. We're still waiting on. I mean, there's quite a gap that Courtney Dauwalter had out there between first and second. She created an astonishing gap, with second place out there, getting it done. Also, her first 100-mile race. So she's just out here enjoying the day, trying to learn what it's like to go beyond 100K. Earlier in the day, she was saying that she felt like the race was going out too fast, so she just wanted to run her own race and slowed herself down. Didn't get caught up in the speed that can happen in the first. We're seeing a lot of attrition that is, in these later stages of the race that is kind of falling apart as, those first 50K that are so runnable and so fast. And it's easy to go just 10% or even 5% too fast there. Still takes out a significant chunk at the finish. So there you kind of gotta give up minutes to save hours.
Yeah, 100%. And you saw Yukari do that, especially our camera crew spent a decent amount of time in her presence at aid station 6, and she was calm, sitting in that small chair, eating that incredible food. What was it called, Jordan, again? The seaweed with rice? Onigiri. Oh my gosh, I wanted to just take it out of her hand and take a bite, but just very calm, collected, chatting with people, smiling as she left the aid station. You had no doubt at that moment that she was not worried about what Courtney was doing. She was not worried about whatever was going on behind her. She was in her world and making her way through. And now she's past the last aid station in the final. Probably on that final climb right now, within about 16.
Yeah, Yukari
17K.
Samia just really, really having a great day out there. I mean, and she's done it with like a smile on her face every time I have seen her bop in and out of aid stations. She's just, and apparently she's fairly well known there. We found out through our field correspondent Marco. She knows a lot of the volunteers. So I think she hit F3 or 4. She literally was in the aid station saying hi and giving hugs and high-fiving everybody because they all knew her personally. So she's just been a bundle of energy and joy all day. Definitely runs with joy for sure.
I mentioned this to Chris, and she reminded me in that bubbliness of Casey Lichtai, of just that just kind of coming in and just having seemingly not a care in the world, a gentle assassin. And, and she's gonna leave this race. I mean, assuming it continues as second place to Courtney Dauwalter, probably top 10. No, not top 10 overall, but certainly probably top 20 overall, with a lot to be proud of.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of Casey Lichtai, we get to see her go for her 10th finish at Western States this year.
We do. I'm very much looking forward to that.
The people's champion.
And I've already told her I will be there at the track when she gets there, whenever that is. I imagine it'll be somewhere in that 18, 19-hour range, which has become her custom. Except for that one year where she had to be talked out of the chair and into the boat with Stephanie Case. Casey is an incredible career at Western States, and yes, after finishing her 9th last year, I think those fans of the sport know that one of the nice traditions of Western States as they honor the 10-time finishing achievement is that once an athlete has finished the race 9 times, they get one entry, one shot. They still have to pay the entry fee and go through the process, but they get one shot at getting their 10th and then walking away with their 1,000-mile buckle, which I have a high degree of confidence that Casey will be doing on that morning of June 30th. But again, that was something that I noticed in Yukari Samia, that running with joy, that bubbly smile, that high-fiving those around her was palpable. The feeling of her happiness and just being out here, and in her first ever 100-miler. I mean, this is quite an accomplishment, and it was a pretty tough course and pretty tough conditions, I would say, for a first time 100. I might have picked one a little bit less burly than this one, but nonetheless she did, and she's making her way from the last aid station at F8 through to the finish line. So good stuff from Yukari, and looking forward to seeing her make her way into the track within the next hour or two. We also now have seen the finish of Ryo and his interview, so we await Hayato Nishikata and Alexander Boucher shortly, or probably within the next hour. Hayato is? Okay. Jordan's telling us it looks like Hayato Nishikata is very close. Have not seen him in a while. He really spent a long time at that aid station.
We just got eyes on Anthony Lee a minute ago.
Yeah.
Who's made it to F8, and he looked like he was suffering.
Yeah.
He's really battling it out today.
Yeah, he did look like he was wishing that was the finish.
Yeah.
But alas, it's 19K short.
Yeah, just one giant climb and a dip away. And for those who are, wanting to be aware of the American runners, obviously Courtney Dauwalter, our queen, 3rd place overall, 1st place female, and new course record holder. Obviously, that comes with an asterisk that it is a different course than previous, but nonetheless, she established the record to be set here, the hurdles to beat.
And the previous women's best time here was in excess of 22 hours, and she ran 19 and change.
19:21.
19:21
is her official time.
Yeah, so
just
I think
absolutely
no matter
crushed
what
it.
the previous courses were.
Yeah, irrespective to the previous course, she ran incredibly fast enough to put herself on the overall podium.
Yeah.
So what an incredible performance. And I have to wonder if Shinkui-do was correct when he said that Courtney could have beaten me, but she gave me the respect and allowed me to preserve some dignity.
She was concerned about my pride.
Yes, that was the quote. She was concerned about my pride. I mean,
and so she let me win.
he came in at 19:20:52. She came in at 21:22. So literally a minute behind.
A minute behind.
Yeah. Like
30 seconds.
Which he didn't have his tracker, so we were not.
Yeah,
we didn't know what was going to happen, and we saw him setting up the finish line.
We knew they left the aid station 8 together, but
we knew Courtney was on her way, and then all of a sudden we're like, "Oh, there she is!" And then he popped in with his bright orange top and literally running for his life there.
Well, Zach, I think I'm ready to hand over the mic to our correspondents who are going to take us through the rest of the morning. Corinne Malcolm and Jeff Browning are back in the headquarters now that they've found their way through the locked doors downstairs. Hey, Corinne, how are you?
I am good. We got like 6 hours of sleep, so I'm feeling like a whole new person.
Oh, right on. And hey, Bronco, how are you?
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah.
You got 6 hours more sleep than I did.
I got 6.5.
You guys are so lucky. I'm sure you guys heard me crawl in there and take a shower at like 11:30 and then jump back out here at like 1 in the morning.
I
heard the truck leave.
Yeah, I woke up at 2:30 in the morning, and I saw that Courtney was running well, but we didn't have like a great estimate of when she might be finishing. Therefore, I was like, you know what? AJW deserves to call this win, and I went right back to sleep.
That's fair. That's absolutely fair.
No egos bruised here.
So we're going to take a quick break here in the studio, and myself and AJW, we appreciate allowing us to have this time, have this moment here. Again, AJ, it's always a pleasure being able to call a race with you. We're going to take a break here, and we'll be back with the wonderful Corinne Malcolm and Jeff Browning.
All right, thanks, everybody. See you at Cocodona.
清宮選手ですね。
はい
で藤井吉田の方もすでに出発しました。8分ぐらい前にすでに出たようですね。先ほどちょっと
Alrighty, our mics are hot again in studio. So we're going to be bouncing around from our kind of our static camera at the finish line to the map and the
西田
track
選
competitors.
手
That
は
was our fifth
装備チェ
finisher.
ックを
Hayata's
受
made
け
it
て
in to the finish line there.
順位が確定するということですね。
Finally
上位の
making
選手は非常
his
に
way
厳し
in.
い
そうですね。はい。
But yeah,
対応をしてい
it is
ます。
early in the
な
morning
かなかね
here
トレイ
in
ル
the
ランニングで
US,
す
so
とやっ
we're
ぱり
in
ここま
studio
で
and
やる
late
大会
at
というのはな
night
くて、
over
これ
there
も
out to the
富士
gymnasium.
100ならではかなと
There's
は
also
思い
it's
ま
Station
す。
4, so we
はい
probably have a lot of
やっぱりね、
runners
山で
coming
の
from
安
both
全の
directions
啓
at
発
that
に
point
も
in
つな
this
がるの
area.
で、トップ
Remember,
選手だからこ
almost
そ
20,000
しっ
runners
かりと
started
した
this
装備
race.
を持っていただいて、
はい
There's a
一般
steady
の選手
line
の
of
ね、
people
皆さんの
coming
選手の
into
お手本にな
F4,
る
which
よう
is
な
the finish line,
形で、
and aid station 4,
そうで
which
す
is
ね。はい。本当に
97k into the race.
ね、山
So,
って
if you look at
い
the
ろんな
tracker,
リ
it's
スク
kind
が
of a
潜ん
jump.
でいるので、はい。そのリスクを
Yeah, no, if you're trying to look at the live tracker map, it's just like everyone who has a tracker is all in one location.
レースだから持つじゃなくて、普段
そうですね。普段山に入る時には、はい。
Oh, totally, because people would have dropped in that location too. And I guess kind of pertinent drops for us to know about our Nicole Bitter dropping yesterday, which was
今
a
回も
bummer, I think,
装
for
備チ
everyone.
ェックの方こ
We
こ
do know
で
that
受
she
けて
took
い
a
る
few
のはレ
tumbles
イ
out
ンウ
there when
ェ
we
ア
saw
と
her earlier in the day. She was
マー
covered
ジェ
in
ンシー
dirt
シー
from
ト
head to toe.
それとヘッドライトをチェック必ず受けているようですね。
はい、そうです
Like I said
ね。
yesterday, this is a
今のと
very
ころ皆さん問題なく続いて
technical course on the trail sections.
はい。
So, and they have had rain all week. So, before this race, even though they did not during the race, so there was a decent amount of mud.
以前なんかはね途中で装備品を落としてしまって
Yeah, despite
なんていうね
having
ことも
very
聞いたことあります。
good
あ、
次の選手
6位の選手が、
は
はいい、
見えましたね、今、このスタジオの横を通過しました。
Here we come. Oh, okay. The French folks in the audience. Here is your green hat. Alexander making his way into the finish line. Pretty superb run for him.
喜びを爆発させている。
すごいですね。
はい。
Yeah, Bib 208, Alexander. We've gotten to see actually quite a bit of him over the course of the day. He spent kind of the middle section of the race early on running with Courtney Dauwalter. So we saw his crew interacting with Kevin and Courtney quite a bit. At one point he turned and gave Courtney a big high five. It was pretty awesome coming into the aid station.
Yep.
落ちてますね。
はい。
これ緑のキャップが
はい
トレードマークということで、
はい
あ、もう速攻でビールですね。祝杯を
はいあげている
あげています。あー、うまいだろうなこれは。
Oh, he's been waiting for that beer for
フランスか。
21 hours.
はい。好きなんですね。禁酒してたんですかね。どうなんだろう。いいですね。
What a great run.
Yeah, they're like, okay, come over here. Let's get you off the finish area.
あ、でも6位が素晴らしい成績ですね。本当に。
Yeah, it looks like. I mean, finishing on the track. They don't have to do a full
最後の
300
選手
meter
はちょっと残念ながらイン
loop
タビ
around
ュ
it
ー
like we do at
が
Western
ない
States.
ので、
はい。
They only have to run a
ね
tiny bit of it. It
声を聞い
looks
てみ
like,
たい
but
んです
はい
が、
a nice way for people to
そうですね。
gather over the course of the day. Because obviously we're just watching the very front of the race finish right now. But again, almost
でも男子
3,000 runners
立て
take part in
続
this.
け
They
に
have
来
a
てます。
45
そうですね。
hour
このま
cutoff.
までいくと土井選手もそろそろ来てもいいのかなという
So
とこ
runners
ろ
are
で
going
す
to be
そうです
streaming
ね。
into this gymnasium area all day tomorrow. So while it might seem like an odd time to have
選手
your
このまま順当に入
your
ってくれ
lead
ば
men and women
日本
finishing
人で
into
3位
the night into the middle
そう
of
で
the
すね。
night,
はい。
it's going to make for a really magical finish line tomorrow, as the bulk of the finishers start to come in all day.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, there's only like I think at this point we know that
公園
about.
の
I
富
mean,
士
we know
山
that
の名
it
水
might
ス
only
タ
be
ジア
like
ムから
40ish runners were
お
given
送りしておりま
trackers.
す。
So it's like
マウント富士100富士
Yeah.
100の今21時間4分経過しています。
Yeah, yeah. Because if you look at the
の
tracker, it is
深夜
very
0時に
そうで
昨日
すね。
今日か
Gotcha. So it was like mandatory for the top 40 and then it was opt-in.
いつだかわかんなくなるっていう。
はい、何曜日なのかちょっとよくわからない感じですけどね。はい、今日まだ金曜日です。
まだ金曜日。はい、そうですね。
一般の方というか普通の方はまだ仕事をしている曜日ですから、はい。まあ明日ぐらいからねゴールデンウィークということでもうお休み連休に入っていく方もいらっしゃる、今タイミングです。
Like had a really like I feel like a very strong run from start to finish. I think his crew said that we learned a lot this year and we're excited to come back to it in part because they were surprised. Some of the aid stations was like a little pavement that you have to use. We're learning on the fly as far as crewing a race like Mount Fuji 100 miles. So we'll see if they'll be coaxing him back here again next year.
Well, I'm cruising through all the outs at the aid stations right now, and he ran a great race. He was hovering early about 5th or 6th, and then he moved into about 7th or 10th at some of the aid stations. And he slowly kind of worked his way up and then just hovered the last few aid stations right around 5th or 6th. So he ran a great race.
ちょうどこのスタジオのある、すぐ隣に、F4 のエイドステーションが設置されています。
Samia has come through that
トップ選手はもうね、ずいぶん忘れたぐらい前にここを通過してるんですが、そうですか、今ちょうど合流ですね。
Your race winner Courtney Dauwalter, but she is actively making her way through the final 20K of the course, which does have a bit of road ultimately on the way in.
ちょうどここのスタジアムの横にたくさんいらっしゃる。
その辺もちょっとね、笑顔あるといいんですけどね。
そうですよね。見たい感じはしますよね。
Here back to the gymnasium.
スタッフ頑張っていただいて近いので。映像を届けていただけるとありがたいですね。多分ライブ配信見てる方はね、お友達とかが映るのをね期待したりとかしてるんだと思うんですよね。
そうですよね。はい。
そういう姿も見たいですね。
選手のね、
姿も見たいですよね。
Crewing this thing might be as hard as running it in places.
今画
I don't know
面
about you, but
で
how
は
do you feel when you're done with
先ほ
100?
どフィニッシュしたポチェク選手
You
が
just want to sit down.
Yeah. Well, I loved his. He's like, I need that beer.
Yeah, that was. I could not do that.
Yeah.
That is one thing I can't. I have to have like at least a recovery drink before I get my stomach straight.
I'm a fluids first human being. So whatever I can get is pretty ideal. But
You are the man.
sometimes it's the emotional, the mental and emotional side of like, okay, I want to get to that beer, that thing, whatever it is at the finish line. I just saw our infield correspondent Marco running around back in his down jacket, bouncing around in this finish line area.
Yeah, I think
he's also been up this whole time.
The whole time.
Crushing it, absolutely crushing
it. Yeah, I have a rule. When I finish, I have to at least pee once before I can have an alcoholic beverage. I think that's a good rule.
I think that's fair. 1-to-1, one water, one alcoholic beverage. Just a steady 1-to-1.
Yeah, tell us in the chat. Do you? What's your preference? You have to hydrate first, or you go straight for the buzz?
Oh, it really depends. I think oftentimes it's truly a 1-to-1. Like I was given a beer at the finish line of UTCT, and I did not drink the whole thing, but I was like really happy to have something that I got to sip on a little bit.
Yeah, the first year at Cocodona, I had just become friends with Pete Mortimer because I just moved to Flag, and he had bourbon at the finish.
Whoa.
I was like, man, I don't know about that. All
right, we're going to go to Marco with an interview with Alex, it looks like.
Oh, cool.
Awesome. So it sounds like we've got Marco in the field, and we're going to shoot over to an interview with our fifth male, 6 overall, the green hat himself, Alex. Take it away, Marco.
Sure. I think he might be. Let me see if they finished the interview with the French videographer. Is it okay if I talk to him? All right. Alex, I have the US live broadcast on YouTube. Is it okay if I talk to you for a few seconds?
Yeah, but my English is like French English, you know. So no problem for me, but maybe a problem for people who are listening.
No, you're totally fine. Congratulations on an amazing finish. Like, she was mentioning that you're like a Pac-Man. You're just eating up the field one by one. Like, you're going faster and faster.
Yeah. No, if you come to Japan, you get to play to Pac-Man. And I was in the district with all the game in Tokyo 2 days ago, and it's an inspiration of doing a Pac-Man. No, in reality, it was hard at F3 with the heat. It was hot. It was really warm, and when before the strategy was to accelerate after this point, the 100 kilometers point, and that's what happened. But it's a little bit early in the race to choose to accelerate at 100 because it's a 100 mile, so there is a lot of kilometers after. But it was a good decision. But I wasn't thinking the race was so technical when we were in the mountain, and not the last one, before the last one. I've done 4 times the Diagonal des Fous. I've done a UTMB. I've done a tough race, and what? It was not running. It was just climbing and hope to not fall. It was fun. It was fun to put this difficulty just at the end of the race when you are totally dead. It was cool. It was funny. And now I'm just hoping there is people that are arriving at the 100 kilometer now.
Yeah. There are still more people coming in at F4.
Okay.
There are people still arriving, so there are still a lot of runners coming from behind as we see more top runners finish the race.
Yeah. And what my best memories during the race was in the little morning, just before 5 in the morning. I was with Courtney, where we're in the first mountain, and on the left I got the moon, on the right I got the Mount Fuji with the colors of the sun rising, but beautiful colors like the Patagonia logo. It was awesome, and I was chatting with Courtney, so it was a best beginning of the day for me. I'm fond of ultra trail, and when you're fond of ultra trail and you get the moon, the Mount Fuji, the sun rising, and Courtney, it's perfect.
Sounds amazing. Are there anything you would like to do differently if you're doing this again?
Yes, not to injure myself 2 months before, and can't run enough to be able to accelerate at the beginning of the race. I hesitate to put an attack at kilometer 5 because there was a group of 6 and nobody is taking the lead, and it was not so fast. It was like 4 minutes per kilometer. Not fast, and sorry. Thanks. And I hesitate to put an attack, and I remember myself that I was injured. I got to be very cool and very quiet until 100 kilometers. So I decided not to do. Oh, sorry again.
Do you feel cold? You want to get a jacket?
No. I don't feel cold. I feel great.
Awesome. Well, just one more question for me. You mentioned earlier it's very technical. You didn't expect this to be so technical. How would you compare this race with, say, UTMB, which you finished very well as well?
It's totally different because there is a lot of different parts. There is like technical part when we are in the mountain, but there is 32 kilometers of running at the beginning. It's crazy. It's totally crazy to do that. And there is a lot of part of asphalt, of road running. I was thinking that if this race was in France, people will change the choose they use to adapt to the different part of the race because you have to run like 5 different manners of running way of running during this race. That's the particularity. And the other particularity is you get always the Mount Fuji is looking you like, hey boy, keep calm, keep quiet. I'm here. No.
Cool. Awesome. Well, congratulations again. Maybe one last word. Any things you want to tell the English audience that is watching you right now online?
No, but you get to people who love ultra running and not ultra running, not ultra trail, but ultra endurance. Endurance is when you resist in time, ultra resisting. If you love this, you get to try this race because it's not only something you get to do with your leg, you get to do also with your brain this race, and that's the point. And if you love to do this kind of exercise, you get to come there.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Well, congratulations again. Some well-deserved rest, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. That was awesome.
Thanks, Marco.
Yes. Yeah, I also got a chance to just speak to Nishikata, who came maybe 5 minutes before Alexandre, and he was saying he was trying to leave the aid station as quickly as possible at each station, so he was like dehydrating the whole time. So as soon as he got into the tent after his equipment check, he was like, I need water. Was really happy that he finished 5th on the podium.
Amazing.
Cool. Amazing.
What a hard day for so many individuals, and so many individuals are still out there running.
Yes, and I think Alexandre Boucher said it correctly, is that it's crazy to run the first 32K slightly downhill on roads and then have to finish with a really, really technical. We were talking about this quite a bit yesterday. I kept bringing up how technical the end of this course was. And he said it, that it was just, he said, I'm just trying not to fall. So what a great description of the course.
Yeah, I mean, for an athlete who's done Reunion, like Grand Raid, La Reunion several times, who's done UTMB and done well there, like that's to be like surprised or like find the challenge of Mount Fuji 100 very like captivating. I thought that was very cool.
Yeah.
That says a lot about the race.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that that's some of the feedback that was coming through at some of the checkpoints yesterday from racers, that they were surprised at how technical the trail sections were. I think it shows that this is a very deceptive course.
Yeah, not a lot of gimme.
Yeah.
Not a lot of gimme.
And you have to have all the tools.
Yeah, I'm sorry, just sorry to interrupt. Yeah, exactly. So, like, if you look at the elevation profile or the elevation gain of 7,300 meters, it may not seem to be that much on the surface, but then, like what Alessandra was accounting earlier, like you have so many different sessions that is challenging you at very different levels. You have the long road session, which tire you out, and then you have the long descent, and then your quads start blowing up. And then after F6, you start doing the technical session for another marathon, mountain marathon. So it's just challenging the person at a very different level. It also speaks a lot to why the last finisher is finishing in like 43, 44 hours, that it takes that much time. As we're speaking, on my right, there is the stadium, or the gymnasium, where it is also the F4. So the finish line is just next to the 4th aid station. There are still tons of runners coming in and going through the second night. So there's going to be a long day.
Yeah, really long day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. I'll head back to you.
Thanks, Marco.
What a crazy race experience. So now we've got 21 hours since they started I'm going to call it, I always do like the 12:05 a.m. so I know what day I'm talking about. They've actually had races that start at midnight and people miss the start because they're not sure which midnight it is. So like they actually changed the start of TDS, for example, because people missed the start of it because they didn't know if it started at 12:05 a.m. on Tuesday or 12:05 a.m. on Wednesday. When they said midnight Wednesday, people weren't sure like which day it was. And so they ended up having to move the race start to make it clearly in one date on the calendar.
Yeah, I had a couple of my athletes that I coached, like one texted me and was like, it starts tonight at midnight, right?
And you're like,
and I was like, no, we were already been on. Like, because he was going to tune in, and then he was like, well, I missed like most of it.
Yeah, you're like, well, it's 17 hours ahead, and
yeah,
it started
yeah,
at
and you can get up at 3 a.m. and watch Courtney finish.
Yeah, but it is kind of, it's an interesting complexity when it comes to racing as far as what happens. It looks like our monitors, or our feed coming from Mount Fuji 100 is frozen since the clock is no longer moving. Oh, we got a second back. So there is, so basically what we've got right now, because it is, after dark in Japan, it's trail running after dark, so to speak here. But we are making our way into the late evening hours, local time in Japan. They've made their way, many runners have made their way to the 100-kilometer mark at F4. Our race leaders, our top 6 finishers, have made it through the final technical back 60K of the course and have made it into that same zone at the gymnasium to finish the race. But again, almost 3,000 runners started this race at midnight 21 hours ago.
And a ton are still on the course.
And many of them are still out on the course. They started in waves. They had a 200-person first wave, which was kind of the elite field. And then behind them, they started a wave every 10 minutes to get the remaining 2,400 or so runners out onto course. And so we've got 4 waves of runners making their way around this just like, near circumnavigation of Mount Fuji.
And I think you highlighted this earlier, but I think it's interesting to point this out again, and that is the F4 is the finish line and aid station at 97K. It would be, if you're having a rough day and it was a hot day, it would be really hard not to drop at 97K when you're at the finish line.
I mean, it's just calling your name. That's where Nicole Bitter, we know that's where she dropped, was at F4.
Yeah, and I think that's
I would keep wanting to say yesterday, but it's still only been, we're still all on the same day in Japan.
Yeah, it's still
yesterday
same day
for us in the U.S. We have slept and woke back up.
Yeah, exactly. We're on our second cup of coffee already.
Yeah, we're trying.
But I do think these are unique situations in certain races where they're have these kind of areas where you would come through where you'd be right at the finish line, but you're not at the finish line. And it makes it really mentally tough to not be tempted to drop, I guess. If you're having a little bit of especially if you're having a rough patch at that moment, just remember it always gets better. It never gets all bad.
Yeah, or as Jason Koop would say, it doesn't always get worse.
Right.
It can't always get worse. I'm like, it feels like it can sometimes.
It does feel like it can sometimes. So you'll see, this is the finish line, Mount Fuji 100. We are 21 hours into the race. It is about 9:23 p.m. In Japan right now.
Looks like we're getting ready
on
for
Saturday.
Another finisher to come in, though.
Yep, so it looks like we have someone else coming. We're trying to see who that is. Let's see what the tracker says here.
Yeah, and we're getting kind of that mixed audio feed from, I can hear the Japanese commentators in my ear again. Perfect. We're tracking. We're using all of our resources here on the ground. The ground in Phoenix. Including bringing you a live stream with an internet outage for the entire day.
We are thinking on the same. We've been hanging out so much. We're thinking on the same brainwave. I about said that.
Oh, Doi-san, amazing! This guy is. I'm a super fan. So he's the race director. I don't know if you know this, Jordan. He's the race director for a race in Japan called the Bambi 100 mile, and it only takes first time 100 milers. So everyone in the race is doing their first ever 100. And so he if I'm remembering this correctly from yesterday, he is an Osaka firefighter, like works for the fire department of Osaka, but because he's that makes him a public servant. And so he's racing in a North Face kit, but he can't actually take any money from the North Face because that would be against him being a public servant. And I'm just like, I'm now a super fan.
It's pretty cool.
Of Doi-san. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That is 100% accurate. Yeah, learning about him like all day from John in the chat, our plant in the field.
Yeah.
Our other plant in the field. John is taking
Yeah, thank
care
you,
of us.
John. We appreciate that. And Jean is saying if Marco interviews Doi-san
to ask him about Bambi,
yeah,
versus like how hard this course is. Oh, I love this. I love it.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah, you got to make sure your time stops, and then you can go grab babies and high five everyone.
This is our 7th place overall finisher, 6th male.
Yep. I love that they have the finishing band out for everyone thus far too. I think that's really special.
Yeah, he's some
hair,
crazy hair.
That hair is a
the
vibe.
Announcer. He has some hair. That's like straight out like 85 like metal band.
Oh, a speech for the finish line. I love it.
I think that's going to be Jamin's Javelin 100 outfit right there. Saran wrap jacket.
And in another, like, 10-ish hours or so, the 70K will kick off with 800 runners. We will not be here for that.
No.
But, yeah, they have another 800 runners taking part in the 70K. It's Friday night in Japan right now, but Saturday morning, those runners will take off.
Yes. And by
I
that
believe.
time,
I don't
will.
think they start in the middle of the night.
I will be hopefully back in Flagstaff, going to bed early tonight.
Yeah, I land in Minneapolis at like 8:30 p.m. and I'm like, I'm going straight to bed.
Yeah, my family's going to be like, "What? How was it?" And I'm going to be like, "I'm going to bed at like 7." Yeah, so what a great finish for him. Doi with a great day. He was consistent, another consistent performance all day. We saw him work his way up through the field as well. We're hoping to get an interview with him at some point with Marco, so we'll bring that to you as soon as we can.
Yeah, Doi Takashi-san just like had an exception. We watched him like fight it out in the top 10 all day, like very consistently. I don't think he's had. It sounds like from what Jean caught of his like little speech at the end there was that essentially he had some problems with some of the ups and downs, just like really struggled in that portion of the course, but really pulled it together for a very impressive performance, finishing in the men's top 10. So we will, I really want Marco to ask him the question about the Bambi race.
Yeah, he really. I'm kind of again this. I like to do this at the end to see how they perform throughout the day. He was pretty much hovering right around 7th or 8th male most of the day and finished in 6th. So it looks to me like he didn't really fade much. He ran a super consistent race the whole day. Yeah, I mean, almost every checkpoint, 7th place, 7th place, 7th place.
Ultimately finishing 6th.
Ultimately finishing 6th male.
Super consistent.
Yeah.
Great pacing, great metering out of that effort, right? We oftentimes call it like toothpasting, or like where you can't just like grab your toothpaste thing, right, and squeeze it because it's going to like go everywhere. And you want to like slowly roll up the bottom of your toothpaste container so that it's like this nice consistent effort that gets spread out.
So I started to tell this yesterday, but we had something happen where we had to go to Marco. This is the whole story of the peanut butter.
Of your peanut butter spreading.
Yeah, you got to spread the peanut butter really smooth. Your effort is one slather of peanut butter on your knife, and you are the knife. You are the knife.
Yeah, otherwise you're going to have things like some dry bread.
Yeah, you don't want the dry toast. You spread it smoothly over the whole piece of artisan sourdough bread.
We've got a question in the chat for you. It says, good morning to AZ. Ohio gozaimasu. Question to Jeff Browning. Have you ever thought of participating in Mount Fuji 100 again? I would say we've been peer pressuring him for the last 21 hours.
They have been peer pressuring me. And yes, and now that the course is laid out the way it is, I'm very interested to try it with this hard finish.
Does this course, the current iteration of it, speak to you more as far as is that more appealing to you than the course that you ran? Or just because it's different, that's interesting?
I think it's different and it's interesting that way. I think it's also interesting for me that it's a combo race because it doesn't necessarily suit all my strengths because I'm not, obviously I'm 52 years old and I'm not as fast as leg speed as I used to have. So but it also, all the runnable stuff's at the beginning and all the hard stuff's at the end. And the really technical stuff, and I like the technical. So it actually speaks to my strengths in the second half of the race. And if it's hot. And it's in April because I did it in September. So it was a totally different race. And so I'd love to come back and run it. I really enjoyed my time there. And I every year yeah. So we'll see.
He's already made promises, apparently, unless we can convince him to do a double 100-mile situation
in
next
April.
You're doing 250.
I know. I am doing 250. So Zach needs a mic over there.
Yeah,
he's just over there like from the cheap seats.
The peanut gallery over here heckling us in the background.
I'm trying to get work done over here on Cocodona actually and Western, and then I can't help it.
You can't help but get involved. Yes. I want to do it again.
Perfect. That was a long way to get to a yes, but I appreciate where we finally ended up.
Yeah, I don't ever make promises until I talk to my wife. That's why I've been married for 27 years almost.
Life lessons with Bronco Billy.
Deep thoughts with Bronco Billy.
Trail running after dark.
You're joining us for trail running after dark.
Before the sun comes up. We're too loopy for this early in the morning. We actually got to sleep.
We did get to sleep. We had an amazing tacos last night.
Yeah, we did. We found the most amazing.
We found the bomb of a place. I don't even know.
Taqueria Jalisco.
There's like a dozen of them within a stone's throw of this place, but there's
about 15 minutes away.
Yeah, it was delicious.
I will send it. Gets really good reviews on Yelp.
Ooh.
It was.
Are you a Yelp user?
I still am.
I get trash all the time from Katie for being a Yelp user. She's like, just use Google. And I'm like, I have my Yelp app, and I go right to Yelp every time.
I just have used Yelp for so many years because it was the before Google reviews were around.
Right.
It was the place to find a restaurant when you're traveling.
Right, exactly.
And it's still not bad.
It still works. It works really well.
Yeah, and you can grab your directions right off of it. But I use Google as well. So sometimes I'll do both. If I really want to...
You do your research on your research.
I do research on my research.
Okay.
That's how geeky I am.
And then he catalogs it all in his special cataloging system. He made fun of me because I totally...
For 12 years later to pull up and be like, I know a great taco place. Let me show you guys.
Hold on. I have that archived.
He witnessed me like losing an entire document that I worked on this morning.
I got fatherly, didn't I?
The internet didn't like me. And I lost all the work because I didn't do it in like a Google Doc or a Word doc or anything. And so I'm out.
You never do it
Sometime.
straight in the software platform. You
I
always
did.
do it in a doc so you
I got
can
lazy.
catalog it.
Make the hard copy.
And I got punished for it.
Big time.
Yeah, so we're working on our visual. Sweet. I think we've got Marco at the finish.
All right, I'm gonna go to Marco.
With Doi-san?
With Doi-san, it looks like. 2017かな。
はい。Do you have me on audio?
Yes.
Right now?
Yeah, we do, Marco. We can hear you.
Awesome. Okay. So Doi was just saying he met Jeff Browning at UTMB at one point and ran together for a little bit. So I was just explaining to him who is on the other side of the camera.
Awesome. Tell him amazing job. He ran consistent. I looked at where he came through every aid station. He hovered around 7th or 8th. He hovered around 7th or 8th all day and just ran an amazingly consistent race. Tell him amazing job.
ジェフから僕の口で土井さんに伝えたいのはもう素晴らしい走りがずっと見てて7位8位とかの争いをずっと見ててもう本当に今日一日すごい感動しましたとはい Thank you very much
いやそんなに得意じゃないですね
じゃあ日本語で質問して英語で訳していいですか So we'll do the interview in Japanese and now we'll translate in English、今日一日、振り返るとどうだったんですかね
そうですね、自分、100マイル毎回こうスムーズに行くわけではなくて、なんかこうトラブルがあったり、気持ちとか体のその波がやっぱり出てくるんですけど、自分実はもう40超えてて、もう100マイルも何本も走ってるんで、そこをどんだけこう過去の経験を生かして、その波をどんだけこう立てないように。なんとか修正しようと思って、我慢のレースでしたね。はい。
So my question was, how did the race unfold for you? And he was saying, well, to be honest, I'm already over 40 years old, but at the same time, I have a lot of experience behind me. I have done many 100-mile races, and in every race, there are a lot of waves that I have to ride on. And at this point, I'm just trying to not to be whitewashed by the waves, so that I can just like go with the flow and as it unfolds. This is how it looked like for this race for me. Are you happy with the result? 今回のレースを満足してますか？
順位はねちょっと振るわなかったけど、自分なりには出し切れたんでよかったです。はい。
Well, I already gave my best today. Of course, like in terms of ranking, may not be the most satisfactory result, but I gave my best. どこが一番難しかったと一番辛かったですか Which was the hardest part for you at this time?
やっぱりトレイルランニング、ちょっと運営上仕方がないんですけど、ある区間がすごいロード区間が長くて、自分はあんまりロードがあんまり好きじゃないっていうか、山が好きなんで、そこをずっと我慢の走りをしないといけなかったっていうところが、気持ちとしてはしんどかったです。
So the hardest part was the road running part. And so this is not what I'm really good at. So I have to really tell myself to just hold on to it, hang on to it, and get through that. But I wasn't really good, and I don't enjoy that. これ振り返ると、また今度これをチャレンジしようとしたら、なんか違うやり方しようとか、改善しようとするところあるんですか？なんか anything that you would change if you're doing it again?
そうですね。1ヶ月前に110キロぐらいのレース出て、今回のステップアップとして、で、このレースのステップアップとして出たんですけど、ちょっと今日最初から足が重たかったんで、その疲労がちょっとうまいこと抜ききれなかったかなっていうのが、一番の、ちょっと、反省点かなと思うんで、もう少しちょっと、レースの組み立てを、1ヶ月前、ちょうど1ヶ月前ですね。
So in terms of what I would do differently, I had a 100K race as a tune-up race for this 100-mile a month ago.
But as the race started today, I feel my legs were a little bit heavy. So maybe in terms of the tuning up, I could do a better job next time. ありがとうございます。Thank you so much.
Marco, can we ask one more question for him?
もう一つ質問。はい、Yes, sure.
Someone in the chat who lives in Japan knows that he's the race director for the Bambi 100, which is for only first-time 100-mile runners, I believe. And so they were wondering, how does this course compare to Bambi?
OK。向こうのオンラインのオーディエンスからのチャットのメッセージ質問なんですけど、土井さんもバンビ100のレースディレクターとして務めてるんですけども、バンビ自分のコースとこの UTM 富士100のレースとの違いっていうか、醍醐味が何か違うんですか？
すごいよく知ってますね。私が運営しているのはもう初めての100マイルの人たちのために運営してるんで、とてもイージーなコースですね。40キロのコースを4周するんですけど、40キロで累積標高が獲得標高が1500なんで、すごく走れるコース、とてもイージーです。はい、こっちとはちょっとまだ違いますね。はい。
Well, he's very impressed that someone from the audience know about his race. So Bambi 100 is a race for the first time 100-miler. So we want to make it as easy as possible for people to complete. So it's a 40K 4 loops of a 40K loop. And the total elevation gain is 1500 meters. 1,500 meters. So it's like relatively easy for people to complete. Again, he was really impressed that the audience from the audience know what he's doing. なるほどですね。
すごい。いや、バンビ100のことを知っていることが驚きました、僕は。
He's still in shock that someone know about his race. Okay, any more last question before I let him go?
I think that's it. Just congratulations on a great race.
Yeah, tell him giddy up.
みんな、ジェフからよく休んでください。
ありがとうございます。いや、嬉しいな。
ありがとうございます。はい、ありがとう。
Thank you, Marco.
Thanks, Marco. Doi-san, 7th overall, 6th male. Amazingly consistent race today.
Yeah, he said, I'm over 40. Like, I know what my strengths
That's
are.
my man.
I know what my weaknesses are. I know the road running section was going to be hard, but I did what I can. I thought that was really impressive. I also just a very humble human being.
Yeah.
Does a lot outside of his own personal running, and I think that is very admirable. It looks like we just had our next finisher come in.
We're trying to get his number. That's he would be seventh male, 8th overall.
Technology.
Yeah, we're trying to refresh.
Just like everyone at home, we're also using the same technology.
And this is something we've kind of got interrupted on, but you were starting to say that here in the Aravaipa studios in Phoenix had a full internet outage for the past 48 hours. We've been running off of Verizon. Yep. The mobile. And we still are. So we apologize if there's been a little less quality than normal, but we are at the...
We're making magic happen.
Yeah, we're making magic happen.
All things considered, this has been pretty solid coverage for an international race from Phoenix.
Yeah, from mobile. Yeah. So technology can be a little fickle sometimes. Right, Corinne?
Yes, it's a sore subject. I honestly, the thing I'm upset about is not like, some of it will be really easy to like recreate, but I did some like witty writing, there were 2 paragraphs that I was like really proud of, and I was just like,
and
man,
they're gone.
I'm never gonna get that back. It's no way it's gonna be as good as the original. And I was like, those were like the inane post 10 hours of commentary, like quick little thoughts, and like they no longer exist. They're not in my brain. They're not in the internet. They are gone.
She broke that to me this morning. I made steak and eggs at the Airbnb, and
I was watching it just disintegrate
in
front
front
of
she
me.
Was like, oh my gosh. And I was like, what? She's like, I wrote a whole thing last night and it's gone. 4:15 a.m. this morning.
Those witty
oh, this is gold. I can't wait to get home and write this down. And then 20 minutes later, you get to your car and you're like,
What was that?
It was so good.
It was amazing. Okay, this is my entrepreneurial note to everyone. If you have those witty things, take a hike break, put it in your phone notes.
I do that all the time. I have like a slew of notes of thoughts that have like come to me about something. I'm like, write it down now, otherwise it's gone.
Yeah, you have to take a hike break. Type.
Just into the ether.
Thumb it in there. She'll get it back.
She always does.
Yeah.
I know. I always get it back eventually.
I think at this point we're at a deficit. I'm just trying to make up ground.
We're falling apart, team.
That recent finisher was Nagisa Itagaki.
Nagasa Itagati. 211, the bib number? Sweet. Amazing.
Finish cam, but
Our finish cam is down,
it looks like Marco might be interviewing him.
but it seems like our mobile connection might not be good.
No, they don't have it. They're not displaying anything.
Love it.
They're displaying that image.
Nice. Excellent connectivity. Technology. We're rolling in technology this morning.
This is what, the third time they've done this?
They've cut out a handful of times today and just gone right to like the weight screen without warning. And we've just
Gotcha.
been kind of like, okay, and here's a map of the course.
Well, at least it's an actual weight screen. The pre-race, our weight screen was just zooming in on the banner behind the commentators in Japan. So this feels a little bit more polished up, maybe. Yes.
Okay, because I watched it, and I was very confused because I heard you talking. And I was like, did they
This
realize?
half off center to a tilt Mount Fuji thing. Someone's just holding a unstabilized camera on.
So if you're looking at the map right now, the finish line is at F4, and it's also kilometer 97, aid station 4, and the finish line. And so there are around 2,400 runners, and there are a lot of runners still on the course.
Yeah, again, nearly 3,000 runners started this race. So we only have 7 of them in at the moment. Many, many, many more finishers to be welcomed in. Is the race director still out there? We should maybe try to figure out where he is on the...
Oh, yeah, Kaburagi.
If he has a tracker up or not. He is wearing bib number 1, started behind the 4th wave.
My lightning brother.
Early
He did not
Friday
have
morning.
a tracker, so we won't be able to see where he's at.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah, he is number 1. Bib number 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a tracker.
Oh, nice.
Last seen somewhere.
I hope they got him back up and going again.
Oh, man, that quad shot coffee.
You're welcome.
Dude. I'm like...
I don't do...
My heart rate's going to explode, I think.
I don't do cream in my coffee, so I don't know if I get the ratio right. I'm just like
No, it was perfect.
shooting in the dark.
No, it was perfect. But I haven't even finished the whole thing, and my heart rate's like over the top, because that's going to be like, that's basically like my 3rd cup of coffee equivalent. I don't ever have 3 cups of coffee in the morning. I'm like spazzing right now.
Yes,
I've got heart palpitations.
We got an update on where our race director is on course, and it looks like he's well through F4, probably halfway to the F6 aid station.
Cool.
Just
Awesome.
slowly moving his way up, probably saying hi to every single runner out there.
Yeah, he's a solid runner. He was a sponsored North Face athlete.
Nice for a
when
long
he was
time.
younger. Yep.
Looks like we have our next runner in. Looks like maybe bib number 210.
I think 210 was right behind 211. I don't have good.
210 would be a Chinese athlete, Wang Ho-chung. Oh yeah, it is. It is Wang Ho-chung. He's a Chinese normal athlete there. And I believe in the chat someone was saying that he might also be a firefighter.
Yeah, I saw that too.
And he's done some really kind of like long, crazy runs, well over 200-mile stretches, 700 kilometers in the French Alps, but a super interesting runner and firefighter as well.
Cool.
I don't know if the Asian and European firefighters have the same kind of pleasant schedule that American firefighters have, who do like 24 on, 24 off, 24 on, and then like 4 days off oftentimes. So
yeah,
know a number of very athletic firefighters.
Yeah, if anybody knows, let us know in the chat what kind of schedule they have as firefighters.
Yeah, in other countries, because it's definitely shift work here in the U.S. and it's definitely allows for a lot of flexibility when you're not on
shift.
Yeah,
it makes it a little trickier when you're writing their training plans, but it's cool
sure
because
does.
they get to do like block training, like 4 days of block training.
Yep. And you sometimes can, I think, plan for some training during those days versus like I coach a number of like nurses and PAs, and those shift workers, it's like, oh, you're at the hospital for 12 hours. It's not like you're going to get a 40-minute run in that day.
But at the when they're a fireman, they in the U.S. at least, they usually have a weight room and a treadmill and probably a Stairmaster machine.
Yeah, or they can run. They can run within an area around the station.
Yeah,
too.
short runs. So
Chris Vargo still gets in. He's a firefighter out in Breckenridge, Colorado. He gets in a lot of good training on his treadmill at the firehouse.
Yeah, I mean,
Vargo and I missed each other by like literally a week. I moved to Flag. He got that job. He was in Flagstaff as a firefighter. And we were talking back and forth. Oh, I'm moving to Flag. Cool. Yeah, let's connect. And then he goes, hey, dude, I got a job in Breckenridge. I'm leaving on such and such a date. And I was like, I'm getting to Flagstaff a week after that.
He wanted that job.
So it's cool that we're witnessing their mandatory gear check here.
Every finisher they would have been going through and taking everything out, checking all the gear, all day long.
I think it's really it's cool to be like, okay, here's our full-on mandatory gear check with everything that this is what we need to receive from you. That's super cool.
And it's not just like a, hey, do you have it in there? It's like they were opening the bivvies and like making sure that they had the space blankets, the full kit of everything. Like they went through the entire kit. Everything to the T.
I was like, don't unroll my.
Thank you.
Good.
I've cut it to the exact specifications.
Hey, 可唔可以訪問你一陣，幫我英文個English 嘅英文 interview?
Oh yeah, so Marco.
Hey, so I have
Wong
Wong Ho Chong next to me. Let's do a quick interview with Wong. How are you doing? Congratulations again.
Yes, thank you. Just finished Mount Fuji, 100 mile.
I heard from your wife that you didn't train a lot, quote unquote. How do you feel about your performance today?
I feel my performance is not perfect, but trail running is not perfect. I did some training, but just not very concentrate on the Mount Fuji because so busy. The work-life balance is always hard for me. But I have some endurance base. Actually, I did UTMF in 2015, so I have some experience of the course. So this year I have good endurance base. I did many times long race. So when I come back the Mount Fuji, and I think the performance is not too bad, even not perfect, but I'm so happy to finish the race in the ranking 8th place.
Right. I was following you at F2, F4, and then F6, and I can see you are getting better and better when you left F6. It seems you are feeling much better in the second half. Was it true?
Yeah, it's true. Just when the first 50K before the big assistant point, actually I followed the pace. It's too fast for the front runner. And also I feel I didn't train too much, and I'm still feeling tired. After I land Japan, I don't have enough time for recovery, so I feel quite tired in the first 50K. Even I think let's give it up, or maybe I run slowly to support my friend Angie. She's a girl that she's a very great performance. But I think trail running is always not perfect, and we change during the on the race. We change many times, our mentally and our physically change a lot. So I have a lot of experience. So just don't give it up. Don't give up. when you're feeling hard, you can overcome it. So finally, I just run slowly, and I feeling my body getting better and better.
Right. I know these days you are spending a lot more time on, like you said, training or educating the younger generation, the younger trail runners in Hong Kong. Any message you want to give to the younger runners out there who are inspired to be maybe like you?
Yeah. Actually, I didn't race too many this year. I focusing more on the youth program to train the youngest. So it's what I say. It's hard to balance the working and also for my trail running. But I think it worth. They worth it because I enjoy too many races. But I would like to give them to try this such a good sport, trail running, which I like it. So just wait for me. We have very good summer activities coming soon.
Is that in Hong Kong?
Yeah, in Hong Kong.
All right, so guys, stay tuned for the races that Wong is going to put together in Hong Kong. Thank you so much for your time. Congratulations
Marco,
again.
we've got one question from the chat. If we can sneak it in.
One question from the channel. Just one second. Okay. Yes.
And it's the question is, we know that he likes to run 200 plus mile distances, and there are some very popular American races like the Cocodona 250 mile or the Moab 240 mile, and we're wondering if he has any interest in doing one of those 200 mile races in the US.
Okay, so the question is, you have done a lot of crazy longer distance races, like 200 mile plus, and one audience is interested in if you're interested in doing some races in US, like the Cocodona or the Moab 200. Like any plans to come over to the US and do some long distance racing?
Is it World Trail Majors, one of the World Trail Major race? No, okay. Yeah, I'm interested. Actually, I didn't race, focusing on race, but I still want to do some challenge, which is my dream. Like 2 months ago, I went to Taiwan to do a 200K expedition run, and I'm going to Iceland. This is one of my dreams. I want to just running. We can only do it in the summertime. I planned to run from the south to the north around 600K. And yeah, I'm still happy and excited for some exploration in US. Yeah, and or any other very nice place and yeah.
Okay. Anything else you want to say to the audience?
I think running is not just a only race, and I think trail running can be the self challenge. And I enjoy the race. I enjoy running more than race. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marco.
Another just incredibly impressive athlete.
Yeah, and I keep coming back to this. I like to look at the when the dust settles at the end of hundreds. You look at the top 10. We're 8 men in that have finished now, and the last 3 or 4 runners, especially Wong, he executed. Oh, we've got another finisher here. It looks like.
Looks like their whole family came in with them too.
Yeah, we're gonna get a number here in a second. We'll come back to my thought.
Your profound thought was?
My profound thought.
No, but you're right. Talking about how these runners, bib number 21, it looks like, how these runners, have. Well, how smart were they out there? Did they take care of themselves? What did that actually look like? So 21 is Tatsuya Saguchi-san, another Japanese runner.
Awesome job. 9th overall.
Yeah, with his support team there, that's really special. They might be more emotional than he is, but it looks like he had to race because here comes our next finisher. These athletes are rounding out our top 10. Stopping before the line to give a hug there behind the barrier. Bib number 15. Takamura Kawasaki. I'm assuming Yuya Kawasaki dropped out
I think so.
after we saw him on the ground for like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know for sure.
Okay. So
But
this is a different Kawasaki. Takamura Kawasaki-san he has left it all out there.
Obviously.
These two men clearly just had quite the battle.
Yeah, they both. It looks like they had a throwdown at the end.
Yeah, I mean, Tatsuya still hasn't like just started standing upright here a moment ago.
So this is our 9th. This is for the top 10.
Yeah,
this is the top 10 duel at the end for 9th and 10th.
He is not doing great.
Yeah, not doing great at all.
So we talked about this a little bit too, that after you do these long efforts like this, not only are these athletes very dehydrated, but that is one thing that's also going to impact. That's quite the lift there.
Whoa, somebody's going to pick him up?
Yep. Yeah, so between being dehydrated and just like having been on your feet for that long, you get this insane blood pressure drop as soon as you stop moving, essentially. And so you'll see runners like that just like be unable to continue, which is crazy because we saw him run into the finish line and your body's like, nope, we have made it home. We are done. And so medical will take care of him there. But oftentimes it's just you get this major blood pressure drop, and it's really scary looking. But they are going to rehydrate him. They're going to keep him horizontal for a little bit, and his blood pressure will restabilize, and he'll be allowed to fight gravity once again in an upright position.
And he needs sodium right now.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Need some broth.
So
some nice salty broth.
They'll take care of him. But yeah, you see that quite frequently at the end of these 100-mile, these 20+ hour efforts in particular, where you can no longer stay upright as soon as you make it across the finish line. But really glad they could kind of quickly move him off course over to where medical can take care of him.
I want to point out that these last two top 10 finishers for the men, some of these at F6 even were still well outside
the top 10.
The top 10.
And have made their way into like 8th and 9th in the men's overall?
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah. So I think one thing to point out, like in 8th, Ho Chung Wong, who we just interviewed a bit ago, he was 22nd at the F2.
22nd. And just continued to move his way up.
Yeah. And he just slowly, he was like 22nd.
Pac-Man. Our green hat said
14,
he played Pac-Man.
Yeah, 12 at each aid station. He just kept moving his way up through the pack and then closed like a boss.
I told you, Jeff, I'd be so interested to see where 15 to 25, how many of them end up in the top 10.
A bunch of them did. Most, and we could probably say this off the cuff without even having to do this research. Half of the top 10 in the first half of the race did not finish in the top 10.
I would say that's arguably true for just about any major race.
Yeah, especially 100 miles and 200 miles. So, again, these guys were well outside. I think the 10th place, bib 15, it is in Japanese on my screen, so I don't know what his name is. But I've kind of been like slowly looking through this. He was
Takamura Kawasaki.
Yeah, they were let's see.
So our last two men that came in were bib number 21, Tatsuya Saguchi and Takamura Kawasaki-san have both made it in.
This is something that's really important to point out. 8th, 9th, and 10th in the men's field at 97K, so F4.
Yep.
We're in 14th, 15th, and 20th.
And they all ended up in the top 10.
And they were the 8th, 9th, and 10th male.
That's incredibly impressive.
They closed. When it got to the technical stuff, they closed.
Yeah, which we thought was going to happen, right? We thought that things were
This is what we were talking about all day yesterday.
We're going to get shook up when they made it through that 100K mark and they finally hit the really technical part of the race.
Yep. Those who cooked themselves in the first 100K.
Nasty.
Love it.
Nasty.
This is ultra running at its best.
Nasty.
So we now have had the top 10 men finish. We are still awaiting second in the female field. Courtney Dauwalter, again, crushed like she likes to do.
Oh, my goodness. I mean,
she Courtney'd the course.
Third overall, could have been second overall, according to the second place finisher. Outstanding performance. You can't really talk about course records because this course has changed so much over time, but clearly the most impressive run we've seen on this course to date by Courtney Dauwalter. 19 hours, 21 minutes and change, and just, it sounds like, did we actually get a finish line interview with her? Did she have to go?
We did get a finish line interview with her. She stepped away for a moment because she, again, wasn't feeling very
well. Needed to vomit.
But she did step back on, had a great interview, and was very, very gracious with the crowd as always. And to your point, I mean, since the course has changed so much, it's not like she took down a course record, but she established a course record.
For what will likely continue to be the most commonly used iteration of the course. Given like the land use rights over the beginning portion, and this seems to be what is going to become the standard Mount Fuji 100-mile course from this point. I mean, this I think was what they basically ran last year.
Yeah.
So kind of moving in this direction from here on out.
Yeah, cool. What a day.
Yeah, truly. Life in a day.
Yeah.
Life in 2 days for us here in Phoenix, but life in a day for those over in Japan.
Yeah, it's 10:06 p.m. in Japan right now on Saturday. And it's 6:06 a.m.
Well, it's Friday. It's Friday in Japan still.
No,
it is 10 p.m. Friday evening in Japan.
Oh, yeah, you're
and
right.
It is
I am
6
so
a.m.
messed up. I don't even know.
6 a.m. They are ahead of us, but they're not that far ahead of us. It will soon be Saturday in Japan, but it is still Friday evening.
Thank you. Thank you for correcting me, Corinne.
It's okay. Keeping us on the straight and narrow in here.
Yeah, exactly.
She's so good at those corrections.
I know.
Just trying to make them real subtle. By just telling you you're wrong.
You're so wrong.
You know, it's why you guys pay me the big bucks. No, definitely not. No, we are gracious volunteers.
Yeah,
but they at least didn't give us the overnight shift. They took pity on us. They gave the beloved Chris Warden and AJW the overnight shift. Hopefully both those guys are sleeping right now. And we're very grateful that they pulled the overnight in the US, the kind of meat and potatoes of the race course though over in Japan for us so that we could actually close our eyes. I don't think Zach slept at all.
At 90 minutes.
He's looking a little.
He's
looking a little wild.
He's got some red eyes right now, man.
Hey Zach, you want to run like 40 minutes with me when we're done with this?
Actually, I do.
Perfect. Okay.
You should. That's like the sleep deprivation training right now.
It helps me like re-regulate, and then it's like after, because I can't go to sleep after.
Yeah,
this. I'm like so like
you'll
brain
reset.
going. I need that release of like getting out, even like 45 easy minutes. And
yeah,
then it's
we'll just
like,
go around the path from here for 45 minutes.
Perfect, please.
Love it. Done. Look at us making plans.
Corinne already has a plan. She's been scheming.
Yes, I have.
She already
I forgot
said
to ask you yesterday before you guys left. I was gonna say like, do you guys want to go for a little shakeout once we're done? And so I'm glad you brought that.
Yeah, no, Jeff's gonna leave us. He's gonna head north.
I'm heading north. I'm getting out of the city. I'm not a city boy.
No more heat.
I'm a
training
country
for you?
boy.
No,
Why don't you just
he's
go
gonna
like bake in the desert.
He's gonna
I am
hit
gonna
the
go.
heat just on the north side of the city.
I want to
so
get
he
out of the
misses
city,
traffic.
and then I'm gonna go run on the edge of the city in the heat.
That's smart choice. Smart choice.
Yeah, then I only have about a 90-minute drive back to Flag after that.
Where are you gonna go run at?
I'm
Black Canyon.
Either Black Canyon or Sonoran Reserve, just up by Anthem.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's a good place.
Yeah, there's great, like around Dixie Mountain. That's what I did on the way down.
I would say you need to stop at was it the Black Canyon Pie Shop?
I'm not eating pie.
I know
dude.
you're not. For anyone else, that's why I said I would tell you that. But Corinne,
Yeah, no, that's an annual migration for me during the Black Canyon 100K weekend.
Yeah, they have a Black Canyon meat shop. I would stop there.
No, that's Pete's Meats. Speaking of Pete Mortimer, we should probably check in on that guy.
Yeah, how is Pete doing? Have we know where Pete is?
Have we done a Pete check recently?
How's Anthony Lee doing?
Anthony Lee should be making his way actually towards the finish line, but he's probably going to be in those, my guess, like 16th to 20 something.
Yeah, and I think this is a good time to talk about. You brought up yesterday that he was rushing through the aid stations.
I thought
early.
he was. Yeah.
Good call, Coach Malcolm.
Yeah, he's not. I'm not responsible for Anthony Lee, but I did, as my coaching brain was on when I watched that.
I know, that's what I mean.
I
didn't
like,
mean you were coaching.
And we've got to like, no. I just think that like, yeah, just like being like, okay, there's
need to
there's
rush.
room on the drawing board to make some easy corrections there.
Yeah, don't rush.
it's low-hanging fruit corrections. It's not like, oh, you need to train more or be better at this. It's just, hey, gather yourself, take your time.
Relax.
Remember, sacrifice a few minutes to save a few hours.
Yeah, exactly. And I think a lot of my guess too is some of these in the early half or the first half of the race, some of these top 10 men were probably rushing through these aid stations and not drinking enough. We were talking about you should drink a little extra at these aid stations. We have our 11th male finisher.
1008.
We will find out who that is in just a second. Corinne is
I'm on it.
Multitasking as we speak.
Another Japanese runner, Akira Maeda.
Great job.
Akihiro Maeda, yeah.
Yeah, Akihiro Maeda. Yeah, bib 1008, making his way into the finish just over 22 hours. 22 hours, 11 minutes on the clock. Looking a little bit dirty.
We saw him towards the back of the race again be one of those athletes who was picking people off very, very well in the back half. We saw him run through. We were able to capture him a couple times in aid stations. I remember his pack and his capris, and he was moving well. Like, at the end of the race, he was moving really well.
Yeah, 97K in. He was in 21st place.
No, 11th. Whatever happened to our boy with the custom pack, Genki?
Oh, yeah, what happened to him? He had a really cool pack with illustrations on it.
There were two really cool packs that kept confusing us because they were both like custom, like really cool looking packs. And
it was kind of a Japanese chibi style like illustration.
Yeah, it was super cool.
It was awesome.
He was running with Courtney into like the 100K mark or so.
Yeah.
I think that was the last time I saw him.
Oh, that's right. At 97K, he was in the aid station at the same time with Courtney.
Yeah, came in just behind her.
Just behind her, yeah. He took a little longer at the aid station than she did. She was in and out.
Yeah, 2 minutes. Chapstick on, eye drops in, face wipe done, back out.
So we actually, you guys were asleep and enjoying life a little bit.
I was
But
dreaming.
we were able to, we scrubbed through the previous live feed and we recapped all of Courtney's aid stations. It was the exact same cookie cutter aid station stop at all of her aid stations that we had recorded. It was first thing, wipe your face. Second thing, start drinking out of the green bottle and then drink water out of the white bottle while Kevin pulled bottles, dropped new bottles in, and was just literally walking a circle around her and like going through each pocket and doing what needed to be done for that pocket. And just like he walked the full circle around her. She took care of herself doing her things.
Eye
and then
drops.
Eye drops.
And then
It was literally face wipe, eye drop, like drink, eye drops right before she left. Chapstick out.
Love it.
It was like so dialed every single aid station.
Yes, it sounds like the packs weren't custom, but they were like a special issue of the packs that are currently sold out. But very, very cool. One of the questions in the chat too was, that actually from man, the unsung hero of our live chat, Jean, just like keeping us informed and entertained for 22 hours at this point. But the question was, like, why do you think that most trail runners do seem to be really gracious? His theory personally was that you've got to be humble in front of Mother Nature. And, the sport really isn't like a corrupted space at this point by money, et cetera. And so it's like, why do we think trail runners inherently seem to be like very gracious human beings? Not to get philosophical on you at 6 a.m.
Well, it's obviously because we have to commune. We are forced as trail runners to commune with nature, which is what we're intended to do genetically. And I think a lot of people are so far removed. They live in an urban space. And even if you do live in an urban space, if you're a trail runner, you get out in nature all the time, and that grounds you. It centers you. And I think if that's just something we are meant to do as humans, and many people these days don't have that connection anymore, and we need it. That's my deep thoughts by Bronco Billy.
I love it.
You asked for philosophical. You asked the right person for 6 a.m. philosophy lessons.
After 4 shots of espresso and
I snuck an extra couple shots in there for you.
And you know what else I had? I mixed a little layered dark roast mushroom coffee too for focus.
You've got all the benefits going on right now.
I am like dialed.
Super dialed. You're like my brain. Nootropics for life.
Nootropics for life.
I would also like to add a piece to that.
I'm so brain hacking right now.
That humility to get through a 100-mile race and the gratitude. I think the longer the race and the more arduous it is, like a 100-mile trail race, the more you have to depend on other people. It's not like a marathon where it's like, I need one aid station to hand me a bottle versus a 100-miler where you need your Kevin. You need the aid station volunteers. You need like all of the support and love and energy that you're getting throughout the day. You really need that to perform your best. And so I think you just inherently, the fact that you have to depend on so many people, especially strangers, when you're rolling into aid stations, you have to be humble for that. You're asking,
or you should be.
Help.
You better be.
You should be. I should be is the correct.
Yeah, if
answer.
you're not, you better check yourself before you wreck yourself.
Oh goodness.
I'm crazy right now. I got too much caffeine going on right now.
Yeah, you got that's gonna be your podcast, Biohacking with Jeff Browning.
Currently shutting off.
No, it's
Jeff's
Biohacking
mic.
with Bronco.
Oh yeah, no, you're the brand. You're the branding guy. You guys, I'm flying Frontier Airlines today to get to Minneapolis, and I'm scared.
I fly it every time I come here, like literally $50 to $70 round trip from Denver.
No, it's stupid,
money.
but I'm like so scared.
It's worked every time for me. Fear not. I promise it'll work.
Have fun.
I'm terrified.
It's not Spirit, so you're in good company.
Okay.
Actually, I mean, we're trying to get sponsors, so whoever wants to pay money to us, you're all a great airlines. Frontier, help us.
Yeah, that's what you guys came for, right? You guys came for Mount Fuji 100-mile finish line and with a side of airline chatter.
Oh, this has been really fun, actually.
Jeff was so intimidated to do a live broadcast.
This is my first time.
We've sold him.
Yeah.
You just got to do a broadcast with Corinne, who just kind of, she mama birds you all the way through the broadcast and then sets you free to do your own thing. And you fly on your own afterwards. It's amazing.
It's been a very symbiotic relationship.
Yeah.
Jeff's done all the cooking.
Yeah.
He added me to his Strava
I'm like
run from
coffee
yesterday.
boy in the morning.
It's great.
Yeah, I love
cook,
how, Jeff. I love
cook,
how you got
I
the group
clean.
photo without me.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jeff.
What's that?
Our group
You
run.
got the group photo from the run without me.
I know you were like at the car, like doing something, and
I was trying to get us out of here to get us here.
I know. You're managing us well, Zach. Thanks.
Zach is
It's
our
like
manager.
herding cats.
Jeff is our coffee boy. When Zach's not being our coffee boy.
He's been the coffee boy in the studio, though. I appreciate him.
This is true. Zach, we appreciate you. Is that what you need to hear right now?
I feel so loved.
Good. That's what I'm here for.
The man behind the curtains finally gets recognized. It's so fulfilling.
There's no complex being developed by having you behind the computer more than in front of the camera, I can tell. Looking back at the field, just kind of seeing what's happening still. We've had almost 10 women through F7, again, that F7 checkpoint, but we still have only had our top 2 women come through that F8. Obviously, Courtney Dauwalter has made it to the finish line. She finished several hours ago, almost 3 hours ago right now, 19:21 and change. But what that does mean is that we are getting closer and closer to seeing our second place finisher make her way to the finish line. we did decide it was her first 100 mile, correct?
It is her first.
And I'm
100
actually
mile.
really curious to see her finish, because when we saw her yesterday at some of the aid stations, she clearly knows like everyone that's here. Like she was making the rounds at the aid station saying hi to everyone. Like she's clearly well known within her running community and knows a lot of the folks that are out here at the race. So I'll be really excited to see Yukari Samia finish. And my guess is that we'll see that in the next hour.
2 minutes ago, she was at 155, almost 150, about 156K.
Okay.
So
this is kind of like that last bit of rugged stuff, I think. I think once she gets through this next tiny section, they've got some road to get into this aid station again. So hopefully those miles will feel a little bit easier. But we are getting ready, it looks like, for our next finisher. This will be, I believe, our 12th male finisher. Do they bring the banner out for every single finisher? Because I am in love with this.
They have been doing the banner for every finisher, and it is awesome. Everyone's getting like the premier treatment coming through.
I'm curious, at hour 44, does that finisher get the banner? Because I'm here for that. That's so cool.
We talked a lot about, while you guys were sleeping, we talked a lot about the Japanese culture. I'm just gonna rub it in your face how much you guys have gotten some sleep today. Japanese culture and how like really rolling out the red carpet for every single finisher, because it's more of the accomplishment of the goal, and it's celebrated, and it is so beautiful and so awesome.
Yeah. I was when they were talking about the Bambi 100, and Javelina is not an easy, it's got its own complexities, but when they're talking about the Bambi 100 and how Doi-san wanted to make it as easy as possible for first time 100 milers to finish. So it's 4 loops of a 40K course. With minimal climbing and descending. I thought that was really cool. And in my head, I was like, oh, it's kind of like our sister race to a Javelina-esque experience, which is a great first 100 miler.
Yeah.
For a lot of folks too, the looped format makes crewing really easy from a logistical standpoint. It can be hot, which is hard, but it's, kind of gentle ascending and gentle descending on that course. And I'm like, oh, can we have a sister race? Like sister cities? And can our sister race be the Bambi 100?
Right. That's a good idea.
Jamil, you're definitely not asleep. I don't know where you are, but yeah, that's my take. Partnership with Bambi 100.
Cool. I like it.
It seems like maybe they were just practicing the banner.
Yeah, like how to roll it up, how to roll it out.
I mean, the volunteers have been professional from the jump, as well, as far as like seeing them all out at every single aid station, kind of what their individual and unique responsibilities are for the course of the day. The organization, having traveled recently to Japan, is just everything, has a place and a reason and a time, and it's very, very smooth feeling.
Yeah, here's something from the chat. I think being in nature also with your running buddies, you naturally communicate with others versus so many people are hooked on social media. So it's double punch at best. Friends plus nature. Smiley face. We do. We communicate. Think about how much we talked yesterday on a hour-and-a-half run. Like you let your guard down. It's like sharing a meal with someone. Running in nature.
Yeah, I feel like you bond so quickly with the folks that you go on long runs with. It's like all of a sudden, nothing is off
One
limits.
run and you're friends.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
I broke into Corinne's friendship.
I know. We decided
circle.
we were friends yesterday, and I've been told I have no new friends energy, and so it feels like we made big progress yesterday.
Yeah, I'm actually a friend. I broke into that circle.
You're in the inner circle of trust there.
Yeah.
Do you feel like part of that is also like a hormonal thing? You're out running and you're starting to share, like both of you are in like a higher hormonal state in terms of your
endorphins.
Endorphins are coursing.
I'm helping you out because I know you haven't slept.
I'm like depleted on words. Yeah, your endorphins are coming through. Your serotonin and dopamine are kind of coursing.
Yep.
And that is like a very bonding hormone.
Right.
Like when you feel that, you typically bond with those you're closest to. It's why it's like a cuddle drug or the love drug, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, we're getting sciencey here.
I wonder if that's I would assume that that's part of why you bond with people that you're running with.
Yeah, what is the serotonin response to exercise? Probably pretty decent.
It is probably pretty decent. That's probably why I'm so addicted to it for 24 years.
Yeah, turns out.
Turns out I can't turn it off.
Yeah, I mean the runners that we've talked to too haven't been able to. You know, talking to the runner from Hong Kong, you know, about the fact that he wants to run. He's going to run across Iceland this summer, I think.
I'm jealous.
That's really cool.
When
That's
he
an
said that,
expedition
really-
I want to be on.
I'd like to run with him. And I meant to say this to him, but he said that he ran Fuji in 2015.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. That's when I ran it. We were there the same year.
Yeah. You should pull up the
Another
results.
veteran.
You should pull up the results from that one.
I want to see if you recognize this part of the race. This was Courtney earlier making her charge up. Look at this gnarly rutted climb.
So this is a replay from, you know, nearly 10 hours ago.
And we're going to see a couple really great views here coming up, making that climb up out of that aid station down there. Fuji in all of her glory.
Look at that.
Courtney will be coming up this climb, all smiles. Such a strong climber.
And no poles are allowed on this course, correct?
Yes, correct.
So that's like Grand Raid. Like I really want to do the Love Reunion, the Grand Raid, the 100+ mile race there, and it's a little intimidating because of the no pole rule, in my mind.
Yeah. Hey, that's old school. We used to have to do hard rock without poles.
That is burly.
Yeah, it was burly. That's when you learn just to
Some
put your
people call them
hands on your
crutches,
quads.
but I'm like, I like my crutches apparently.
I've done that race. I'm trying to think. Hard rock, I think I've only done it once without poles. Poles were finally around in 2014 when I came back, but I did them as my first in 07, so it was with no poles. It was hard with no poles. Some of those climbs are burly at 13,000 feet. Jean pointed out that I think he's talking about Bambi.
Yeah, that the vert is probably per loop.
Per loop,
not,
per 40K loop.
Yeah, which once
Thanks,
again,
John,
though,
for keeping us honest.
That probably though is fairly similar. It's probably a little bit hillier than Javelina in that sense, but not by a whole lot, because there is ascent and descent in every single loop of Javelina. But I think that'd be kind of cool that they are sisters in the way the races are conducted.
Yeah.
Unique though that Bambi is for only first-time 100-mile runners, which I think is really cool. I've never heard of a race like that. And what a special experience to be on the line with literally everyone in the field has also never done 100. Like, what a level playing field.
That is fun. I've never heard of that before.
I think that's really cool.
I mean, that's the first time I've ever heard of an first time only.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
I've got some athletes who I think would be totally into that.
Yeah.
Like, actually, right? Like,
yeah.
Do they take international runners?
I don't know.
Can we sneak some in? I've got one athlete in particular who I'm like, ooh, I think that would actually like really like fill their soul.
Yeah, an international trip
to Japan.
Yeah.
To do a race where everyone is also doing their first 100-mile.
We can cut to and show replays of the finish for top male, top female.
Oh yeah, I think we've got, for those of you who are just joining us who might have missed getting to see the champions of the race again, Deng Guomin and Courtney Dauwalter, we can actually replay that footage for you. So we'll tee that up just because Jeff and I also missed seeing the finish. So this would be great for the two of us as well while we're waiting for the next finisher to arrive.
Yeah, we were sleeping.
Into the gymnasium. We were asleep. Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, I was snoring away with my white noise app on and a fan. Oh, it was nice. What do you think about that? Hey, Zach, by the way, you were giving me a guilt trip, and you offered, bro.
Oh, I totally offered. I mean, I felt bad. I want you to succeed so well at Cocodona that I was willing to sacrifice my sleep and training for you to succeed.
Thank you.
It takes me back to our days training together in Logan. We support each other, man.
Thanks, man. Here we go.
Yeah, so this is going back in time a couple hours here to when the big screen is back in time. We've gone back in time. The little screen is keeping an eye on the finish line so that we don't miss any incoming finishers. But here is our now crowned Mount Fuji 100 mile 2024 champion.
He was walking a lot of that final finish through the city, and just kind of
getting it done.
He looked behind. He looked back a couple times, and he had to have gotten some beta that.
I mean,
Courtney
that gap
was only
closed
a few
down.
minutes back.
Yeah, that gap closed down to like 10 minutes or less at one point.
Yeah, it was only we were keeping according to the tracker. It was about anywhere from 2, I would say about like 2.5 to 1.5 kilometers.
Okay.
Which is like still striking distance.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, if one person,
especially if you're walking.
Yep, exactly.
And I know like we've all been there where when you're walking in a race, you're assuming the person behind you's on a dead sprint.
Yeah.
And they're just going to come flying past you any second.
Yeah, which is not quite how it happens, but it can feel that way in a bit.
Fear's a powerful motivator.
Yeah, I mean, I love running scared in races. Like, I think that is a very profound motivator for me. So yeah, again, the big screen replaying the men's finish of Dengomin if you missed it earlier. Replaying him coming across the finish line, and then we'll also replay Courtney Dauwalter's finish as well. She finished about 10 or so minutes, 11 or so minutes after our male champion, the North Face athlete from China, Dengomin.
He had a great race, but definitely fading at the end a little bit, right? They took it out hard.
In his interview, he did mention how he was fading towards the end, and it was just like he just wanted to keep it together to get it done.
Yeah,
was kind of the idea there, and you can see he did just enough to get there. He was hiking when he needed to, walking when he needed to, and then
looking over his shoulder.
You'll see a bit. I remember distinctly seeing it during the broadcast. He gave a very big look over his shoulder at one point, and it was like the look of fear in his eyes of like he heard something. It was like, oh my God.
Well, and I think this also, I think from a front of the pack perspective, I think one thing that's really important to note is that obviously he left it all on the course.
Yeah. Yes.
Right?
Clearly,
he had nothing else, and timed it pretty well. I mean, if you look at like how he performed, and he faded a little at the end, but still ran an excellent race, and you could say he was just getting a little bit of dry toast right at the end, but he spread it pretty well. And we talked about this yesterday. They took it out hard.
It was a hard first 50K.
Yeah, they ran a fast first. Didn't they run around a 5-hour first 50K?
Less than, I think.
That sub 5-hour first 50K.
A sub 5-hour first 50K, and on top of that massive climb towards the end of it.
If you're just joining us, this is a replay of men's winner. And I'm going to let Corinne give his name again. She's so good at it.
What? Dengomin?
Yeah, there you go.
Making his way onto the track.
It just like slides right off.
Yeah, we try. I don't think it's super accurate, but
you're consistent.
I'm consistent. High fives all the way around. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, Jeff, to your point, I think my goal at every race has always been blow up as close to the finish line as possible. Sometimes you undershoot it, sometimes you overshoot it.
Yeah.
Usually undershoot it and blow up a little before the finish line, but that's always kind of the goal. Like, to your point, leave it all out there and get to the finish line with nothing left.
I have to say, there's been a few times where I've had quite a bit left in the tank, and it always is like, I wish I would have pushed longer.
You always look back and you're like, a few minutes here, a few minutes there. I could have done this. Almost every race I've ever finished, I always think that. And we'll go ahead and go back to.
And now we're gonna cut to a replay of Courtney Dauwalter's finish.
I'm gonna go find that.
We can find it, and this is the finish line currently live.
Yep, 22 hours, 34 minutes since the race began in Japan. It's getting late into Friday evening. Local time, about 10:30 p.m. there on the ground. 6:30 a.m. here in Phoenix, Arizona, where we are commentating from. And then we're going to pull up a replay of Courtney Dauwalter's finish as well, because it was a blistering 19:21, third place overall. A really, really incredible performance. So again, this is a replay from 3 hours ago of Courtney Dauwalter making her way into the finish line, still running on this section.
She ran this last bit like really well. You can see she's actually like in her full stride still running it. Just in true Courtney fashion, she will always finish really, really well. But we didn't have a tracker on number 2, so we had no idea number 2 was this close. We thought, because they left the last aid station, Courtney left before him, and he jumped on and followed Courtney out of the aid station and trailed her by, a handful of strides. And we all just assumed that because he was sitting in there for a while and he did not look very good. So we were like, oh, she's clearly going to move forward, because she had been gaining on him all day, and he is going to continue falling back. But his tracker wasn't working, so we couldn't see where he was. And so the focus, but then here you go, it cuts right to him finishing second.
Just right in front of her, about
looking back.
Oh,
and
man, that singlet that he's wearing is beautiful, too. We hadn't gotten to see it without the pack on.
Yeah, Outopia is like...
That's super sick.
Brand he represents, and that is a rad top.
Yeah, that is.
But you're going to see Courtney right here entering the track.
Right behind him.
So less than a minute, and he said in his interview that Courtney knew his pride was on the line, and he admits, he's like, Courtney could have beaten me, but I think she gave me the second place because she knew my pride was on the line.
That's, really, really special.
So this is a replay of Courtney Dauwalter winning the women's race.
About 3 hours ago, just over 3 hours ago.
Yeah, in 1921. She was only 11 minutes or so behind the men's winner.
Closed that gap so
big
well.
time. She was about 40 minutes back most of the day. In the middle of the race. So she closed 30 minutes in the second half of that race.
I always love that, her going and giving Kevin some love at the end. Talk about so much gratitude to a human being.
Yeah, I got to watch her try to find her parents and Kevin at the end of Western States last year, where we were, waiting to sit her down for an interview, etc. She's kind of walking around like this at the end, just like trying to figure out where she's supposed to be and who she's looking for. Couldn't quite find Kevin, and then I realized that's who she was looking for, and I turned her in the right direction, and she had this moment of oh, there they are, great, I get to give them a hug, and that was really special. Oh, getting to congratulate the men's winner.
And we'll see the pack check and all that I thought was awesome. They went through every single finisher and unpacked their bags. Do you have all the required gear?
Yeah.
Yeah, you notice the first thing she asked Kevin for was water.
Yeah.
Everyone's super dehydrated.
Thing, right? Everyone has been really coming in just asking, I need water, I need water, I need
Again,
water.
the first half of this race, we talked about this a lot yesterday and pointed this out a lot, the long sections between aid stations in the first half of the race. The first 100K, only 4 aid stations. An average of about 15 miles between aid stations. And so that's a really tough... That's tough to carry enough. When you have a required kit plus water carry, you probably needed to carry ideally 3 liters in a few spots.
At minimum.
In the front of the pack. And I guarantee they didn't carry that much.
That's a crucial place to make sure you're hydrating really well, given the fact that it's midnight. You're not really coherently thinking about drinking. You don't have the reminder of the sun or the warmth to remind you to continue drinking.
Yeah, it looks like...
I didn't see this earlier, but she's got a couple scraped up knees.
Yeah, this is this is the replay of Courtney Dauwalter and men's second place finisher as well, getting their mandatory gear check at the finish line after she won the women's race in third overall.
Closing in
on the men's winner. Only
Within-
11 minutes back from the men's winner and less than a minute on second.
Yep.
Male. So again, Courtney doing what she does best.
Yeah.
I mean,
Crush.
we say that, but are any of us like surprised that
No.
we're saying that right
No.
now?
I'm not. But I yeah. She is the epitome of execute.
I mean, it's still so incredible to be able to say that, and like
On many levels.
on so many levels.
She
but
executes and executes.
she's the executioner.
Yes, she is. Sorry for a
telling
little
you,
loopy
you're-
this morning.
Yeah, just doing all the things.
Yeah, we're just being cheesy as cheesy can be, and I don't care.
Yeah. But so we're back on real time again. 22:40 elapsed. So we are now in that kind of 3 hours and 20 minutes since Courtney Dauwalter has made her way across the finish line. That was, I think, the aid station 8 out split, I think, was 3 hours and 20 minutes or 3 hours and 22 minutes between Courtney and Yukari. So I imagine that our second place female is making her way off the trail and towards the
She's
road.
almost 2 minutes ago. She's almost to the road.
Okay.
She was at 157, almost 158K of the, 166.6K of the race. So she still has about another 6K from the finish line, 5 or 6K. So she's probably about 3 miles out. So we still have a little more time before she'll be in. I really want to run this race again. I'm having serious FOMO right now.
2025. You can make it happen. There's still a chance. 10-year anniversary. of
10-year anniversary
the first
from
time you ran it.
2015. Yes, you're right.
You know, you might as well.
Man, I'm getting old. 10 years ago I ran this race. Zach has something to say. Anytime I talk about my age, he has something to say, I think.
It's because you're old, but that doesn't mean anything, dude. You are still crushing it in huge ways. So we'll cut to some previous footage of our second place female coming through the aid station. And I mean, just look at those smiles. She's so jazzed to be out there, and she had just been absolutely enjoying the day. And she ran super smart. So this is her first 100-miler.
Yes.
And she's taken a lot of time at every aid station, too. We're talking 10, 15 minutes of resetting, getting everything she needs. Again, this is Yukari.
Yeah, and we'll see this here that she went through the aid station, filled up her bottles, went into the crew portion of the aid station, and she will have a sit at every aid station, take her time.
Yeah, this is 90. This is at 97K, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, this is the 97K replay of the woman who is in second right now, and she's about 3 miles out from the finish line. But we are giving you a little bit of replay footage from 97K. This is actually right next to the finish line.
Yeah, look how calm she is doing this. Like
Not
just,
rushed. She didn't rush through any aid stations that I ever saw.
And this was actually the time that she gave a little there. Corinne, there's your little tiny fold out seat there.
I want one.
But
I am purchasing the world's tiniest camp chairs. Stat.
She gave Marco got an interview with her while she was in the aid station. She was totally happy to take 30 seconds to a minute to talk about her race and how happy she was to be there. And again, running with gratitude, and it served her really well this day.
Yeah, we're all limping around the studio this morning, feeling a little stiff after a lot of sitting for all of us. But again, yeah, so on the left-hand side of your screen, this is from, nearly 10 plus hours ago. Actually very close to where our finish line footage is also being taken of our second place woman, who we are waiting to make her way into town to the finish line here, which I imagine she will get an incredibly warm welcome despite it being very late at night in Japan, because as we've seen throughout the course of the day, she seems to know everyone that's out there.
She's been really, really vocal with every aid station and saying hi and giving high fives and hugs. It's been kind of really fun to watch, like a local favorite there, like performing so well and being so like well received and being so gracious as well going through the aid stations.
Yeah, and someone who wasn't like highlighted in any of our previews, just because it is her first 100 mile and it was kind of flying under the radar a little bit in comparison to some of the other Japanese women. So it's been really cool just to watch her steadily perform.
And to answer Dylan Tanner here in the chat, yeah, we do expect that Anthony Lee will be coming in. He had a sit at the very last aid station a little while ago, but got up fairly quick. Like he's been sitting down and kind of like having his moment, but then getting up quickly and going and being right back into the like, let's just get to the finish line kind of mode.
Oh goodness, I've got cords just like tangled around me. Okay, there we go. Figuring out my perfect lounge position.
I have to say it's we are in Phoenix and it's hot in this place under the lights and in the studio.
Yeah.
I think I need like a cooling chair.
A cooling chair, something that's like.
Don't we need that? We need cooling chairs.
Yeah, Jamil, if you're listening.
Give us cooling chairs.
We have some new demands.
I'd be way wittier if I had a cooling chair.
More demands. That new cars do that. They have they don't just have heated seats. They have cooling seats.
Oh, for Coconut, I've been training with Arlen Glick, and he has leather seats in his Jeep Grand Cherokee. It's a diesel Jeep Grand Cherokee, and he has cooling seats and heated seats.
A diesel Jeep Grand Cherokee?
Yeah.
That's next level.
What year?
I don't know. It's a fixer. Him and his brother fix it up. His brother buys like stuff that has a problem, like lemons, and he fixes them.
That's so amazing.
And so it is dope. I have to say, we got out from a 33-mile training run in Prescott, and he goes, "Hey, do you want cooled seat?" I was like, "Yeah." He goes, pushes it on, and it's just like very subtle little air coming through the holes in the leather. It's like perforated leather, and little air.
That freaks me out.
It was quite nice.
A little previous coverage of Anthony Lee, our top American male, right now kind of coming in through one of the earlier aid stations. You can see he's just not moving he's not giving up, but he's not moving nearly as well as he wanted to. And I know this is kind of an emotional one for him because he wanted to go back to Japan and perform so well compared to previous years.
Here, we have someone just finishing, looks like.
Bring that back up on our screen. Bib number 216. That is going to be another Chinese athlete, another Utopia athlete, actually. I don't know if he might be. He's listed as Chinese on his registration. We do have a number of athletes from Hong Kong as well, but that's Liu Yang, bib number 216. Looking speedy coming in.
Yeah. Looks smooth. Again, we're still waiting on women's second place second place female. She will be Yukari should be here. We're guessing about
We'll cut back to her earlier at 122K.
This is her 120, still moving well.
Yeah, she's been moving this well all day, and this is kind of, you'll see how she stops here for a moment, and then she has like some adoring fans just beyond the gates there, like filming her. She's going through and she's waving at them and saying hi. It is the most adorable thing in the world.
Yeah, she's has run. It's her first 100-miler. She's running a great race. And she is now on the road coming back into town to the finish line. This is some earlier coverage of her at 122K.
And aid stations being very similar with her kind of going in, taking care of business, being all smiles.
It did get hazy later, didn't it?
It did. So that is something that you guys didn't get to see. Like that Bluebird day disappeared, and it kind of, a lot of runners were saying they appreciated the sun being off of them at this point.
Yeah. Look at that little table.
It's the
You need one of
cutest
those
little
too.
table.
You need a little chair and a little table.
That's all I want.
And there she is. She's got her little fans there recording her, and she's just saying hi and all smiles. It's great. I love it.
Yes, she should be. She looks like, according to the tracker, she should be on the road at this point. Just came off the trail. 2 minutes ago, she was at 159K. So about 7K from the finish.
Jeff, you're gonna appreciate this here, her aid station, as she had been doing all day. She's gonna pop one of your favorite things.
Vespa. I noticed that the logo is a little different in Japan for Vespa. The packaging's just a touch different.
Does it remind you of the older packaging?
It looks like the old school packaging or something. I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to ask Peter Defty about that. Like, what's up? I want the retro logo. I want what the Japanese have.
Give me the old school.
Give me the Japanese stuff. Yep, there's her
spread. I'm actually kind of cool, like, recapping this because I didn't get to see this part earlier.
Yeah, I'm sure they appreciate that overcast day.
Yeah, the clouds
afternoon.
actually did come in a little bit.
Yeah, it's like just a nice hay or a nice layer.
Still very much, humid and fairly warm, but yeah, maybe a little bit more pleasant than the direct sun they were getting early in the day.
Yeah.
What a pleasant little quiet aid station.
The tracker just updated on Yukari, and she is now.
There you go, Jeff. Whole pocket of that stuff.
Yep, there you go. There's a Vespa.
It does look like the old school packaging that I remember.
It is the
from
old school
way back
Vespa
in the
packaging.
day.
I'm wondering if they just have a little different branding in Japan, because they would have a different label.
Yeah, that's pretty common.
Because it'd all be in Japanese.
Yep.
So it's a little different design than the U.S. packaging. Again, an integral part of my foundation supplementation during races. Every 2 hours.
I found out that it wasn't me. The whole website was having some glitches yesterday, and our tech person was working on it overnight, and that's 100% why it spazzed on me.
Yeah, it wasn't you.
Got a winner
You
coming
said that.
through here.
You said that this morning.
Another athlete.
2:27, it looks like, was the bib number there. I'll reconfirm that, but break in 23 hours. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . .
came in with some gusto too.
Yeah. Walk it off.
Oh, turn towards us. Let us get your number.
I think it was 2:16. I'm just muttering into the mic now. No, 2:16 already finished. This is the 2:16 was the previous finisher to this. It is 2 something though.
2:22.
2:22 would be Yunsuke Mizuno.
Yeah, Yunsuke Mizuno. 2:22.
Yeah, and when they come off the trail, it is a slight uphill to the finish line.
Just the soul-crushing final 5K of uphill.
Yeah, it is. It is a nice little grind on pavement to the finish line.
Yunsuke Mizuno with an official finishing time of 22:53.48.
Nice.
Making up 2 spots from the last aid station and 13th male overall. 13th male, 14th overall.
Eating up the carnage.
Smart racing.
Yeah, about the last 7K is slightly uphill. Back to the finish line.
Nice.
When they come off the trail. That's always hard. Like when you come off trail and you have a grinding, up slightly uphill, but you can't really tell it's uphill.
Profound thoughts by Jeff Browning. It's always hard to finish with a 7K uphill.
It is.
My rule is that I don't make any life decisions on uphills.
Deep thoughts by Corinne.
And then if I get sad, I just have a snacky.
And I guarantee that snack is a gummy bear. She's looking for her gummy bears right now.
That just reminded me, I've got gummy bears.
Chris ate some of my gummy bears for sure.
Of course he did.
Yeah, that was all Chris. Zach definitely didn't sit over there and have
There were
a gummy
3
bear.
left.
I had 2.
He left you 3? That's it?
Oh, 4. Just kidding.
I only had 2 of them, so I don't know what Chris ate.
A lot. 4. There's 2 purple
You can start
unicorns.
hiding the food.
Can I see that packaging?
No.
I want to read the label.
Nope, I don't want you to. I don't want to know.
No, stop. You're ruining for me.
At least get organic. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
If you're gonna eat candy.
I don't know how much we're
At
allowed.
least it'd be organic.
You might make me change my lifestyle too much. I'm not sure if we're allowed to hang out.
Yeah, we're going to be friends, and you're going to change your lifestyle. We're just going to tighten the screws here and there.
Okay.
You can still have your gummy bears. We just don't want you to have red dye number 5.
Okay, we can work on this.
Yeah, see? This is going to be a mutually beneficial relationship. Friendship goes both ways, Corinne. It isn't just a one-way street. I'm going to see where we are on the tracker. And see if it's updated here. Our women's second place finisher should be coming in very soon. She should be inside of 5K at this point from the finish line. And grinding that last paved uphill. Yeah.
I mean, I walked some uphill bike path by myself at Gorge, 50K a couple weeks ago. In the final mile and a half, I was like, no one can see me, and I'm so tired right now. I bonked for the 12th time, and I can't do this anymore.
That back portion when you leave Cascade Locks drop from the trail onto the bike path, and you're coming into the
You mean
city.
the world's longest mile before you get to that bike path?
It is the worst. That road, that bike path is the worst.
I was so happy
section.
to get to that bike path because the mile between Cascade Locks and the bike path was nearly my undoing.
Yeah, that's a tough section. Like, it is pretty rough.
Did we say that we thought that Yukari was on the road on her way in?
Yeah, she's on the road now.
Cool. So she should be one of our next finishers, I imagine.
Yeah, just re-pinged her about a minute ago.
Okay.
And that would put her at she's about 5K out.
There's Kabaraki making his way through the field, just about making the turn coming back to the finish line. He's made up a lot of places.
You can definitely see just from this overview. You can see where the woods are, where the town is, and how these sections in this race is very typical of this race, where you have to run through a valley and then back into like a really steep ridge line, and it is these sections are very technical. When you're in the forest part, those ridge lines are very, very steep and kind of a knife ridge. Some of the trail runs right on the ridge line, and that's the section I recall because that was our kind of finish in 2015 when it was a circumnavigation, and we started on the north side of the mountain instead of the south side, but the finish line, I believe, or not the finish line, but some of this finish trail sections at the end of this race are very similar to what I did in 2015 towards the end. It's very technical.
Which is so hard on tired legs. Like, so hard on tired legs to do that.
Yeah, it's really technical. And exposure, too. There were sections where you're like, whoa, I don't want to slip here.
In the dark, by yourself, on a knife edge ridge.
Yeah, exactly.
98 miles in.
At least you have your little red blinky light so they know where you're at.
When you fall off the cliffside, they can come find you.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
As long as the batteries last on that thing, there'll be a beacon to your body on the side of the trail.
Yeah, I think Alexander Boucher said it well. I just was trying not to fall off the side of the mountain. It's a steep there's some very, very steep sections. Again, a sneaky hard course.
I also love that many of the men, let's say in the top 6, when we talked to them about like their highlights of the race, I think all of them mentioned Courtney Dauwalter.
That's awesome.
You know, that was one of their highlights. Getting to run with her, getting to learn from her, getting to see her. Alexander was, it was like, at 5 a.m., I'm running, and then there's the moon to one side of me, and Mount Fuji visible to the other side of me, and Courtney Dauwalter. Like, that's, like, her transcendence of sport just continues to blow me away.
Yeah. A very, very cool and genuine person, too.
There's our beacon update of our second place female about 55 seconds ago. She was tagged at 160K in with 165. So she's got less than a 5K.
Oh, let's see where I was looking for. I was trying to find Anthony Lee, where he is, and also how's Pete Mortimer doing? We talked about him earlier, but then we never went and.
Yeah, he's bib 1,000 something.
Yeah, I'm looking, trying to find him.
Yeah, again, Pete Mortimer, a local to the Flagstaff area. Pete's Meats have been in the chat, I think, the whole time, but trying to track down where Pete Mortimer might be on course. There's Anthony Lee making his way down the final descent based on his tracker. He'll hit the road into town. Looks like his tracker hasn't updated in a couple minutes, so he is likely kind of at the base of that descent, and then he will hit the road in. Who's bib 110 or 1004? He's right ahead of Anthony. Cool. Ishikawa. But 303, that is going to be our second place lady, has made it onto, Yukari Samia has made it onto the roads in town. So she is on a smooth, level surface. Hopefully that feels like a blessing and not a curse. And should be making her way into the finish line here fairly rapidly. As rapidly as one does after 160 odd kilometers of running.
This is true. We're working on where Pete Mortimer is right now. What's his number? 1007?
There he is right there. So he's making his way. Pete looks like he's making his way through the city to make that final climb up and over here that Anthony is currently descending on your way to the finish line. You can see the little
right there. Follow the little blue dot.
Little bouncing dot. Yeah, so here's
at about 146K. Pete Mortimer about 146K right now. 4 minutes ago was at 146K. Excuse me. So about 20K out, about 12 miles out. Pete Mortimer has about 12 miles to go.
With that climb, what are you thinking, like 2.5? With that one climb?
I mean, it'll take our leading lady over 3 hours, well over 3 hours to get from that final aid into the finish.
Yeah, it is, again, technical.
Because she came through. Oh, and our third place woman has finally come through just minutes ago, actually, our F8 aid station. But yeah, so our third place, or
Pete's
second place,
currently sitting in the aid station.
Who?
Pete Mortimer is currently in the aid station.
Okay.
Oh, at F8.
Yep.
But there's a lot of people at that aid station right now. But yeah, so second, Yukari Samia left aid station 8 at 20 hours, 32 minutes elapsed. So about 2.5 hours ago or so. So that is who we are waiting on to make her way to the finish line.
And third place woman Yumi Hosokawa has left F8 in third.
Yeah, some 6 hours behind Courtney Dauwalter.
Yeah, I just shook my head. You couldn't see that, but
yeah, this is an audio format only.
I know.
It's a podcast. Yeah, it's just kind of baffling. Like, we all understand that Courtney's good, but it's like Courtney is.
Well, I mean, she was 11 minutes behind the men's leader.
Very, very good.
And closing.
Yeah, I mean, did close it considerably. I mean, she had stayed basically 40 minutes back from him for much of that last, like, let's call it, from 100K to 120, 130K, and then that, she steadily ate away.
Especially
at that
in
lead.
the technical stuff.
Yeah, like seemed to really eat away at that lead.
She was another 10K away from, or less, from an overall win.
Yeah, I think so. I think if there had been any more climbing and much more race distance, that was going to potentially be an overall win. We could potentially. Zach, I'm wondering, while we're waiting for our next finishers to come in, do we have access to the interview that we did do with Courtney at the finish line? Can we replay that? Do you know? Okay, we might not. Just someone asked in the chat, Gina. I don't know if we have audio for it at this time, but we definitely have video from it.
We're gonna check into it.
We'll see if we can get the audio from it.
We're gonna make Zach dig into that. He's only had 90 minutes of sleep, so. He said he's not a tech guy. Yeah, this is when we need Jamil.
Yeah, exactly. You should not leave me alone to do these things. Zach should not be left alone to figure things out. He needs parental control at all times, like some support behind me.
We need technical support. So if you're watching right now, this is the finish line at Mount Fuji 100. We are 23 hours and 10 minutes into the race, and we are awaiting the women's second place finisher, Yukari, and she should be in very, very soon.
Yeah, and I think that's I think our stream has a 24-hour lifespan. And so I think our plan will be to welcome Yukari, get finish line interview with her, and then we'll see how much time
we have left.
But we will likely, I think we are going to be coming up on our 24-hour window, but that should be enough time to get our second place female in across the line and have Marco interview her at the finish line as well.
Yeah. And then I get to go run in the heat.
Did you want to go for a run now, or can we take a 90-minute nap?
You can take a 90-minute nap, Zach, and then I'll go for a run.
Zach,
I don't fly
you
until
should see how red his eyes are right
until
now.
3:30 p.m. Zach. So you can definitely take a nap, and then we'll go for a jog, a little joggy.
I think I fly out at 3 on Frontier.
Sick.
You have a layover in Denver, maybe?
No, I go directly to Minneapolis.
Dang it.
We do have our next finisher coming in. It looks like 23:11:25 on the clock. They're getting the banner ready. And they do, according to Naomi in the chat, at a 50K she did recently near Osaka, they put the banner out for every single finisher at the 50K.
That's awesome.
Can you imagine just coming in with 6 people? It's all coming into the banner together.
That's pretty awesome. I'm so competitive, though. If I was coming with 6 people, I would run ahead so I could grab the banner.
You would.
I can't help it.
What would be awesome is if they just had a banner with a bunch of fray below it that you run through the fray so that people don't have to hold up the banner the whole time.
Totally.
Just a thought. Random thoughts by Zach.
Random thoughts from the Peanut Gallery.
Deep thoughts by Zach.
Who has not slept at all.
Peanuts for your thoughts.
There's some branding in there for sure.
I'm gonna go back to the tracker. Let's see where we are. We are. She is at 162K, 4K out. I'm wondering. It's got to be hard coming in this slowly climbing up back into town. That's always really hard to be on a low grade uphill at the end.
I was going to say, it depends on what kind of legs you have left. That can either be an hour-long walk 5K, or it can be, 25, 30 minutes.
Yep.
You hope you get a second wind.
Yeah.
That's what you hope for.
I always look at it as it hurts either way, so you might as well just get it over with.
Every step hurts. You got to make it count.
I tell myself if I run faster, it'll be over sooner.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
I just get kind of angry that I'm still running, and I'm you know what? If we just run faster, I can be done with this.
I kind of want to see an angry Corinne.
Doesn't happen very often.
Just in the final 5K of a race.
I'm just so done with it. So I think that the runners that we're looking for at this point, based on kind of the live tracker from position number 8 on the course, it could be bib number 10 coming in, Jun Arakawa. It could be Let's see.
Oh, here we have interview, maybe. Look at Zach.
That's not on their screen. It's just on your screen.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh,
yeah, and
I
think folks have been able to rewind on their own too to go find the interview. So I think we're kind of in a good spot. But yeah, so bib number could be bib number. We want to make sure we don't miss whoever is coming in towards the finish line. Bib number could be 1004. Yoshihiko Ishikawa.
The viewers at home are watching the finish line with you guys.
Perfect.
So what you see there isn't.
I'm gonna ignore whatever I see then.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we are waiting for our next finisher to make it into the finish line, as well as our second place female. I think we've had about 13 or so men come in, plus Courtney Dauwalter. We're approaching the 24-hour mark. We were about 23 hours, 15 minutes into the Mount Fuji 100 mile. They've been running since midnight, or like we'll call it 12:05 a.m. Friday morning. It is now 11:15 or so p.m. in Japan as they make their way towards the finish line.
Yeah, 24, almost 24, or almost at 24 hours.
And there are so many runners still out there. Again, nearly 3,000 starters in this race.
Yes, a lot of runners.
Alrighty. Sorry, we were just looking back at some imagery on our back end of things, making sure that we had everything. Someone did note in the chat that, yeah, it's nice that you can rewind during YouTube lives so that you can see what you might have missed over the course of the day. But again, it is 11:17 p.m. on the ground. We've got runners, thousands of runners trying to make their way around this 166.6 kilometer course around Mount Fuji to claim their 100-mile finish. We've had 13 male runners come in. We've had Courtney Dauwalter come in third overall. We are waiting our next finishers to make their way in through town, as well as our second place female should be well on her way towards the finish line. We've been following her live tracker like helicopter parents all morning long as we try to bring her home in the sub 24-hour camp.
Yes, and at this point I would say she is about 3K out.
Okay.
Or close to it. So by the tracker, she is moving fairly slowly.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering if there's some walking going on.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. There's a lot of gradual uphill in this last little section, so might be power hiking it out just to try to get it done.
It is her first 100.
Which is really impressive.
Yeah, impressive. Second place finish at Mount Fuji 100.
Yeah, in under 24 hours, which is a great time on this course.
Yeah. An update on Anthony Lee. He is, at this point, it just got pinged about 56 seconds ago. He is just coming off the trail, and he has about 6K to go, 6 or 7K to go. So he is not that far out. 4 or so miles out from the finish line. Just that last.
We might get him in by the close.
Yeah. At this point, I would be, if it was me, I'd be super motivated to be getting under 24 hours.
Right.
I have a question for you, Corinne.
Yeah, hit me.
When you are guiding someone in a race for goals, time goals.
Yeah.
How do you approach their A goal versus other goals, like B goal, C goal?
Well, I think you have to have other goals, right? Because it's ultra running and things are
happen.
bound to go wrong, and then right again, and then wrong some more potentially. So oftentimes we kind of figure out what that stretch goal might be.
Mhm.
Like if everything went perfectly, if it was perfect from start to finish.
Yeah, you might only get that like 20% of the time.
Yeah, and it's like even the pros have stretch goals, etc. So figure out what that stretch goal is, and then figure out what that I am 99% confident. I'm 95% confident, whatever it is, 90+% confident that you can do X, whatever. And
that
that's
would be B.
And that's kind of like the B goal, but B goal is what I'll makes half their splits about, we'll really kind of look at what that looks like and then look at what would be the fastest possible splits early. And then I oftentimes I tell athletes this, that I know this is our goal or one of our goals, but I'm making this split sheet for your crew. This isn't for you. This is for your crew so that they don't miss you anywhere.
Right.
Because they know this is the fastest and then they're going to still be there early that you can be. And then their crew, their pacers, their people can use that information later in the race when it becomes get gritty time.
Yeah.
Working towards those goals. And they'll know if they're on pace, if they're ahead of pace.
Yeah, you're 20 minutes off your
etc. And then you can pick
stretch goal.
It could be that stretch goal, or it could be say your stretch goal for this race was 24 hours. Or 22, let's say it was 22 hours. And all of a sudden you're really more on 23-hour pace. Cool. My motivation for you is hey, we're gonna get this done in under 23 hours.
Yeah.
It might not have been on your goal sheet initially, but it's I try to have athletes, we make those splits more about execution of the race, and then I try to have them forget about it. And really we the time goal doesn't come back out until we're in the back half of the race.
Yeah.
And then it's cool, now you can fixate on it. But because it's really hard to fixate on those time goals for 100 miles.
True.
Because things a section could just be slower than you anticipated. And it's I don't want someone to be I was supposed to be here 5 minutes ago, and then try to make that up in the next section.
Right.
So it's kind of that delicate balance of wanting to support athletes having specific goals, while at the same time trying to cultivate a pretty healthy, holistic relationship with accomplishing a greater task.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
No.
So I think I figured out how to get Courtney's interview in. We want to watch that while we're waiting.
Yeah, we just need to keep our eye on.
I think we have one finisher coming rather quickly. Didn't we say 104 or something like that? I can't tell exactly, but if I zoom, I'm going to try to zoom in a little closer.
Also keep them in the bottom PIP so we have a shot on the finish line.
Yeah, I think if we are confident that we have audio, we can bring up and replay that video for those of us who missed Courtney Dauwalter's finish line interview, as long as we keep picture in picture. And if we do have a finisher come in, we should go back to the finish line if possible. Perfect.
There we are. And audio will come in here. We have about a 10-second delay, so audio will pop in here shortly.
So if you're just joining us, this is a replay of Courtney Dauwalter's finish line interview. It does include a bit of an audio delay and several layers of translation.
Arigato.
では最初の質問です。夜が明けて、F252 キロ到着してからは、一人また一人と前の選手を追い抜いていく素晴らしいレースでした。ご自身では今日のレースどのように振り返りますか？
So especially after the sunrise, you start passing more runners over the race. What were you thinking? How do you feel about your performance today?
I felt so lucky to be out there seeing the sunrise with Mount Fuji. It was absolutely stunning. I hope you all saw it as well. Generally, I just felt like it was the best day to be out moving with my feet on an amazing course in a beautiful place with a wonderful community. And that was what kept me pushing towards the finish line.
いやもうとにかくすごく自分がラッキーと思っていて、もう日の出から富士山から日の出見えていて、もうそれがもうまず感動していて、そしてもうコミュニティというかそのおもてなしというところがもう素晴らしくて、もう特に感謝の気持ちで走りました。
それではもう一つ聞かせていただきます。今回、ご主人のケビンさんと一緒に日本に来ていらっしゃって、ケビンさんがサポーターをされました。ケビンさんからレースでコートニーさんが苦しんでいるときはジョークを言ってリラックスさせてあげるんだというふうに聞きました。今回はケビンさんから何かジョーク言って聞きましたか？
Alright, so Kevin obviously come over here to support you this time. It's amazing support crew, and I know usually when you're suffering, he would tell you a really bad joke. Did he tell you any joke this time?
He did tell me some jokes this time, but I will not repeat them because there's no way I'll remember the punchline.
実はあったんですけど、でもそのパンチラインのところ、そのオチのところが覚えてないからちょっと遠慮します。
夫婦の間の秘密もあるということでご理解いただければと思います。
So there's some secrets between the husband and wife, I suppose.
はい、まだね、気持ちと体調を落ち着けていらっしゃる途中のコートニーさんにインタビューを応じていただきました。ありがとうございました。皆さんもう一度盛大な拍手をお願いいたします。
You want to be conscious of your time and also want you to recover from your very hard efforts. So please take some time to rest and we'll let you go.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
ありがとうございます。
That was like really special. I'm glad that we got the interview with her because I know that she didn't feel well at the finish line, which is to be expected. She laid it all out there in 19 hours and 21 minutes, but glad that we were able to make her laugh a little bit before we sent her to go hopefully lay down and clean up and get some food in her system.
Yeah, I think she definitely brought out her hard hat and chisel and made that pain cave just a little bigger.
Yeah, definitely made the pain cave a little bit larger, did a little redecorating in it, I think, out there as well.
Yeah, so we're waiting on our next finisher. We have about 34 more minutes before we hit 24 hours in the race. And it looks like...
Oh yeah, we got an update from the course. It sounds like Peter Mortimer took a fall on course and injured his arm and is getting it wrapped at the aid station that's about 20K from where we are right now.
I'm fairly certain that comment is coming from his partner.
Okay.
Siska.
Siska's been kind of updating us on the YouTube. So I'm fairly certain that's her.
Okay. So we are...
Hopefully Pete's okay.
Yeah. Well, I wonder if he's tough. If
he's only got 20K to go and he feels like he can move with it, I think he will.
He'll finish.
Yeah, he doesn't want to walk away with the DNF if he doesn't have to.
Yeah. Especially that close to the finish line.
Yeah, it'd be a different story if we're only 100K in, let's say, but I think when he's this close to making the loop happen, you got to see it through.
Yeah. I'm going to see if I can get another update on our women's second place finisher, she is a kilometer out.
She's moving.
It is an uphill finish, so it's hurry up and wait.
Always. Ultra running is all about hurry up and waiting. That's the energy we bring. That's the vibe we bring.
Yeah, we're just watching the dot. Refresh. Watch the dot.
Like I said, it's not watching paint dry, but
almost.
You gotta watch that little live tracker. Oh my goodness, yeah. Every time I follow these 100 and 200 mile races, it's like I'm just following that live tracker dot as it slowly
body cams.
Pings across the desert.
We need little body cams on everyone.
Yeah, we could have body cams on everyone.
Yeah, with a GPS tracker built into it.
I think this works for me.
That could be our side gig.
Technology?
Yeah.
Something that we're both well versed in.
Yeah.
Just naturally talented at.
Yeah.
Speaking of watching dots, here we are. We've got, that is our second place female. Minute and 30 seconds ago, she was getting pretty dang close to that finish. Looks like she's walking it in. And we have Anthony Lee up here, who's 2 minutes ago was 4K away from the finish line, and he's making his way on that slight uphill but road.
Looks like he's moving well. He's moving. He must be running because he's been moving up on the dots in front of him. So
yeah, I was gonna say that was gonna be my next comment. Is he has moved through a few dots on his way, so he looks like he's kind of trying to make short work of that finish.
And I'm sure he's thinking about sub 24 at this point too.
Absolutely,
he did struggle on the day. He ran really well early. Again, Corinne and I kind of commented on. And Corinne especially commented on how fast he was moving through the early aid stations, and we were waxing poetic about how you should probably take a little extra time if it's 15-mile sections and drink extra. And
yeah, we were worried because early on, right, they've got aid at 25K and they saw their crew at about 52K in. Then they had another long section, and they had a 27.7 kilometer section,
which is like
basically
17 miles
to get to the 100K mark. And we were watching runners kind of rush in and out of aid stations. Anthony Lee being one of those people, a little bit worried about not taking enough water. We saw a number of runners near him take a third soft flask at a minimum, and we didn't see Anthony do that. And I think that, we were just like, oh man, like
I hope he took it one and we just didn't see it.
Because I heard last night that there were people talking about how on that 27 kilometer section, or maybe after that section on the next one, people were looking for vending machines along the way, because it sounds like that there are, like you run like when you run into town, you might run past a vending machine, like you would run past a little market in
water.
Europe, and you could grab some extra water. But we were actually talking last night about, or maybe this morning about, could you carry a filter bottle for part of the section where at least that would allow you to dip a little extra fluid and feel good about drinking it, even if you couldn't get aid during that section. That could go a long way on a very hot, humid day.
Yeah, you definitely, the theme of the day has been water. Everyone keeps asking, at the finish line, has been asking for water immediately. We saw Courtney ask for water immediately to Kevin as soon as she crossed the finish line.
Yeah, we saw Alexander immediately ask for a beer.
He was the only one.
And he delighted in a tall boy Sapporo right at the finish line, which was pretty sweet.
Yep.
Yeah, we did hear from
French
Best
favorite,
Basset Buddies,
Green
Larry and Homer, in the chat. This is Pete's dog, Larry. Siska's taking a nap. He said he'll definitely finish. And Jean in the chat as well is kind of monitoring one of his friends on course. I think it's Jeremy, a Kiwi runner, bib number 1164, is getting close to that aid station. And so if Pete's needs another foreign runner to make it the final 20K with, there's another foreign runner inbound that they could endure a good 20K together.
I love that. So I have a little side story on Pete.
Yeah.
One of his two basset hounds, he loves these things. And he riles them up when we have barbecues at his house. He has a really nice deck that overlooks Eldon. So the finish line, you go up over Eldon at Cocodona 250. He looks right at the climb that you would climb up. I mean, he literally lives right across the highway. And he built a second-story deck when he bought this. They kind of bought a fixer-upper house, and they built this deck. And it's a really nice, entertaining deck, but he lives on a corner lot, and he likes to get the dogs riled up. All he has to do is just like, oh, come on, and they start barking their basset hound barks.
Oh, nice.
And just they think that they just get super riled up and bark, and he thinks it's the most funny thing ever. He just sits back and chuckles while they just are
losing their minds.
They're losing their minds. They think there's danger around. They're looking around and barking at everything. Especially,
I'm sure his neighbors love it.
Especially Larry. Larry is a big barker.
Oh,
big basset hound
good
barker.
Good on you, Larry. It sounds like Pete's in the mood to potentially buddy up, so that might work out well if he can find a friend at the aid to head out into the darkness with. Because that's the other thing too, right? It is. They started at midnight. They started 23 and a half hours ago. It's now 11:30 p.m. at night on Friday.
Yeah.
Heading into the wee hours at this point.
Best Basset buddies Larry and Homer say on the chat, our neighbors hate us.
I'm sure they do, Larry and Homer. I'm sure they do.
And Pete is, originally from the UK, so he has
not
he has a
quiet...
British. So the next door neighbor has an American flag. He put up a British flag.
Love it. I'm sure Pete's not
the
like
redcoats are coming.
Like a loud person either.
Oh, so good.
That's amazing. We've had a little bit of a finish line lull. Come on. I know that you guys are all making it to this last kilometer. That might mean that one of our next finishers is Yukari.
There are a couple that are literally like right there waiting to turn the corner that I think they're just marching it in together.
I love it. Heck yeah. They're going to come in sub 24. I bet Anthony comes in charging to try to sneak under 24.
Yeah, I think so too.
He's got every possibility to do it. He's got 26, 25 minutes right now.
And he's like, he's got less than 4K to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's going to get it done. He's a person too that I feel like even when he's absolutely hurting and things have maybe come apart more than he would like today, I know that he can go to that hurt locker and completely just like bury himself to get it done. The banner has been lifted though, so we definitely have our next set of finishers making their way in. Whoop, our camera's gone crazy. Bib number 11.
Yeah, Anthony's someone who he'll constantly have goals throughout the day. And like obviously his goals like I want to be on the podium, I want to be in the top 10. If that's not going to happen, he's still going to shoot for a sub 24 hour, a sub 20. Like he's always going to want to just edge up.
Yep, so that was bib number 11, Shin Awatari, making his way into his 100-mile finish, and the banner is back up again because they've got more finishers making their way in as we speak. Bib number 11 getting it done. I feel like he moved up on this last section.
I think so. We are looking for bib 303, the women's second place finisher, quickly approaching the finish line any moment. I just keep saying Yukari because I cannot pronounce her last name. There's too many Y's in it, and I will butcher it.
I mean, I don't think I'm saying it right, but it doesn't stop me from trying.
There she is,
second place today. Like I said, she's going to get a big warm welcome. This is your second place finisher, first time 100-mile finisher, Yukari Samia. Second place, 23 hours, 36 minutes on the clock. Welcome home.
Awesome. What a great first 100-miler.
The smiles turn into tears.
Very quickly. And I do think Marco is laying low for a little bit, but I do think we will be getting a finish line interview with her here in not that long. So don't go anywhere. Really want to hear about her very first 100-mile experience.
What an amazing finish.
Yeah, truly an incredible day getting it done.
I think it's important to point out with her that she because it was her first 100-miler, she was cautious. She was conservative.
Yep.
She ran
super conservative.
Yep,
took a lot of time
consistent.
at aid stations.
Yep. She took care of herself all day long and was rewarded for that.
Yeah, so the finish line interviews come through both to us, the English channel, and to the Japanese channel, so we'll be working through translations. Yeah, so much emotion. Oh, it's Yuzumi.
ゴールしたセミヤさんがこれからスタートする吉住選手にこうありがとうございます。
Yeah, really sweet moments between the runner and her crew and family.
走り終わったね直後はもういいとかね、もう二度と走らないと思うんですけど、これが
Yeah, she's saying that her hands are really fat. When you're not using poles in particular, I find my hands get really puffy, independent of electrolyte status. People really get like stuck on like, oh, it's definitely about 100% about hydration status. It's also just about arm carriage and the fact that you don't have venous blood return. Right? You don't have venous blood return. So when you're using poles though in a race, you'll notice that your hands don't get nearly as puffy, and that's because you're flexing those muscles particularly in like your forearms and your hands, and so you're getting blood returned from your fingers, your hands, your lower arms back towards your heart. And so she's got the sausage fingers going on, and I know that pain all too well. I'm in a race where I can't use poles or I'm not using poles. I can't run with any of my rings on because my hands just get so fat.
Yeah, I used to have that problem quite a bit. I think one thing that's helped me personally is really dialing in my drink rate in different temperatures.
Yeah.
Meaning it has to vary depending on the heat and the sweat rate. So that really has changed my kind of that's one of the things that the 200 mile plus taught me.
Interesting.
Was making me dig into that more because of the swelling.
Yeah.
And so far, we'll see at Cocodona, but I've definitely dialed in that piece more since Moab 240 in 2022.
Yeah, I think it's a little different when people get like swelling kind of through like lower leg edema and that kind of stuff. Like that you'll see more edema in people's face and their lower legs, etc. in races where I think there is a lot of electrolyte stuff going on, but just when you think about like hand carriage in a race, that's where you see a lot of like puffy fingers kind of independent of other status. Yeah, looking through all of her kit to make sure she has everything.
Yep, the typical post-race check.
Yep, her pants and jacket. You need a nap after this, Zach, and then we'll go for a run. We're going to put you down on the couch for 90 minutes when we're all done. Oh, we got our interview. We'll see if we can get a translation here, too.
会場にいらっしゃる皆様とライブ配信をご覧の皆様のために、インタビューをお届けいたします。マウント富士100、富士100マイル女子第2位、セミヤゆかり選手です。拍手でお迎えください。
ありがとうございます。
So we want to do a quick live interview with the second place women, Samia-san. So congratulations again.
今回初めての100マイルへの挑戦だと思います。終始コース上ではですね、ライブ配信で見てましたけれども、終始爽やかな笑顔で応援の声に皆さんに応えていましたよね。コートニー・ドウォルター選手に続く第2位、今日は一日楽しい一日でしたか？
とても楽しくて。
Hi. So the question is, we have been following you the whole day. You are smiling all the way, and you are following Courtney, and the distance between you and her have been pretty consistent throughout the time. How did the race go for you today?
とても楽しい一日で、166キロすごい長くて辛い時間帯も多かったんですけど、やめたいって思う瞬間は一瞬もなくて、 本当にゴールできて嬉しいです。
I had such a great time today. I mean, 100 mile is very long distance, but I never had a moment thinking of quitting the race. I had a really fun time out there.
もう一問お聞きします。昨年から例えば信越語学トレイルランニングレースでの優勝、伊豆トレイルジャーニーでの準優勝とトレイルランニングで選手として、ね、才能を発揮されています。トレイルランニングのどんなところに魅力を感じますか？
So since last year, you have been really shining in the trail running scenes, winning the Shinetsu Gogaku 110K, and then coming second in ITJ. What kind of attractions, what appeals you in the trail running sports?
私はもともとマラソンを走っていたんですけど、本当に自分のペースっていうんですか、マラソンって結構ずっと苦しいペースで押すんですけど、心地よいペースで押したり、こう頑張る場面があったりで、景色も楽しめたり、あと走ってる人と共に頑張れる、一緒に応援し合える、そしてなんか一緒にゴールを目指そうみたいな、そういうところがトレイルランニングの魅力だと思います。
I used to be a marathon runner, and which is a very tough sport. You are really strict about your pacing. You are pushing yourself very hard consistently. But when it comes to trail running, the pace keeps changing. You're running with friends, the camaraderie. It's just so good to be running together and helping each other out. I really like that part of trail running.
ますますのセミアゆかり選手の活躍期待しています。改めまして、富士100マイル女子第2位セミアゆかり選手でした。皆さん拍手をお願いいたします。
Congratulations again.
はい、セイミゆかり選手のインタビュ
We're
ーで
back.
した。
Our mics are
ね、
hot.
コート
What a wonderful performance for a first
で
time.
ちょっとあれなんです
miler.
か、
We still, I'm getting, yeah, there we go. I was going to say, we're talking over the Japanese commentators, which is
Totally.
hard to do. Although some people might be just like dubbing us, like we're just dubbing the Japanese commentators now. It's great. But wow, what an incredible performance. First time 100 mile.
Wow. Yeah.
Happy, it seems like all the way through.
Yeah. Never thought of quitting. Solid performance.
Yeah, just knew that it was going to get hard. She did say that early. We interviewed her at one of the earlier aid stations, and she's like, you know what? I know it's about to get really hard. It's really hot. I'm taking my time. I'm resetting. I'm making sure that I feel really good about this next section. And she, had that play out the entire time.
Great lesson. Take it section by section, aid station to aid station.
Like a pro, like
Yep.
a 100-mile veteran.
Yep. She ran really, really, really solid today.
Do we have an Anthony Lee update? He's gonna come. He's gonna be squeaking near that 24-hour
Here,
mark.
I'm gonna look at the tracker real quick. Let's see, where are you, buddy? He is 1 minute ago. He was at 163K, so he's 3K out.
Okay, so he's getting closer.
Yeah, not very far at all.
Inching his way in.
About 2 miles out.
Anthony, you got to break the 24-hour mark, bud.
Yeah, bring it. 2 miles out. What are we at time-wise? 13 minutes to go 2 miles. Boom.
I'm just hoping that his tracker's a little bit off and he's a little bit closer.
Usually they are just a touch. Usually a little bit of a lag.
I'm hoping he's a little bit closer.
Well, that was 2 minutes ago when I gave you that. So
Okay.
So he has about 2 miles to go 2 minutes ago. So he has a shot at getting it just under 24 hours.
Yeah, he's got to push, though. If Anthony Lee wants to break 24 hours, he needs to push right now.
Yeah, that would be cool just to get a quick one. We get a quick...
And we can also have Marco talk to Samia if we have anything specific.
Oh.
He's messaging us right now saying, if Anthony comes in after midnight.
Yeah, we're going to try to get a quick interview with Anthony Lee, if possible. He is very close to the finish line. We're hoping he squeaks under 24 hours. I know if it was me, I'd be pushing.
Yeah, that's going to... I mean, at that point in time, you feel like you're running so fast, and you're running like 9-minute pace. So it's just like, I distinctly remember the final mile of Western States, and my crew had run backwards to meet me and my pacer, and we're like running our way in from Ruby Point. I just feel great, and we are just flying. And then I look to my left, and my friend Pete Stone, who's like a big boy, is running alongside next to me in flip-flops. And I'm like, I'm probably not running that fast.
I have to say, we have another finisher. It's a little choppy on the screen. Can't quite make out the number of who that is.
It looks like he's up there with a support person.
I'm not sure the number there.
Yeah, I had no idea that the 70K
started
at midnight here from this location. Like from...
Oh, because they do the last 70K. That makes sense.
That's freaking brutal.
They're doing the
Not
hard
only that,
part.
but they're
it's a
chasing...
hard 70K.
It's a hard 70K, and they're chasing the whole back half of 2,000 100-mile runners.
They're going to have to pass all those people on the technical stuff. It's very technical. It's like a knife ridge, so the fast runners are going to be passing the slower 100-mile runners.
Yeah, that's going to be...
That's going to be a little tricky.
It's going to be a little tricky. And there's 800 folks taken off in
10 minutes.
The K70K start race, the KAY 70K. Steph Howe from the U.S., Stephanie Howe, will be on that start line. Really excited that she's over there. I think she's over there with her mom. Has her son over there as well. Has had an amazing week, I think, enjoying the food and the onsens and a very Japanese experience, and is celebrating with a 70K run today. But yeah, they'll be kicking off in just about 10 minutes here.
Yeah,
Sounds like Pete Mortimer has left F8. Come on, Pete. Get it done.
So we are...
Marco is going to stay for Anthony's finish. So it'll be a little choppy feed, but we will have his finish.
Awesome. That's great.
So we're gonna get a finish interview with Anthony Lee when he finishes. We're hoping he gets under 24 hours here. He's pretty close to the finish line. I'll see if I can get another. The tracker has not updated for a bit, so.
64 km 1 minute ago. So he's got less than a kilometer.
With the 800 or so people lining up on the track, getting ready to explode out of the start line for the KAY 70K.
He's got a salmon upstream of that thing.
I'm assuming they don't run directly at each other. That would be an absolutely insane way to finish the 100-mile. I would assume so too. I'm assuming that they're about to blow by some 100-mile folks, though, that have just left here recently.
Marco was wanting to know, is there any specific questions? Anybody got any?
Hop in the WhatsApp and throw some questions at him.
Yeah, we'll do it.
I'm starting to feel brain dead.
I don't know why.
I can't think of any questions.
2 days
right
of
now.
not enough sleep. No, it's okay. We'll get it sorted. But yeah, so we are coming up towards the end of our live stream. We'll be finishing up here just around the 24-hour mark. We'll get to see the start, actually, of the KAY 70K race. They'll be taking off to run basically the final 70K of the Mount Fuji 100 mile. We'll be leaving here 800 runners in the next 7 or so minutes. And then we will be saying our farewells.
Yeah. Our farewells. I'm heading back to Flagstaff.
You got to get ready for Cocodona 250.
Now I got to go get some sleep.
Yes, sleep is on the horizon for all of us. Sounds like Zach and I get to hang out all day, though. We're going to go take a nap. We're going to go for a jog. Nap, jog, pancakes. Deal? And then we're going to the airport together, too, because it sounds like we fly out at the same time.
This makes me so happy.
Yeah, your day just got exponentially better.
I don't know why I'm so emotional about this. I get pancakes.
Yeah, so right now on your screen, if you're just joining us towards the very end of our broadcast,
Such a slew of people.
the 70K is about to kick off. Again, the KAY 70K. Steph Howe should be on the start line here somewhere. Oh, yep, she's on the far corner in the blue jacket. The tall blonde gal. North Face athlete, American athlete, lives in France. Stephanie Howe will be one of the front runners for this 70K. But yeah, they're getting ready to send those runners off into the start. A midnight start for 70K. I just assumed they had a nice Saturday morning start, but I was completely wrong on that.
It's kind of rad. Oh, come on, Anthony. Like, I'm watching the start line of one and the finish line of the other, and just like, I don't know what to do.
Sounds like we've got Anthony Lee probably coming in to finish right now. Could not have timed this better. 4.5 minutes to go to the kickoff of the 70K on the same track as Anthony Lee comes into the finish line on the smaller screen. We might be able to bring that up. There we go. It's going to be our lower quality feed, folks, but we're doing what we can.
Yes, he's crushing it.
23:55, 23:56. It's going to be a 23, looks like 56 finish.
Depending on where he crossed that time chip in the beginning of the day, that one extra second.
Yeah, Anthony Lee would be our second American.
Yeah, yes.
To finish.
Courtney Dauwalter, top American, third overall.
Anthony
First
Lee in
female.
second for Americans.
The American audience.
Yes, so he and we're definitely overlapping with the 70K start. So there's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of hoopla going on for these runners. 800 runners, you said? Around
800 runners should be starting the 70K.
Yeah, so midnight start for the 70K. That's a lot of time in the dark for a 70K. So we will get a interview with Anthony Lee here as soon as we can.
やっぱリカさんの山楽器演奏がないと、マウント。
There's a band and everything. So we just lost a feed here.
Yeah, I think we've got a lot going on. We've got a band playing on stage. Our finish line MC is apparently a rock star.
He apparently plays guitar too. So that now the hair makes sense. He's got the 80s metal hair.
Yeah, no, it's all come together. I think he's playing with like a soprano sax and they've got like a Japanese drum line. That's quite the start.
Yeah, totally. If you're just joining us, we're almost done with our 24 hours of coverage of Mount Fuji 100 2024. And we are waiting. The 70K is getting ready to start, but we're going to try to get it down with Anthony Lee here.
Yeah, we're probably going to have some conflicting audio from all over the place, but...
And then also the announcement of the yeah, that was the reason to come back. And also I have my sponsors So yeah, like Tokyo, Japan was able to stay curly, and then also the experience of Podium works. So yeah, it's really great to have friends that can support me when in the race. Oh yeah, I was really sleepy. Like the last climb. Yeah, I think I was just like going from side to side on the trail and like closing my eyes and then opening my eyes and then seeing illusions and like just things in the trees. So yeah, this is really nice though. Like I do like the midnight start compared to the afternoon last year. Yeah, the first 50K. I mean, we had the really nice moon, so we could see the silhouette of Mount Fuji, and yeah, so it was really pretty. And then yeah, just having the whole day with Mount Fuji.
We're gonna piggyback on this
inside
interview a
view,
little bit.
like I
Marco's
look
gonna
over
interview
and
Anthony after
yeah,
this
just
interview's
like
done.
gain strength from that. And
You're wondering why.
yeah, so yeah, it was a really nice. It was a really nice day.
For the interview, it's gonna be.
I think like aid station 3, or like going out of aid station 3. I mean, all of it was really nice. Like even in the trees. Yeah, like you can see Mount Fuji from both sides. Yeah, no, it was really nice. I did, yeah. It was, yeah, it was more painful. It was more painful than I thought it would be, but yeah, you can't always have good results, and it's about the journey instead of just the finish line. The finish line's nice and the results is good, but yeah, I think this one was a big learning experience and can help with my other races. So yeah, I went really deep into my mind and into my body to draw inspiration to non-DNF. So yeah, I'm really happy with the finish and the journey. Yes, thank you. Yeah. Yes. Sorry about that. Oh no, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm okay.
Congratulations to Anthony Lee making it in, and that is actually going to conclude our coverage. We'll lose our feed as the 70K runners take off, and we wait for another 2,000 plus runners to make their way back to the finish line. But it's been an amazing 24 hours.
Thanks
Jeff,
for joining us.
How was your first live commentary experience?
Awesome. Thanks for mentoring me, Corinne. I appreciate it.
We're getting it done. So if you all enjoyed this experience, remember, brought to you by Mountain Outpost, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. Really, that's how it makes a lot of this stuff possible. Thank you again to the Gran Canaria World Trail Majors for helping kind of continue to elevate the sport. The Mount Fuji 100 mile has been an absolute blast to be a part of. And if you are looking for more trail fun in your near future, Mountain Outpost will be hosting the Cocodona 250 live broadcast yet again starting at 4:30 a.m. local time in Arizona on May 6th.
Monday,
May 6th. Jeff will be there.
I'll be at the start line. I will not be in the studio, though. I will be on the course running.
Yeah, so I guess we're going to give you the rest of your Friday back. Go enjoy a run on us. And until next time, we'll catch you out on the trails.
Giddy up.
All right, hey guys, can you hear me okay? Perfect. Okay, so, all right. Okay, so we have everybody on the camera right now. Want to say hi to the crew?
Yeah. Hey everyone, at Air Vipa and Corinne and Zach who are in the live stream right now. But yeah, thanks for following along and AJW and Jeff Browning earlier in the day and Jamil. So it's really nice to have you guys following along in the US.
Well, so last time I checked in with you, I think it was at F6 when your quads were blowing up, and then you took a quick nap. Yuri was massaging you, and then you felt better. And how did the race go after?
Yeah, so my crew, Yuri, he massaged my legs and yeah, it was okay. I knew they were still not perfect. Yeah, the blown quad situation. Yeah, you can only do so much downhill running on blown quads. So it was a lot of gritting my teeth and praying. And then, yeah, just looking at Fuji-san. And then just like Courtney Dauwalter, she uses this mantra of like, be a robot. And I literally was repeating, be a robot, legs, be a robot. So they could keep moving. And then, yeah, when I stub my toe, it would just be like, okay, I can compartmentalize the pain of the blown quads. So, yeah. But yeah, I was just like one step at a time from aid station 6 to the finish, which is still like 26 miles with, I don't know the amount of climbing, but it's pretty significant and very steep. Yeah, rooty, rugged rocks, and slick leaves. So, yeah.
What was the most difficult part for you, both in terms of like how you feel, but also technically how the trail unfold itself?
Yeah, I think like the nighttime, the first 50K being in the night, there were some challenges with navigation. Yeah, I think the lead pack, we all got lost near the power lines, and good thing we had like the GPX data on our watches, but yeah, we just like all scattered like just to look for the flagging. And then yeah, I don't think there were too many issues. Like flagging was really good. And yeah, I think it's just my legs overall. But oh, I got a bloody nose, and yeah, that was about it.
Anything you would have done differently if you are coming back to do this again, or do you want to do this again?
I might take a year off to do other races in Japan, like Lake Biwa or Izu Trail, and maybe Tamba or Kyoto Ultra. But yeah, I wouldn't put past me to come back for a third time. I've been known to go to races 3 times and like kind of nail it after the third time. So yeah, I'd say I come back to Japan and do Mount Fuji again. Yeah, I really love the what like the race director Kubaraki he's put on out here and making this one of Japan's premier trail races. Yeah, so I'd come back for sure, and I do want to improve. I think like I was up again, like 2023, I was up towards 3rd place, and then I threw up and also had like stomach issues. But then this year, like blown quads, but my stomach was really good all day, so there's improvement. Yeah. And yeah, just like changing some stuff up with my diet. But yeah, I think it's always changing. Like the conditions of the course are changing all the time. Like it rained Wednesday before the race, and we didn't know, like luckily it was warm the 2 days leading up, so it did dry out a little bit. But yeah, course conditions can vary. I know this race does sometimes get really crazy conditions, and yeah, I think it just makes it really special regardless. And yeah, I invite everyone internationally to come over.
Congratulations again. Any last words to the fan who is watching the live stream for the last 24 hours?
Yeah, thank you so much to everyone in Boulder, my girlfriend Maria, her family, my parents and my siblings, and then my sponsors, Topo Athletic, Injinji, Pago Works, Arterix, and Spring Energy. So yeah, thank you guys so much.
All right, I'll let you go and get some well-deserved rest.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Anthony.
Thank you.
All right, thank
Thanks,
you.
guys.